The Exiled Alchemist Gets Hired by the Demon Lord, Volume 1, by Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, The Day I Was Exiled. My son, Thor Regues, the great Dulgarian Empire will send you to another country as a hostage. The carriage is already here to pick you up. It is your greatest honor to give your life for the Regues house. This was the voice of my father, who spoke to me for the first time in 2 years. Father distorted his lips with a face that looked like he thought of something pleasant. I didn't understand it at all. Father, I don't understand what you mean. Why am I a hostage for another country? Because it doesn't matter even if you die. My father, Duke Regues, spit disdainfully. Beside him, the Duke's butler and the guard captain were laughing. Neither of them will even make eye contact with me. This is the imperial capital of the empire, in the home of Duke Regues. In other words, it's my parents' house. In the office of the Duke Barga Regues, I am listening to his speech. That said, I don't really have any relations with the Duke's family anymore. I managed to find a job at the age of 13 and left home. For 4 years, I have lived as a commoner. I never intended to come back to the Duke's house again. But while I was working today, a soldier from the Duke's family came and brought me here without any questions. My coworkers and boss stood at the side and looked at me. It was not their fault. The Duke's family is the highest-ranking aristocrat. Commoners could not go against them. I was put on a carriage and dragged into my father's office in his mansion and forced to listen to him. What do you mean I'm a person that doesn't matter even if I die? There was no reply. I'm already not part of the Duke family. I don't even use the surname of Regues. Now I'm working as an imperial civilian. My job is paperwork, inventory management, item repair, etc. I haven't made any mistakes. Shut up, you're a shame of the family. My father hit the table. If you can't help out, you should just die silently. Why do you argue against me? I don't understand, father. Why do you not understand? How could I understand what he was talking about? There is almost no explanation other than sending as a hostage and able to die. As I said before, I don't need anyone in my Duke family who doesn't have any combat skills. The Duke's shout echoed throughout the room. But why does he look like he was told to do something unreasonable? I was the one who was forcibly brought in and yelled at. My ancestors have taken the sword with His Majesty and created this Dulgarian empire. The first emperor was also a companion of the heroes. This great empire is the pride of all the empires. I know, father. Therefore, all the imperial citizens need to be at the highest level of strength, especially for aristocrats. My Duke family must be a model for other aristocrats and all nations. But you, just by looking at his father's expression, I knew what was coming next. You don't have any fighting skills, you can't use offensive magic. You are the eldest son of a duke with a grandfather called Swordmaster. Do you understand my despair? It's been a familiar line since I was a kid. I already know how to answer it. If I answer, I understand, he will say, what do you understand? And a fist will fly at me. If I answer, I don't understand, he will say, why don't you understand? And I am struck with a wooden sword. So I have no choice but to remain silent. He seems to have no words. Guard captain, butler, tell us about the sins of Thor Regues. The guard captain, wearing a piece of armor, and a butler wearing a black suit, stepped forward. At the age of 10, Thor Regues was appraised for his skills. Reportedly, he had no combat skills. As the eldest son of a Duke family, it's an embarrassing thing. The second skill appraisal was done at the age of 12. In addition to combat skills, he did not have any attack magic skills. As an aristocrat, it's an incredible blunder. As soon as they finished talking, the two turned away and left. This is the treatment of those who do not have any combat skills. The Dulgarian Empire has expanded its territory by force. Therefore, both aristocrats and commoners attach great importance to combat abilities. In particular, aristocrats who do not have combat skills would be looked down upon because all the aristocrats around the emperor have excellent combat skills. So I left the Duke's house. I took an exam and became a civil officer, doing paperwork and item repair work. I've done my job properly. Document work was suitable for me. Besides, there were some jobs where I could use my skills. Sure, I don't have combat skills. I looked back at the Duke and said, but I have an alchemy skill. My father's face was distorted. He had the same face when he heard the result of skill appraisal when I was 10 and 12 years old. I continued. My alchemy skill is useful for repairing items. In fact, I am also entrusted with item management work at the government office. If I polish my skill, I may be able to create new items. That's why I am saving up money and will eventually open my own workshop. There is no value in such a thing. Father, everyone in the Empire is competing to be the strongest. No other things are needed. Besides, the Empire has the holy swords and shields used by the heroes. The strongest equipment already exists. Creating new items? Does that mean you're denying the Empire's way? No, I am. Denying the Empire's way is equivalent to rebellion against His Majesty. The Duke kicked the table. The heavy table easily rolls away. The Duke has many combat skills. It seems that he is still in good condition. Seriously, I can't feel the air of an aristocrat around him at all. I thought that after leaving the Duke's family, he still had some pride, but the guard captain and the butler both laughing silently at me. The Duke screamed, "It has already been decided that you will be sent as a hostage. Stop complaining. I understand that it has been decided. Is it no good after all? My father and his servants won't even listen to my words. I'm done with them. If they won't listen to me, at least I should get some information out of them. But what do you mean by it doesn't matter even if I die? Because you'll be going to a dangerous place." Dangerous place? The Empire has been sending hostages there for decades. No one has gone to that place and returned. Where am I being sent? When he heard that, my father smiled. That alone gave me the answer. No way is it the demon territory. I'll praise you for your correct guess. Father shook his head. No, but if you really are good at guessing, you should have guessed my thoughts and committed suicide at an early age. You're really still incompetent at everything. I don't care about that. I never thought the Duke would go this far. This guy is going to send me to an enemy country. Hundreds of years ago, the Demon Lord and the humans were vying for territory on the continent. The Demon Lord invaded towards the south, accompanied by mighty demons. The demons were powerful, but the human heroes were also strong. After a fierce battle, the hero and his companions used their weapon and magic to repel the Demon Lord. After that, a boundary was laid between the human world and the territory, or the Demon Lord. Beyond the forest to the north of the Empire is the area of demons and subhumans live, the Demon Territory. South from there is the human world. No major conflict has occurred since the border was laid. Both humans and demons lived without invading each other's territory. However, the Demon Territory was still a mysterious country. On the contrary, the Demon Lord and demons who have been driven to the north are said to hate humans. Therefore, there should have been almost no interaction between the Demon Lord and the human world. I didn't know that there was an exchange between the Empire and the Demon Lord. You don't understand politics. Our Dulgarian Empire is closest to the Demon Territory. Even though the Demon Lord does not dare to interfere, we must take safety measures. The Duke said, "That's why the Empire is supposed to offer hostages to the Demon Territory once in a few decades. They are bloodthirsty, and they can only calmed down because of the hostages, because the demons are like beasts. They are a barbaric, savage race. They also like to show their strength by killing humans." The Duke and his two subordinates are laughing. I felt a chill down my spine. These guys are seriously wanting me to die. That's what I can't understand. You don't have to talk to someone that is about to die. I'm done with my talks, just disappear. The carriage to pick you up is here. The Duke waved his hand. With that as a signal, the 4 soldiers who were waiting outside the room came in and restrained me. I tried twisting myself, but it was no use. You can't even escape from the guards. You really don't have the skills to fight. Why was this incompetence born in my Duke's family? My condolence, my lord. I understand your feelings too. But those hardships end here today. The Duke had a radiant smile as the butler and the guard captain buttered him up and wiped his eyes with a handkerchief. I felt nauseous. I threw the stone I was carrying around as a material for alchemy at his face. "I hate you, Duke Barga Regaz. Don't talk to me, you corpse. If you want to send people to the Demon Territory, you can go by yourself. Did you guys even bother to collect information on the Demon Territory? The Empire has won against the Demon Territory. Do you need information on a nation full of losers? You're too careless, it's over. You." On my belly, I felt something hit me. I found that the Duke's fist was sunk into it. I suddenly stopped breathing. I can't make a sound. The butler wipes the fist drawn by the Duke with a handkerchief. He stopped with a single blow because it would be a problem if I died before arriving at the demon territory. You're the worst, fucking father. Take him. The Duke waved. A child that was an accident is gone, and my Duke's family will turn over a new leaf. His Majesty the Emperor will appreciate my Duke's family. This was how I was banished from the Empire, where I was born and raised. Chapter 2, Meeting in the Demon Territory. I sat in my seat and listened as the carriage headed north. A board is struck on the window to make me unable to see what is happening outside. However, the shaking has become stronger since a while ago, probably because we have entered the lands in the north where the road was not well maintained. You can hear the footsteps of the soldiers and the horses as the carriage advanced. The number of escort soldiers is around 20 with infantry and cavalry. It's more of a watchdog than an escort, though. It has been more than 10 days since I left the imperial capital. I get off the carriage every few hours to eat and take a break. The food was decent, albeit supervised by the soldiers. It would be a problem if you died before arriving at the demon territory. They said. I watched the soldiers during the breaks. For now, it's impossible to escape because cavalry is mixed in with the soldiers. If I ran away, the cavalry would chase after me, and the rest would go to the surrounding villages and highways. That was what they told me during the breaks. If I ran away, it was inevitable for me to be caught immediately. That's why I didn't want to get involved with the Duke's family. I intended to cut all ties with the Duke's family. I worked as a civil officer for several years. I changed to my mother's surname and took the exam normally and was hired. At work, I have been in charge of organizing documents and repairing items. In the Empire, civil officers are jobs for those who couldn't even be adventurers, military officers, or soldiers. Others looked down on me and my salary was low, but it was a good time. I was able to utilize my alchemy skills at work too. This skill was convenient for repairing items. I reconfirmed my skill. Alchemy purifies, synthesizes, and processes substances. By combining materials, I can also create new materials and items. It also has an appraisal ability as a characteristic of alchemy. There were many broken items in the warehouse at my workplace. It was my job to manage and check it. I've been doing paperwork and repairing items with my alchemy skill while looking at the materials. It was fun, and during that time, I forgot that I was from the Duke's house. But the Duke still couldn't let me go, so he sent me out as a hostage to the demon territory. I'm also prepared to escape. A board is struck on the window of the carriage, and the door is locked, but it's possible to escape with my skill. Activate alchemy. I activated my skill, and the spoon hidden in my pocket was deformed. This is my alchemy skill. I can create new things by using materials such as metal. When I was eating, I sneaked a spoon or fork while the soldier wasn't looking. If I have a metal product, I can process it into something else. I can even make a key and open the carriage door. But the problem is beyond that. It's impossible to bypass the surveillance of 20 soldiers. If I want to escape, I would have a better chance after arriving at the demon territory. The soldiers probably won't come into the demon territory because they are afraid of the demons. When I arrive at the demon territory, I should be handed over from an imperial soldier to a subordinate of the demon lord. If I want to run away, that's the time. The demon lord doesn't even know that I can use alchemy. I can take advantage of that. I can't die here. I haven't done enough alchemy yet. It's an unnecessary skill for the Empire, but not for me. It's a skill that I was born with. What's wrong with wanting to master it? Even before I became a civilian, I visited the alchemist's workshop several times, but I was denied entry because the Duke's family was pulling strings behind the scenes. That damn dad was so sick that I hated being in public. So while working as a civilian, I was saving money all the time to open my own workshop someday. I intended to make an item that was so convenient that it would change the world. The houses and facilities of the Empire are rugged. The rooms were full of crevices in the civilian dormitory. It took a month to get permission to repair a broken window. The warlike Empire doesn't care about anything else at all. It should be easier to live if we spend money for the people, in addition to strengthening our strength. If I could survive this, I will make items that are extremely convenient for my life, using alchemy. Then, I will live a comfortable life in a place other than the Empire. I won't let the Empire use any of my items. Or rather, such a country should be destroyed. Someday I will use alchemy and make a world where strength is meaningless. We will soon reach the border with the demon territory. Be wary and vigilant. The carriage stopped and a soldier shouted, "It seems that we have arrived at the destination." As I waited, the carriage door opened with soldiers standing around it. "Come here, Thor Regus. I can walk alone." Shaking off the soldier's hand, I got off the carriage. Finally, I went out to a large empty lot. When I stretched and looked around, I saw a black forest in the immediate vicinity. The road stops here. At the end of the road to the north, the forest extends from the west to the east. That forest should be the border between the human world and the demon territory. Is the demon territory on the other side of that forest? The soldiers did not answer. Everyone is staring at the forest with a tense face. Shoot the signal arrow, they should come and fetch him. One of the soldiers held a bow and shot an arrow with a red cloth tied on it, directly above. I wonder if that is the signal for the hostage is here. Time passed for a while. The soldiers are tightly packed around me. Eventually, figures appeared from the forest. Gyururu. 4 minotaurs appeared, a demi-human with an ox head. As I read in a book, they really have a cow-like head. They were 2 meters tall and had a buff body. So that's a minotaur. It's my first time seeing one. The savage demi-humans came out. The soldiers trembled while watching the minotaurs. "Are you serious?" I involuntarily spoke. The minotaurs didn't look savage at all. They have no weapons. They held their hands above their head to reduce the tension. Every time an imperial soldier whispered at the minotaurs, he looked down sadly. They don't look savage in my eyes at all. "Kai, shut up, you're just a sacrifice." The soldiers did not answer. It seemed that they were pushing the role as to who would talk to the minotaur to each other. Enough. I pushed the soldiers away and stepped forward. In order to escape, I need to catch the opponent off guard. To do that, their first impression of me needs to be good. "My name is Thor Regus from the Dulgarian Empire." I gave my name to the minotaurs. "Thank you for welcoming us. I'm sorry, I don't know what to do from now on. I would be happy if I could talk to the representative." "You, talking without permission. Then, do you want to take turns?" When I whispered, the soldiers reluctantly stepped back. "I'm sorry. I'm coming immediately." Suddenly, I heard a voice from behind the minotaurs. From behind, a petite figure appeared. Her long silver hair swayed as she slowly moved forward. "Welcome to the demon territory, Thor Regus-sama." What appeared was a girl in a maid outfit. She has white skin and long silver hair tied with a ribbon. Pointy ears popped out from between her hair. Is she an elf? "I have been ordered to serve as your guide. My name is Mabel Refrain. I welcomed you in the name of Her Majesty, Demon Lord." "Thank you for welcoming me. My name is Thor Regus." The elf girl, who called herself Mabel, bowed deeply. The minotaurs also did the same. I returned the greetings like an aristocrat. In response, the elf girl Mabel and the minotaurs also bowed again. They were polite. It didn't look like they had come to pick up hostages or sacrifices. I must be dreaming. He's approaching demi-humans without weapons. Is he crazy? The other party is under the control of the demon lord. I guess he gave up. He's not going to live long anyway. Behind me, the soldiers were trembling. Everyone is holding their sword in their sheath, ready to be drawn out anytime. They're welcoming us over there. "Do your work as an escort." The soldiers looked at me. "You don't know anything. Elves are magic users who can blow away a few people with a single blow. Minotaurs have superhuman strength. They can easily squeeze a person's head. I can't communicate with those savage guys over there. How do I even get closer?" They muttered in a whisper so that the people of the demon territory couldn't them. "You're saying that they are savage." These guys locked me in a carriage. Except for meals and toilets, I didn't get to go outside. And now they're trying to hand me over to someone they're scared of themselves. Moreover, they won't even listen to me. At least the people of the demon territory listened to me. "My companions have been rude to you. I apologize in their stead." I stepped forward a few steps. "I am the eldest son of Duke Regaz of the Dulgarian Empire, Thor Regus. At the behest of His Majesty the Emperor, I will join the demon territory. I don't know anything about your country's rules, so please excuse me for my rudeness." The elf girl's hands wrapped around my hand. It was a cool, smooth hand. She opened her violet eyes and nodded. It's the first time I've received such a greeting from the Empire. She smiles gently at me. Thank you for coming all the way to the far north to our demon territory, Thorsama. Let's get along well from now on. Yeah, that would be great. I decided to take a look at the situation for the time being. The forks, which were turned into a metal block by alchemy, are in my left and right pockets. I can always use it any time and run away. Thor Regues, as a messenger, sign the documents. I heard a tense voice from behind. Looking back, the captain was beckoning me with documents beside the carriage. Am I the messenger? I guess they can't call me a hostage in front of the demon lord's people. I returned to the captain and quickly signed the paperwork. Get a signature from that creature too. From Mabel Refrainson. Why can you touch that creature? The captain had a deep blue face. Don't you know the power of magic used by elves? Why can you easily approach that creature? Isn't there a treaty with the demon lord? Can you believe what the creatures of the demon territory say? I would believe them more than the subordinate of a parent who kidnapped his own child. The captain did not reply to my words. He silently pushed the documents onto me. I couldn't help it, so I gave the document to Mabel Refrain and she was happy to sign it. This completes the delivery of the messenger. Mabel bowed deeply at me. From here, we will enter the forest. I think it will be difficult to walk as you are not used to it, so we have prepared assistance. If necessary, they can carry you. As she clapped her hands, large figures emerged from behind the trees. There were 4 minotaurs, a total of 8 people, including those who were here before. They formed a huge wall behind the elf girl. The captain pulled the papers out of my hand. This completes the delivery of Thor Regues. May the treaty between our Dulgarian Empire and the demon territory be kept forever. Please excuse us. The soldiers rushed away from the people of the demon territory. Chapter 3, Awakening Creation Alchemy. Thorsama isn't afraid of us, are you? Said Mabel Refrainson, an elf girl in a maid outfit. We are at the entrance to the demon territory, a forest with tall trees. 4 minotaurs are at the front. I'm in the middle and next to me is the elf Mabel Refrain. The rest of the minotaurs are guarding the rear. When humans get close to the demon territory, they are scared for some reason, but you're the first to have so much courage. It's not because I have courage though, but part of what Mabel Refrain said was true. I don't think she or the minotaurs are scary. This is the demon territory where non-humans live. I don't have any allies here. Elves have a lot of magic power. That magic can easily kill me. There are 8 minotaurs in front and behind. I don't have any weapons, but even with a weapon, they can still easily kill me. But I'm not scared. For now, the minotaurs treat me as a guest. They help me where it's difficult to walk and unexpectedly watch over me with blunt eyes so I don't fall. Compared to the soldiers of the Empire, this is like a difference between heaven and earth. But for the time being, the human world and the demon territory have a peace treaty, so it's rude to be afraid unnecessarily. I decided to say that. I see, you came here alone. A respectable person. Mabel Refrain is looking over here with her violet eyes. I probably looked like a good person in her eyes. Please tell me if you get tired. The minotaurs will carry you. No, it's okay. I shook my head. It's hard to walk on the bumpy ground, but I don't feel tired. Or rather, I feel like I'm feeling better after joining the demon territory. I feel a mysterious magic power. It's a magic power that I have never felt before when I was in the Empire. It fills my body up. And a voice echoed in my head. The absorption of dark magic power is complete. Absorption of the magic power of the 6 basic attributes has been completed, including the magic power of the light, earth, water, fire, and wind attribute. Skill alchemy has evolved into creation alchemy. The material refining skill has awakened. The attribute addition skill has awakened. The appraisal skill has awakened. What's this? I checked my stats unintentionally. Creation alchemy. A skill that creates something out of nothing. It is also the highest level of the alchemy skill. Only those who have accepted the magic powers of the 6 basic attributes of light, dark, earth, water, fire, and wind will awaken this skill. If you have information about the appearance, effects, and abilities of an item, you can create an equivalent item. Material refining. You can create substances from magic power. You can synthesize substances and create new materials. You can process the substance and change it into any shape you like. The substances that can be produced vary depending on the current level. Attribute addition. You can add your favorite attributes to the target substance. The number of attributes that can be added varies depending on the target substance. Appraisal. Appraises the attributes, materials, and effects of the target item. The appraised information is recorded as data. My alchemy skill changed? Why? What's more, I can create substances from magic power. Do I even have the skills to do that? No, it's true that the description tells me that I can do it, but it's too convenient. I wonder if the reason that I didn't have any combat skills is because of the potential for this creation alchemy skill. What happened? Thor-sama. I noticed Mabel refrains face in the immediate vicinity. She's anxiously looking at my face. Are you tired? Or are you down because you feel like you're in an unfamiliar place? No, it's okay. I shook my head in a hurry. If you feel sick, please tell me. In the demon territory, the density of magic power is different from that of humans. By the way, in the demon territory, dark magic power is stronger, isn't it? You're right, and the human world are full of the light magic power, right? In the Empire, the fire and earth attribute magic power are also strong. Fire has the power to burn enemies, and earth attribute is as sturdy as iron. I just noticed. The skill was awakened because it took in the dark magic power. In the human world, light magic power is strong, and the dark attribute is weak. In the demon territory, dark magic power is strong, and the light attribute is weak. To awaken creation alchemy, you must accept all the magic powers. That's all I know for now. What's wrong? Thor-sama. It's nothing. Well, is that so? The elf Mabel nodded to me at a distance that I could feel her breath. Or rather, this person wasn't wary of me at all. No matter how much magic I can use, it's faster for me to restrain Mabel at this distance. Well, she's so unsuspecting that she doesn't feel like that. I could have ran away at any time, but now I want to try this creation alchemy rather than that. With that in mind, I also started walking alongside the elf Mabel. Thor-sama, Mabel-sama. Suddenly, the leading minotaur yelled, "The road is getting worse around here. Please be careful." Thank you, oh. Mabel stumbles. I involuntarily reach out and support her body. Are you okay? I'm sorry. I didn't want to bother the messenger. Mabel hurriedly leaves me. I bowed my head deeply. I'm sorry for bothering Thor-sama by stumbling. I'm embarrassed. Paki, there was a cracking sound around Mabel's neck. The necklace she was wearing fell to the ground. Ah. Mabel-sama. A minotaur picks up a necklace that fell to the ground. It was a necklace with blue stones embedded in it. The golden chain was broken. When you stumbled, a tree branch got caught on the necklace. I'm sorry, Mabel-sama, we should have been more careful. It's okay, the chain was originally about to break anyways. But that's a keepsake of Mabel-sama's mother. It's okay. Don't worry. Mabel was holding a pendant with a blue stone in it. It seems that the chain was caught on a branch and broke when she stumbled. Can I fix it? Before I noticed, those words came out. If it's a broken chain, I've fixed many of them several times. Is Thor-sama a craftsman? Yes, I'm an alchemist. This is the first time I have called myself an alchemist, but it comes out nicely. I'm Thor Regius, an alchemist from the Empire. Maybe I can fix that chain. Mabel refrained, and the minotaurs looked at me astonished. Is it okay to ask the messenger to do this? Mabel presented me with a pendant. This is my mother's keepsake. It's really important. I'd like to ask if you can fix it for me, boo. Understood. I sat down beside the base of a tree. I received the pendant and touched the chain. I activated appraisal, and information about the pendant emerged in front of me. Water Spirit Stone Pendant. A pendant blessed by the water spirit. A water magic stone is attached to the pendant. The chain is made of metal unknown because the material that has never been touched. Under analysis. Attribute. Water. The broken part of the chain has deteriorated prior to it being broken. I can fix it. I can create the metal to fix the chain and add some water attributes to it. Activate material refining. I put my finger on the broken chain. I created the metal parts with my magic power. Metal is born from earth magic power. It's basically the same for any metal. I can refine the metal, making it look the same as the chain and combine it. After that, I should add a water attribute to it. When I activate the skill, the image of pouring magic power and stirring comes to my mind. This seems to be a substitute for the alchemist's kettle. Material refining. Restoration started. The pendant on my palm made a noise. The missing part of the chain began to move like a living thing. And, oh wow. Mabel-sama, what's this? The chain is fixing itself. There is no material, metal is created. The Minotaurs are surprised. Actually, I'm surprised too. I can really create materials with just magic power. Moreover, the chain is completed according to the image. Is this the creation alchemy's power? Kachin. After a while, the pendant repair was completed. The missing chain has regained its original shape. It's done. It's only like first aid, so there may be something wrong. Just in case, when you return to town, have a professional look at it. Of course, it's just a precaution. I didn't do a sloppy job. After all, I'm still an alchemist. I have decided to call myself an alchemist from now on. Mabel refrain-san. Messenger no Thor-sama. Pashi, Mabel refrain suddenly clasped my hand with both her hands. Thank you. My mother's keepsake, it's perfect. Perfect. Oh, you mean there isn't a mark left, right? The broken part of the chain has been repaired without a trace. I'm glad it went well. Thor-sama is probably a famous alchemist. Mabel refrain is holding the pendant and weeping. I'm impressed too. Is this the technology of the human world? It's impossible even for a dwarf craftsman to fix it in just a few minutes. An awesome person came from the human world. The Minotaurs are also complimenting me. It's the first time I've been thanked like this. I have never worked as a formal alchemist before, so when people around me thank me like this, it feels ticklish. Yes. Did alchemists in the world always feel like this? After that, we started walking towards the demon territory. The elf girl Mabel was walking next to me before I knew it. She laughed and said, "Please call me Mabel," so I called her that way. Mabel looked happy. Yes, alchemist Thor-sama. She called my name as an alchemist. Chapter 4, Hired by the Demon Lord. A huge carriage pulled by 3 horses was waiting at the exit of the forest. There is a silver decoration on the black carriage that seems to be the coat of arms of the Demon Lord. When Mabel and I got in, the carriage slowly moved forward. I could see the outside through the window. So this is the demon territory. There was a wide grassland around the road. A big river runs in the distance, and ships come and go. The ones moving the ships are the fishmen's. A girl with fins around her ears is swimming around the ships. Maybe she's a mermaid. A wolf beastman is chasing a sheep in the meadow. The person that is carrying the heavy luggages looks like a bear. There are various kinds of people. The people of the Empire said that the demon territory is a chaotic place. If you step into the territory, a monster will attack you. There are savage beastmen who kidnap humans. It was said in that kind of tone, but when you actually see it yourself, everyone lives normally. Or rather, it's more gentle than the Empire. There are no cavalries that have a murderous air around them, and there are no guards scaring travelers. It's because the demon territory has a small population. Mabel said, "The demon lord asks the various races to do what they're good at. It's the right person in the right place. It's logical. I would also like Thor-sama to work in the demon territory." Me too. The demon lord invites guests from the Empire to learn new techniques and knowledge. The story was completely different. I was ordered to be a hostage to the demon territory. Then my father said, "Go die." However, I was welcomed by an elf girl and treated as a guest. There must have been some people who came to the demon territory as messengers before, but what are they doing now? The last time was 50 years ago. I wasn't born yet, so this is only based on what I've heard. Mabel thought a little and said, "I heard that they went home after they came here. They went home secretly. Yes, we didn't put any restrictions on their actions. However, it's dangerous to go through that forest alone, and I heard that we tried to escort them. But in the end, they still went home secretly." I see. I can see how the story progressed. The demon lord considers those who come from the Empire to be messengers and guests. However, the Empire sends the people as hostages and sacrifices. Therefore, those who are sent try to escape. Because they ignored the Empire's orders and ran away, naturally, they wouldn't bother to report about what they went through. As a result, they were all treated as missing. "Thor-sama, will you proceed to enter the demon territory?" When I noticed it, her violet eyes were staring at me. There is no great alchemist like Thor-sama in the demon territory. We need someone like Thor-sama here. Please help us. We will help you to live comfortably. We will also provide you with. I came here because of the friendship between the Empire and the demon territory, so. I said. I didn't want to say, no, I'm a hostage sent from the Empire, and I'm a sacrifice in front of the demon lord's people. I will do what I can for the demon lord. Thank you. Mabel approached me, close, too close. Every time the carriage sways, the pendant that has just been repaired sways. By the way, her big breasts also sways. It seems that the Empire's knowledge that elfs' bodies are poorly developed was wrong. There are still many things I don't know. We'll arrive at Demon Castle in about an hour. Perhaps she noticed that she was too close. Mabel's cheeks turned red and returned to her seat. When you arrive, you will have an audience with the Demon Lord. Please be prepared. Demon Lord, the Lord of the Demons and the ruler of this demon territory. In order to live in the demon territory, I must not anger him. Mabel and the Minotaurs welcomed me, but what about the Demon Lord? With that in mind, the carriage continued to sway. Her Majesty, Demon Lord Ruki Evergard has arrived. A voice echoed in the throne room of the demon castle. I'm kneeling in front of the empty throne. I was immediately guided here through the demon castle. Minotaurs hold their spears in their hands, standing beside the throne. It seems that they are guards under the direct control of the demon lord. Mabel is kneeling behind me as well. When I turned my head secretly, she waved, I'm with you. She's such a good person. Are you the guest from the Empire? Eventually, a person wearing a mask appeared. I'm not sure about her height, but I think she's taller than me. She's wearing a robe made with gold threads and a mask that covers the upper part of her face. I don't know what expression she's making. All I know is that she's probably a woman because of her long blonde hair. 2 horns extend from behind her ears. Horns are a characteristic of high-ranking demons. It is said that the larger they are, the more magic power the person can handle. However, I can't judge her because I don't know what the standard size of a horn is. However, as a demon lord, there is no doubt that she is a powerful user of dark magic. The demon lord possesses the strongest dark magic power. Dark magic power, it can literally manipulate death and the void. The strongest in that field is the Lord of the Demons, the Demon Lord. I am Demon Lord Ruki Evergard. The Demon Lord sat on the throne and looked at me from the other side of the mask. Are you Thor Regaz, the guest from the Dulgarian Empire? Yes, Your Majesty Demon Lord. I answered while still on my knees. I am deeply moved by the direct greetings from Your Majesty Demon Lord. I'll be blunt, what can you do? The Demon Lord asked me. My demon territory welcomes guests from the Dulgarian Empire in order to gain the knowledge and skills of the human world. Since you came here, do you have any special knowledge? I know a little alchemy. Oh, interesting. It's a skill that we don't have in the demon territory. The Demon Lord sighs, and her aide, a blue-haired man standing beside the throne, spoke up. According to Mabel, he's the country's chancellor. I see. There are so many alchemists in the Empire that they can send them to other countries. The Dulgarian Empire sure is terrifying. Wrong, the alchemists just deal with unnecessary things. I almost argued with him, but I kept quiet. Okay, let's prepare your own workshop. You can swing your arms freely there. Is there anything you need for alchemy? The Demon Lord said, it was the first time I was told that. Please give me a place to work. Okay, I'll prepare that. What else? Alchemy also requires equipment. Well, then you should submit a list of what you need. What else? Especially the material. A lump of metal would do, or some old and broken equipment would do too. I see, Kelv, if I recall correctly, there was a warehouse that was used by the previous Demon Lord, right? Demon Lord Ruki looked at the blue-haired man. The Chancellor nodded. Your Majesty, the previous Demon Lord had a habit of collecting things. He collected things such as rusted swords, broken armor, and shields. He even collected books that we couldn't read. He liked to collect junk. From a standpoint, I cannot agree with those words. Anyways, if it's materials, it's best to give him the warehouse. Is the pile of junk useful? We'll let the alchemist judge if it's useful or not. Lamu. In response to the Chancellor's words, Demon Lord Ruki turned to me. There is a guest room next to the warehouse. Let's give it to you as your own room. There is junk in the warehouse that the previous Demon Lord collected as a hobby. You can use it freely as a material. The things in there are from the time of the hero summoning, so the use of many things are not clear. From the time of the hero summoning. It's from an era when our demon territory was defeated by the human world. The demon lord nodded. You should use your abilities as an alchemist to make what you like. If it's good, we will buy it. If it is useful for the demon territory, we will consider mass-producing it. In that case, it would be helpful if you could help us. That's exactly what I want, but... What? Why do you guys go so far? It was too kind. It's unbelievable for me, who was treated as useless in the Empire. I'm from the Empire. I don't know why you would go that far for a messenger like me. Because we want to learn from the human world. To learn, we, the demons, were defeated by human wisdom and heroes from another world long ago. Do you know that? I know. In an era when humans and demons were fighting, humans summoned heroes from another world to confront the demons. The summoned hero mastered their powerful skills and fought for the humans. All the heroes were aiming to be the strongest at a scary level. They fought monsters and raised their skills and levels. Their thirst for strength was eventually transmitted to humans in this world. The Empire's thirst for strength also came from the heroes. Then the hero became stronger and defeated the demon lord. The demons and their co-workers were banished to the north. Then the world became what it is today. It seems that the hero of another world who defeated the demon lord returned to their original world with satisfaction. The hero summonings are no longer being done. However, the knowledge and items left by the hero remain. The distance and time units used on the continent were also left by the heroes from another world. The demons were defeated by humans. That's true, so we demons decided to learn from them. The demon lord muttered while touching her mask. We're not going to contend with humans anymore, but we have to continue learning from humans, or those who died in that war will have died in vain. Heroes may be summoned from another world at any time. If we don't learn by that time, we could possibly be destroyed. When I looked at Mabel and the Chancellor, both of them nodded. This really seems to be the policy of the demon territory. That's why we invite guests from the Empire. We invite people, interact with them, and get the latest knowledge. Otherwise, we will never catch up to the Empire. Is that why you treat me so well? My strength is also for the demon territory. The demon lord nodded. It is also the policy of the demon lord to place people in places where they can demonstrate their abilities. Because the number of people in the demon lord is small. There is no room for unsuitable work. That is only a luxury for places with large populations. I understand the theory of the demon lord. The purpose of inviting guests from the Empire is to acquire the skills and knowledge of the human world. The reason for preparing the workshop and materials for me is to be able to fully demonstrate my abilities. What is created in this way becomes the property of the demon territory, and the demon territory would know what can be done by alchemy. I'm excited. A workshop and materials that can be used freely. It was something that was never available in the Empire. I also like the policy of the demon lord. The demon lord does the exact opposite of the Empire. The Empire summoned a powerful hero from another world and defeated the demon lord. Therefore, they maintain the policy of we are right and strength is everything. On the contrary, the demon lord was defeated by heroes and humans. Therefore, they have adopted the policy of learning from humans. I have decided what to do. I will cooperate with the demon territory as an alchemist hired by the demon lord. I will use my creation alchemy skills in this place to create something that transcends the Empire. If possible, exceed the items used by the hero. I will create an item that would show the Empire that strength is meaningless. Thank you for the kindness shown by Her Majesty Demon Lord. I gave a formal thank you as an aristocrat. Then, first of all, I would like to show you what I can do with alchemy. I will use it as a reward for the welcome. It seems that the demon lord leaked a confused voice for some reason. Hearing that, the Chancellor cleared his throat. You must be tired because of the long journey. Someone escort Thor to his room. No, let's leave that to Mabel. Then, Thor, there are many rough people in Demon Castle. Please don't go out alone as much as possible. Then, Demon Lord Sama. This concludes the audience with the guest, Thor Regaz. The Demon Lord concluded the meeting after the Chancellor talked rapidly. After that, I was led by a maid different from Mabel out of the throne room. Note: I am unsure of the gender of the previous Demon Lord, so I referred to him as he for now. Chapter 5. A Book from Another World. in the throne room after Thor left. What do you think of that person? Kelv Mabel, Demon Lord Rookie said. It's unexpected that a precious alchemist came from the Empire, but more than that, his abilities are extraordinary. Is it true that he created mithril out of nothing? Yes, your majesty. Mabel presented the pendant that Thor had repaired. Next to the Demon Lord, Chancellor Kelv received the pendant. Appraisal. Chancellor Kelv activated his skill and immediately opened his eyes wide. Mabel. Yes. This pendant was a keepsake of your mother, right? That's right. It's something that has been passed down to my family for generations. But the ability of the pendant should have been broken because the magic stone inside was damaged. It's fixed. When the Chancellor put magic power into the pendant, the surroundings turned foggy. At the same time, the pendant glowed. The water spirit stone pendant was something that couldn't be repaired by the technology here. It seems that Thor has fixed it. I can't believe it. It's the truth. I wonder what is the meaning behind him coming here. Chancellor Curve looked at the Demon Lord. The arrival of Thor Regues has two implications. One is that there is an alchemist who can instantly repair valuable magic items in the Empire. The second is that there are many alchemists at that level in the Empire. I know, otherwise the Empire wouldn't let go of that human. The Demon Lord wearing a mask nods heavily. When it comes to that, why did the Empire send Thor Regues? It's probably a threat implying that there are mountains of alchemists like him in the Empire, and resistance is meaningless. After thinking a little, Chancellor Curve said, it's possible that the Empire was so stupid that they couldn't understand his abilities. Don't be stupid. The Empire isn't that naive. Excuse me for my rudeness. My ancestors looked down on humans and were caught off guard. That's why they almost perished. What would you do without learning from them? When you see the momentum and strength of the Empire now, do they look so stupid to you? I'm sorry, it was just my wishful thinking. It's fine if you understand. Demon Lord Rookie is a natural ruler. From an early age, her parents have told her about the history of the demons. Above all, she was repeatedly told that the demons were defeated by humans. The battle between the demons and humans that once took place began with a skirmish. It's like a trivial accident that happened as each other expanded their territory. However, the demons, who thought we are the strongest, did not know when to withdraw. As a result, it became a full-blown battle between the demons and humans. The result of that was the demons were defeated brilliantly. With the power of human beings, which were superior in numbers, and the power of heroes summoned from another world, they became unrivaled. Even after signing a treaty with the humans and moving to the demon territory, no one has forgotten that history. Humans, don't underestimate humans, don't turn humans into your enemies. That is the slogan of the demon territory that has been passed down from generation to generation. Is there anything in the warehouse that Thor Regues could use as a weapon? Don't worry, there's only junk over there. At the question of the Demon Lord, Chancellor Kelv shrugged. There should be only tools and books brought by heroes from another world. There should be no weapons. It should be possible for him to make weapons with alchemy. We'll watch him tightly so that when he tries to attack us, he will be immediately arrested. Chancellor Kelv looked at Mabel behind him. Then, Mabel, refrain. I order you to be the watchman and caretaker of Thor. Yes, I'll be happy to. Why are you so happy? I think Thor-sama is a very nice person. Mabel picked up the hem of her skirt and bowed. The smile makes the Demon Lord and the Chancellor squint. You just met Thor Regues, though, but you seem to really trust him. I owe him a debt of gratitude. Is it because he fixed your pendant? That's right. The rest is my intuition as an elf. Mabel smiled gently. The elves are a race that used to interact with various spirits. There are fewer spirits now, but the blood that remains in me says to believe in Thor Regues. I believe in Mabel's intuition. Of course, as a direct report of the Demon Lord, my loyalty to your majesty is unwavering. But I feel like Thor-sama will change the Demon Lord territory. Saying that, she joined her hands together and bowed. Thank you for the opportunity. Demon Lord Rookie-sama. Mabel had a happy smile on her face. Thor's perspective. Amazing. When I entered the place prepared for me, I suddenly made a strange voice. This is the warehouse of Demon Castle. It's a stone room without windows that's about the size of a small hall, and innumerable books and items were piled up on the floor. I can see why it's called a junkyard. It's not organized at all. Rusted swords, armors with broken seams, bent shields were rolling around. I even see some agricultural tools here too. A broom, bucket, and dustpan were there too. There is no dust on the floor. Someone must be cleaning the room often. However, I should just sort the books for the time being? No, that's not possible. What is written on the cover of the book are not characters of this world. The letters and pictures are too much for me. These are books left in this world by the heroes from another world after all. Wow, Demon Castle, amazing. In the Empire, there are few things that are left from the era of heroes. The hero summoning ceremony is no longer held. According to a story I heard when I was a kid, they performed the summoning ritual again, but the heroes did not come. No one is sure about the reason behind it, though. The ritual may have lost its meaning because the world became peaceful. No, I don't care about the Empire anymore. I'm going to check the warehouse first. The Demon Lord didn't give me the warehouse just because she was kind. This is like an investment for me in anticipation of being useful to the demon territory later. If I do not meet their expectations, everything would be taken back. To prevent this, I need to make something that will make the Demon Lord and the demon territory's residents happy. What should I make? I wonder if a practical product would do the trick. I'm getting fired up. I look around the warehouse and thought about what I can make. There are various things in the warehouse. Shield and swords, there are also coats and boots that came from an unknown origin. They all seem to be useful materials. The books are currently unusable, though, because I can't read the language of another world. Mail order catalog, is that the title of this book? I could read it normally. What I got was a book made of slippery material. Moreover, all the pages are colored. What was drawn in there was so realistic that it might be mistaken for the real thing. I think the heroes called this a photograph. There are photos on every page, and various items are introduced. But why can I read the characters from another world? Maybe it's the power of appraisal. That skill can read the ability of the item. Therefore, it might be possible for it to read characters from another world. When I turned the page while thinking about that, the first thing I noticed was health goods. It's probably recovery items in the other world. There are various things such as a product that relieves eye strain, something that removes stiff shoulders, or a thing that promote a good night's sleep. I see. I finally understand why the hero of another world was strong. Perhaps they were increasing their resilience with these items. Next to the item's picture, it says, in 2 minutes, for 1 day your eyesight increases 20 times from 0.1 to 2.0, or a 2-hour sleep that is worth 10 hours. If the heroes boosted their abilities with these items, it would be natural for them to be strong. I wonder if I can make the same thing. When I asked the skill creation alchemy, it answered my question. You can do it. Making the exact same thing would be impossible. However, I feel like I can make something with similar abilities. Then, let's try doing it. Using creation alchemy, I will catch up with the technology in another world. I will use all the items in this warehouse for that purpose. The Demon Lord said, learn from humans. They shouldn't complain when I make a copy of an item from another world. They can use the items I make as they like. I'm happy if the demon territory becomes a better place to live than the Empire. It's a so-called win-win relationship. Okay. Thorsama. My heart stopped for a moment. I looked back. Mabel in her maid outfit was standing at the door. Oh, I'm sorry to surprise you. I brought some tea, but I didn't get a reply when I knocked. And no worries. You were very enthusiastic, but what were you looking at? It's a book from another world. I expanded the mail order catalog. Mabel scanned through the catalog, but I'm sorry, I don't know what is written on it. After all, you can't read it, huh? This is what the Demon Lord of the previous generation collected as a hobby. He seemed to have collected everything regardless of whether he could read it or not. The predecessor Demon Lord collected various things to learn from humans. It seems that when the demons were fighting the hero, they picked it up or received it from the hero. The hero of another world had a habit of saying, I'm super amazing, and he proudly handed over books from his own world. The Demon Lord of the previous generation pushed everything he got into this warehouse, thinking that it might be useful someday. He said in his will, quote, it might be useful someday. It sounds like a line from a person who can't clean up the room. Anyway, would you like to take a break? Mabel raised the tray. I brewed tea. I don't know if it will fit your taste. Itadakimasu. When I said that, Mabel had a relieved face. After that, Mabel and I moved to the room beside the warehouse. Next to the warehouse is my room. Mabel seemed to have come here earlier and was already ready with tea. A copper cup was placed on the table, from which the aroma of the tea was wafting out. Besides the tea, there are baked goods. Is this a dessert of the demon territory? I will take care of Thor-sama from now on. Please treat me well from now on. Likewise, please treat me well too. Well, half of her job is like a watchman. The demon lord is a nice person, but she wouldn't let an alchemist of the empire go unchecked. But when Mabel is by my side, I feel calmer. I wonder why. I don't know much about her yet though. The only things I know about her are that the maid outfit that she wears looks great and that she's in a position where she could easily enter an audience with the demon lord. She also has beautiful long ears. Big breasts too. And if I look closely, I can see that she's wearing very thick long socks made of fur. The skirt of the maid outfit is short so usually, the legs are exposed making the socks stand out quite a bit. Oh this. Did she notice my line of sight? Mabel pointed at her feet. I'm sorry, I feel cold all the time. Cold? The doctor said that the magic power in my body wasn't flowing well. The magic power in the body. Doesn't the Empire have that kind of knowledge? There are mages, but I've never heard of magic power making the body cold. Or rather, the mages of the Empire doesn't even think about the body at all. When you join the magic corps of the Imperial City, first of all, you're fire 100 flame magics. After that, you run after the knights while firing 100 water magics. There is no such idea that magic power is related to health. That's why I can't use magic well. Mabel murmured. Elves should be good at magic. That's why I was kicked out by my fellow elves. Fortunately, I seem to have a talent for cooking and housework, so I was picked it up by the demon lord. Mabel-san also had a hard time. I'm sorry. My mouth just slipped. Mabel holds her mouth in a hurry. Anyways, these socks, it's not very cool, is it? Please tell me if it looks unsightly. I'll take them off. No, that's okay. I remembered the mail order catalog. There must have been something that could be used in there. Can borrow the laboratory table for a while. Laboratory table. I would like to ask you to try an item from the hero's world. Chapter 6, Making an item from the hero's world. Found it. Among the health goods I found earlier, there was a recovery item for people with poor circulation. It was shaped like a square tub. There is a space to put in both feet, and shining letters are displayed in the front. The name of this is foot bath. The description goes like this. Powerful water currents and vibrations warm your feet up, improves the blood flow throughout the body, and eliminates cold feet. The whole body is nice and warm. It also has the effect of stimulating the acupuncture points of the feet and improving the flow of qi, varies from person to person. From the day you use it, it gives you a comfortable life free from poor circulation. It's a book of the world of the hero. It has a very convincing description. Thor-sama, what are you trying to do? I received this warehouse and materials, so I decided to make this item. I showed Mabel the page of the book. This is a bucket you put your feet in. Can you help me make it? Why, yes, of course. Please order me to do anything. A bucket was found with the cleaning tools. It's a big metal one, big enough to fit both legs in. Then, can you wash the bucket, please? Why, yes. Mabel leaves the warehouse with the bucket in her hands. According to the mail order catalog, the foot bath seems to vibrate hot water in a bucket. When it comes to that, all I need is a fire magic stone and a wind magic stone. I'm pretty sure there were some shields with magic stones in the warehouse. I found it as soon as I looked for it. When I appraised the shields, fire shield, a shield that spews out flames in response to enemy attacks. Internal magic mechanism is completely broken and cannot be operated. Wind shield causes a storm that blows away enemy arrows. Internal magic mechanism is completely broken and cannot be operated. Since they're broken, it's perfect for the job. Let's salvage the magic stones. Activate Creation Alchemy. I activated the Creation Alchemy skill. This skill can change substances if I touch the shield while the skill is activated. Gunyari, the shield became softer. Even though it's metal, it's soft and fluffy. With Creation Alchemy, what I consider to be material can be changed into different forms. I made the fire magic stones surrounding softer and pulled the magic stone out. In the same way, I collected the wind magic stone. Let's use the rest of the material of the shield as a material for the foot bath. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. What's wrong, Mabel-san? Well, that was the shield that was in the warehouse, right? Was the shield an important thing? No, but why is it soft? Here, give it a try. When I offered it, Mabel reached for the softened shield. Funi. She's poking the rounded shield to enjoy the soft sensation. This feeling is like playing with mud when I was little. Is the bucket cleaned? Why, yes. It's nice and shiny now. Thank you. I have a bucket, the softened shield, a fire magic stone, and a wind magic stone now. I have all the materials I need to copy the item foot bath from another world. Activate creation alchemy. Create health goods from another world foot bath. An image of the foot bath appeared in the air. When I overlapped the bucket and the softened shield with it, the shape of them changed to square like a foot bath. Creation alchemy walked me through it. Next, it seems that I should insert the magic stone of fire and the magic stone of wind. They would become the source that produces hot water and vibration. Following the image, I put the magic stones into the bucket. Concentrate. I imagined the magic power flowing out from the magic stones and then dissolving into the water. I probably can't produce an exact item from the hero's world. The level of civilization of our worlds are too different. However, it seems that I can make something that produces similar effects, something like a rip-off version of it. I don't understand the principle behind the items of the hero's world. Therefore, in this world, I can only substitute it with magic power and magic stones. May the powerful water flow and vibration warm Mabel's feet, improve blood flow throughout the body, and eliminate the cold. In addition, stimulate the acupuncture points. I don't know what that means of her feet so that she can spend your time comfortably. Image of the item has been confirmed. Generating item. When I opened my eyes, I saw a foot bath that looked exactly like the one in the mail order catalog. It's a success. Creation alchemy has finished. When it declared that, the square tub gave off a faint light. I touched the surface to examine it. Foot bath. Attribute fire, water, wind. Rarity 2. The fire magic stone can heat the water inside. The wind magic stone can create water streams and bubbles. Since magic stones are consumables, they need to be replaced regularly. Replace them with a new one once a year. When cleaning it, use clean, fresh water. Do not wash with detergent. Physical destruction resistance. 3 can only be destroyed with a magic weapon. Service life, 25 years. So that's it. Since it was made by me, I can get a more detailed description. Thor-sama. Yes, Mabel-san. Have you completed it? That's right. It looks like it's done. It's been less than 10 minutes since you had the idea of making it. It was because the materials needed were already here. Are all the alchemists of the Empire like this? I'm not sure because I haven't met any other alchemists before. My dad did say, don't be conceit. Alchemists like you are everywhere. But his judgments are flawed most of the time. I didn't get to visit an alchemist's workshop, so I'm not really sure. Maybe there are quite a lot. There are a lot of alchemists who have the same power as Thor-sama. In the first place, the thing I made is just a copy of an item from the hero's world. It's not that surprising. A copy of the hero's item, in such a short time. Mabel-san, your face is blue, are you all right? And no, it's okay. Mabel places her hand on her chest and said, Can I use this, please? No, I'll give it to you. To me, a copy of an item from the world of heroes. Please guide me to a place to get water for the time being. I will teach you how to use it. That's why Mabel and I decided to go get water inside the castle. Chapter 7, Improving Magic Circulation. The water source of the castle was in the basement where water is pumped from there. The tea I drank earlier's water came from here too. I will explain how to use it. Okay, but why do we have an audience? Besides Mabel and me, there was also the blue-haired chancellor here too. I also wanted to see your item. The chancellor, apparently named Kelv, squinted and said that, oh well. I pumped the water and put it in the foot bath. Next, I poured magic power into the fire magic stone and waited for a few minutes. Steam is coming out of the tub. Then Mabel-san, please put your feet in H. I brought it to the bottom of the stairs. Mabel-san sat on the steps of the stairs and took her shoes and thick socks off. Her thin legs and toes are exposed. Mabel was rubbing her feet together to generate heat, but as soon as she put her feet into the foot bath, wow, it's warm. There is a wind magic stone at the front of the tub. Please pour your magic power into it to activate it. Understood. Mabel puts her fingertips on the front of the foot bath. Shuwawawa, Hawawawa. Water started to flow, and bubbles are generated in the tub. The flow of air created by the wind magic stone creates fine bubbles and a violent stream of water. The water is warmed to a reasonable temperature by the fire magic stone. It should be massaging Mabel's cold feet right now. It's amazing. Mabel, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. Mabel looked at me with drowsy eyes. My body feels warm and comfortable. The magic power inside my body feels like it's circulating. Magic power. The Chancellor opened his eyes widely. Wait a minute. What Thordono made was a health good in the world of heroes, right? That's right. The Chancellors of the Demon Territory have passed down information about the hero, orally, from generation to generation. Thus, I have some knowledge about them too. You're amazing. Thank you. Chancellor Kelv bowed lightly and continued. Anyways, according to the oral traditions, there is no record of a hero using a magic item called health goods. As the word health goods mean, the items should usually heal exhaustion. But why does it affect Mabel's magic power? It can't be helped. After all, it's an item in the hero's world. It can't be helped. Think carefully, Chancellor Kelv. I looked at the eyes of Chancellor Kelv and said, the heroes were those who had powerful skills and magic powers, right? They used their skills to help rebuild the human empires that had been suppressed by the demons. Eventually, they pushed the demons back into the current demon territory. The heroes had that much power. No, even the people of the current empire have unimaginable power, but they were more unimaginable. The item in the hero's world couldn't just be something that heals fatigue, right? Is that how it's supposed to be? It's probably like that. No way, even the doctors couldn't improve Mabel's circulation, but it was cured by the health good from another world. The Chancellor was trembling. I guess it can't be helped if he's surprised. What we are seeing is the effect of an item from the hero's world after all. Even so, I wonder how proud the heroes were of their technology. I'm sure they're making more amazing objects even now. I still have a long way to go. Hawawu. With the tub turned off, Mabel sighed. I'll stop at this point. No more, I feel too comfortable. Mabel, how are you feeling? Yes, Kelv-sama. Mabel sways her legs while sitting on the stairs. I feel that my body has been refreshed and the flow of magic power has improved. Try using magic now. Yes, in the name of wind and darkness, dark wind. Whoosh! A cold wind blew through the room. It flew right past the Chancellor. I can use magic, from my hands magic. Tears spilled out from Mabel's eyes. From my hands that were said to be useless, I shot out wind magic for the first time. I see. The foot bath in the world of heroes had the effect of improving the circulation of magic power. Such a thing was not written in the mail order catalog. It must have been a matter of course for the hero's world. People wouldn't normally record common sense. Thank you, Thor-sama. Mujyu, Mabel suddenly hugged me. Because she was standing on the steps of the stairs, she was a bit taller than me, causing my face to be buried. I've been worrying all this time because I couldn't use magic. Now I can go to subdue monsters with everyone. I can help my friends. Mabel was in tears. Thor-sama is my benefactor. I will definitely return this favor. I am willing to do anything for you. Anwishwing anything. Yes, Thor-sama has given me new possibilities, so. Mabel. Thordone looks a little troubled now. Chancellor Kelv interrupted Mabel with a cough. In a hurry, Mabel separated from me. I'm sorry, Thor-sama. No. Thank you. For what? Mabel and I involuntarily look at each other. Then at the same time, we started to laugh. Always, please use this foot bath as you like, Mabel-san. No, this is under Her Majesty's control. Chancellor Kelv interrupted my words. But I made this to treat Mabel's poor circulation. Of course, if Mabel wants to use it, I can permit her to use it. Chancellor Kelv takes a deep breath and said, however, an item that can improve the circulation of magic power cannot be freely used by individuals. If it ends up in the wrong hands, it could disturb the power balance of the demon territory. Wrong hands? Why are you surprised there, Thordono? No, I don't remember meeting any malicious person since I came to the demon territory. There is. There are more people than you think living in the demon territory. Really? It can't be helped. If I argued with the Chancellor right now, Mabel will be troubled. Also, that foot bath is just a prototype anyways. Let's secretly make something easier to handle for Mabel. Of course, I will buy this item at an appropriate price. Is it okay to pay for it in gold coins? Since it's the currency of the demon territory, Thordono can only use the coins in the demon territory. Of course, if you wish, we can exchange it for an item of equivalent value. I can get money for making something with alchemy. What did you say, Thordono? And nothing. I accidentally got too excited. I see I get paid if I work as an alchemist. I don't know why, but I'm happy. Then, can I get magic stones? Magic stone. Magic stones with the attributes of earth, water, fire, and wind. A magic stone is a stone that contains one of the 4 main elements. It is often formed naturally or found inside monsters. Also, I might be able to replenish magic stones that have been used up. Thordono, what are you going to do with magic stones? I'll be making something useful. Did you know that magic stones can also be made into weapons too? Then, how about applying when I need it, and I get as much as I need? I know that magic stones can be used as weapons. There was also a shield using magic stones in the warehouse that was broken. In short, I want to make an all-you-can-use magic stone plan. An all-you-can-use magic stone plan. What I make can be freely used by the demon territory. Instead, the demon territory will provide me with clothing, food, shelter, magic stones, and the materials in the warehouse. How about that? Thor Regue's Dono. Yes, Chancellor Kelv-sama. Aren't you uncomfortable with letting non-humans use what you made? Am supposed to feel that way. I don't understand what he's talking about. No matter how great an item it is, it's not an item if you don't use it. I just want to make what I like. I said, I would like to have various people use what I made and listen to their impressions. Then I will find and improve the defects. I will also study the items of the hero's world and finally exceed the hero's world. That's all I want. I understand. I will consult with Demon Lord Sama. Chancellor Kelv replied, holding his head. Anyways, I understand how amazing your ability is. I will consult with Demon Lord Sama about the future. So please take a rest first. You just came to the demon territory after all. With that said, Chancellor Kelv left the room. Chapter 8, Demon Lord Ruki and Chancellor Kelv's talk about Alchemist Thor. Demon Castle in the throne room. Mabel is now able to use magic. Demon Lord Ruki screamed. And it's cured by a magic item made by Thor Regue's. Is that true, Kelv? Yes, I confirmed it with my own eyes. I can't believe it. Demon Lord Ruki opened her eyes wide to Chancellor Kelv's answer. As for Mabel's magic circulation, she visited all the healers in the demon territory. But they couldn't cure it, and that alchemist healed her in a single day. Thor Regue's Dono's abilities are terrifying. The voice of Chancellor Kelv was quivering slightly. He saw Mabel using the foot bath, and immediately after that, he witnessed her activating magic. The scene was like a miracle. It was a wonderful sight to see. In the first place, the reason why Mabel cannot use magic is that the magic power in her body doesn't circulate well. Chancellor Kelv started talking. The healers who looked at Mabel said it might be because her grandmother was human, but they didn't know how to treat it. I have heard that too. Demon Lord Ruki sighed. That's why Mabel didn't join the elf village. That's right. Elves are a race with strong magic power. Mabel, who has a human grandmother, had bad magic power circulation for some reason. Because of that, her water attribute magic power accumulate in her, making her cold. How did Thor Regue's cure it? It seems that Mabel's magic power circulation has been improved by using 3 types of magic power. Chancellor Kelv raised 3 fingers. In the foot bath, it seems that the fire magic stone and the wind magic stone were used. I know. He used the fire magic stone to heat up the water and the wind magic stone to create bubbles. Yes. In other words, Thordono can be said to have dissolved the fire attribute and the wind attribute into the water. The fire attribute magic power and the wind attribute magic power are dissolved into the water. Understanding the theory behind it, Demon Lord Ruki opens her eyes wide in surprise. Does that mean that by dissolving the 2 kinds of magic powers in water, it made it easier for Mabel to absorb the wind and fire magic attribute? I can't think of anything else. Chancellor Kelv nodded. Mabel is an elf with strong water attributes. If the magic power is dissolved in water, it makes sense that it makes it easier for her to absorb. By doing so, Mabel who took in the fire and wind magic power. With the fire attribute providing heat and the wind attribute circulating, the coldness was cured and her circulation improved. Demon Lord Ruki dejectedly sat down on the throne. Fire magic power literally means heat and fire. If you take in the fire magic power, your body would heat up. Wind magic power is the flow of air around the earth, basically meaning circulation. By taking in both the fire and wind magic power at the same time, Mabel's sensitivity to the cold and the circulation of magic power inside her body improved. Chapter 9, Intermission. Events in the Empire. After Thor was sent to the demon territory, in the Duke's house, Butler Dono, the palace has asked about repairment of the magic sword. A few days after Thor was sent to the demon territory, the butler who serves Duke Regius received a report from his subordinate. The butler and the guard captain are the confidants of the Duke Regius. They cooperated with the Duke in sending Thor as a sacrifice to the demon territory. The Duke is in a good mood these days. He was also happy as his butler, but a magic sword repairment? Did we ever get such a request? Did you forget about it? Wasn't it a request to repair the magic sword that the princess will use? Oh, I remember now. I'm sure I sent it in for repairs through the government office. Finally remembering, the butler nodded. The alchemist's position in the empire is low. Therefore, aristocrats try to make requests through the government office, regardless if they know an alchemist or not. The magic sword used by the princess was also sent for repair using the same procedure. Okay, I'll go check. With that said, the butler in black hurried to the government office. What? You can't repair it. Yes, we brought it to the alchemist's workshop, but we were refused. The director of the government office replied. But the document says, repairs are up to 80% complete. That is. The director awkwardly averted his eyes. Actually, my staff secretly fixed the magic sword with their alchemy skill. What? Our department's budget is being reduced year by year. We try to do what we can do on-site without using the budget. Of course, we have the permission of the upper echelons. Okay, then call the person here. He's not here anymore. It's foolish to let go of such a person. Can you not even keep tabs on a person? No, I didn't let go of such a person. Shut up, who is that person? It's Thor Canondono. The director murmured. No, Kanan was his mother's surname. Now that he's back in the Duke-sama's house, he should be called Thor Regius instead. That person is pretty good. He checked each item one by one and made necessary repairs to the ones he found broken. What? I haven't received such a report. Do you remember that it was the Duke's family who told me not to write down his records? The director of the government office shook his head. Don't put Thor Regius's name. Keep his work and achievements out of the eyes of the Duke and other aristocrats. That's why I couldn't report or record his work. Iganuno, didn't Thor return to the Duke's family, if you directly ask? Oh, shut you p. Don't talk about aristocratic circumstances. The butler in black stomped on the ground and shouted. Facing the menacing look, the face of the director of the government office turned deep blue. Don't mention Thor Regius. He's a taboo in the Duke's family. Got it, don't mention that name again. I understand. Then what about the magic sword? I'll ask the alchemist's workshop myself. That should do it. But the alchemist says that it's impossible to fix. It must have been a low-leveled workshop. The Duke's butler picked up the silver, double-edged magic store. However, a part of the blade that was near the guard was chipped. The chip was about the size of a little fingernail, but according to the records, the crack seems to have reached the center of the blade. Are they saying that Thor Regius fixed it up to this point? Then there is no way that other alchemists can't fix it. I'm 100% certain that Thor Regius was a poor alchemist. The purpose, of course, is to restore it and get the Duke's attention. Such a foolish thing to do. While he was trying, his fate has already been decided. With that in mind, the Duke's butler nodded. He pretended not to notice the cold sweat on his forehead. Duke Regius, the guard captain, and the butler himself ridiculed at his incompetence, and Thor Regius, who was exiled from the Empire, must be incompetent. If he is capable and has special powers. Didn't we mess up? As if to shake off the thought that arose, the butler shook his head. Okay, let's forget about what happened about this magic sword. The Duke's butler told Thor Regue's boss. The authority to repair this magic sword is with the Duke's house. I'll go ask the best alchemist in the royal capital. Forget about this magic sword completely. Got it? And never say the name Thor Regue's ever again. Then the Duke's butler quickly left the building. The next day, the Duke's butler with the magic sword in hand visited the alchemist's workshop. He called the alchemist, the master of the workshop, and placed the magic sword in front of him. Meanwhile, the alchemist and all those in the workshop bowed deeply. Naturally, everyone in the empire aims to be the strongest. Alchemists that have no power to fight should bow down to the name of Duke Regue's. With that in mind, the butler handed the alchemist the magic sword. You can't repair it. I'm sorry, this is too much for us. The alchemist, the owner of the workshop, shook his head flatly. Is there such an absurd thing? This is probably the largest workshop in the royal capital. Repairing a magic sword is difficult. Please take a look. The alchemist placed a silver longsword on a cloth laid on the table. The longsword had a complex pattern on the handle that seemed to faintly shine. The alchemist points to the blade. As you can see, there was a crack here. It looks like it's completely filled in, but there are still little cracks, right? I'm telling you to fix it. A magic sword is not so easy to fix. The old alchemist sighs. If it's an ordinary sword, a blacksmith can fix it easily. But this is a magic sword. We have to add attributes such as fire and earth to the metal that makes up the blade. That's why repairing it requires the alchemy skill. We have to create metal that has the same attributes as the original metal of the sword so that they would accept and connect together. If you know how to do it, then why don't you do it? There is no alchemist with that skill in the Empire. Not even one. It existed in the heroes' era, but there are no longer any. Alchemists have become blacksmith subordinates, and their magic sword restoration skills have been lost. When I was a kid, I used to say that without nurturing alchemist talents, many items from the heroes' era will be lost. With a distant eye, the alchemist said. Then he turned his eyes to the magic sword. It looks like someone has already partially repaired this magic sword. Then, why not ask the person in charge of it to continue? Ew. The butler in black mumbled. The alchemist is stroking the back of the magic sword's blade with his fingertips. He had a fascinated expression. This restoration technique is really amazing. The document states that there was a crack up to the center of the blade, but it has been repaired to the point that there are almost no traces of the crack. The fragmented part and the other parts are all completely connected. Amazing. With that said, the alchemist raised his face. Please, can you introduce me to the person who has fixed this? Please tell me how to contact him. With this kind of technique, the empire will develop further. Shut up. The butler shouted. There was no way he could introduce him to Thor that went to the demon territory. It's not possible to get him back either. The Duke also said, he's as good as dead. He would be killed by demons or demi-humans in the demon territory, or be executed when he causes trouble. Just fix it. Isn't it just a chip in the blade? As I said, I can't repair it back to its original form. Duke Regue says that it's fine if it looks the same. That was the truth. The butler was told by the Duke, I will leave it to you. As long as it looks the same, it's fine. Besides, this magic sword is only used for a ceremony. It is certainly used by Her Royal Highness, but it's not used to subdue monsters. If it looks good, it should be fine. Is it possible just fix it on the surface? Isn't it necessary for it to be perfect as a magic sword? That's it. But if I synthesize another material on, there is going to be a problem with its strength. This is used for ceremonies. Only a few of the magic swords can draw out the power used in the heroes' era. The sword shouldn't be burdened too much. The butler stared at an old alchemist. Or are you going to decline the Duke's request? If you go that far, I have no choice but to accept it. The alchemist sighed again. But please write a contract that says that it was the Duke's house that requested it to be only fixed on the surface. Contract? I don't want to be responsible for this. I understand. It couldn't help it. This magic sword needs to be repaired this month. While telling himself that, the Duke's butler signed the contract. Chapter 10, Thinking About Storage and Workshop. Thor Perspective. Thor-sama, please open your mouth. Yes, Ayan. It's okay, Mabel-san. I can eat it myself. I was eating in the room in the evening. When I was in the Empire, they said that, in the demon territory, they eat raw monsters without seasoning it, but that wasn't the case at all. What Mabel brought were toasted bread, warm soup, and meat dishes. The bread is a little hard, but sweet nuts are needed inside. The soup is rich, and the meat dishes are seasoned with herbs to enhance the taste of the meat. Or rather, this was tastier than the food in the imperial capital. The elf in front of me, Mabel, was delightfully watching me eat. I was nervous when I started eating, but I'm used to it now. I know Mabel is a good person, but I owe Thor-sama a debt, let me return it. She tries to make me say, Anne, every chance she gets. Every time she tries to bring a cut of meat to my mouth, I could see her wide-open collar and the things inside. Anyway, I knew that Elf's skin was very beautiful, but Mabel had a serious expression and said, "Thanks to Thor-sama, I am now able to use magic. You also had my mother's pendant fixed. Receiving this one-sided kindness would sully the pride of an elf, so please let me give the favor back." By all means. By all means. I understand. I'll let you give the favor back one day. One day. I still don't know anything about the demon territory. I said, "That's why I want you to show me around the castle and the territory when we have time." I understand. It's the first step to giving it back. Mabel-san, how many steps do you have to take to reach the goal? With the permission of Demon Lord Sama, I will guide you through the castle and territory shortly. After all, we still need the permission of Demon Lord Sama. It's only for the first time. Demon Lord Sama is a laid-back person. Is that so? When I saw her in the throne room, she looked pretty strict. Besides, I felt that she was quite a powerful person. Are there any other requests? What if I want another room? In the end, you still need the permission of Demon Lord Sama. Just as I thought. This is my room in Demon Castle. The room has a bed, a table, chairs, and a desk. Besides the entrance, there are 2 doors. One leads to the warehouse, and the other leads to the washroom. By the way, there is no bath in the washroom. It seems that the castle has a large public bath, but I'm still reluctant to go soak in the bathtub with everyone else in the Demon Castle. There is a large window near my bed. From the window, I can see the forest I passed through and the scenery of the capital of the Demon Territory. I think it's a good place. In fact, it's much better than the room I had in the imperial capital. However, I want another room for alchemy. Her Majesty Demon Lord had the intention of making the warehouse a workshop, but there are many valuable things there. There are tons of books from another world and things that could be used as materials. And alchemy processing and forging may require the use of fire and chemicals which might damage the books and materials. To avoid that, it would be better to have a room dedicated for work. Why don't I go to Demon Lord Sama and get permission for Thor-sama? The room is still okay. Please give me a guide to the castle before that. Understood. Because it's better to do it as soon as possible, can we do it tomorrow? Of course, I would be happy to be with Thor-sama. With that said, Mabel bowed to me. If you have any other requests, please do not hesitate to tell me. This Mabel refrain will put my life on the line to meet Thor-sama's wishes. You don't have to put your life on the line. I said, but Mabel just smiled gently. Did she really get it? After a while, I finished my meal and Mabel left the room. I brought the mail order catalog from the warehouse and spread it on my desk. Is there a magic item that could be made into a workshop? With that in mind, I turned the pages. The first page of the catalog has a table of contents. Speaking of items that are likely to become a workshop, would it be under the storage category? By the way, I read in history books when I was in the Empire that the heroes had the ability to store items. The ability was called by various names such as storage box, storage skill, and item box. With the ability to store a large number of items in another space, it seems that the stored items could be freely taken out at any time. Perhaps the items were automatically organized internally. It was the hero's unique ability. No one in the Empire today has the same ability. In the first place, I don't even know if it was a skill or an item-based ability. As expected, it was a lost technology from the hero's era. That storage box was one of the reasons why the hero was so strong. Even if you carry a lot of items, they will not become heavy luggages. Moreover, you can take out your favorite items out at any time. It's a very useful ability for both traveling and fighting. If I could create an alternative to the storage box, it could be a clue to surpassing the strength of the hero. It looks like it's worth a try. Hopefully, I might be able to create a workshop in the storage space. I opened the storage item category page of the mail order catalog. If this is a book in the world of heroes, there should be something similar to a storage box. Is this it? I stopped in the middle of a page. Listed, there was a warehouse made with metal. This was the description. The appearance is compact, and the inside is unbelievably wide. You can store everything in there. Easy to organize, you can take it out with just a thought. It has the same ability as the hero's storage box. It's amazing, I really found it. The name of the item is Simple Warehouse. Height 2 meters, width 3 meters, depth 3 meters. It's made of metal and has a large sliding door. The photo showed the outside of the warehouse. The explanation of the photo says, surpassing common sense, a wide space on another dimension. In other words, another dimension must mean a wide space in a separate dimension. Then, I might be able to make the storing items in a separate dimension function of the storage box. The heroes who once came to this world stored items in a separate space. And this book came from the hero's world. It's not strange that items with the same ability are listed. All right, let's try it. My purpose is to surpass the hero and make useful items that are like the ones in the hero's world, and spread them throughout the demon territory. Make the demon territory a much easier place to live than the Empire. I decided to use my creation alchemy for that, so let's try to make this simple warehouse. Activate Creation Alchemy. I activated the skill. I took a closer look at the mail order catalog page and checked the functions and parameters of Simple Warehouse again. I checked if I can copy it with my skill. The answer of Creation Alchemy is Simple Warehouse can be created with Creation Alchemy. However, there is insufficient magic power to create it. Required magic power. Earth magic power satisfies the creation conditions. Wind magic power satisfies the creation conditions. Dark magic power insufficient. I can make it. However, it seems that my dark magic power is not enough. What is needed to make Simple Warehouse is earth magic power, wind magic power, and dark magic power. It seems that earth magic power surrounds the space, and the wind magic power creates the atmosphere. But without enough dark magic power, I guess we can't create another dimension or space. Dark magic power literally means darkness, emptiness, or nothingness. In the Empire, it's a magic power that only has a negative image, but blanks and emptiness are necessary. Without an empty space, people wouldn't be able to move. You can put things in a tub or a room because there is nothing inside. Therefore, it can be seen that a large amount of dark magic power is required to create a wide storage space that is empty in the Simple Warehouse. However, the dark magic power that I can use is still small. Because I was in the Empire where the light magic power was strong and the dark magic power was weak, I didn't get to come in contact with dark magic power until recently. Then, what should I do? It seems that it will take time to fully absorb the dark magic power. I wish there was a person nearby who possesses a large amount of dark magic power. Excuse me. Is Thor Regues here? Suddenly, there was a knocking sound. From the gap of the door, a large amount of dark magic power flowed in. Absorbed the necessary dark magic power. Simple Warehouse can now be created. I heard a voice in my head. What? Why? I'm Demon Lord Rookie Everguard. Thor Regues, you're in there right. Why yes. When I opened the door, there was Demon Lord Rookie Everguard standing there. She's the same as the time when we met in the throne room. She's wearing a black robe and a silver mask on her face. Mabel is next to her. It seems that she has guided Demon Lord Rookie to this point. I'm glad that I got to talk to you. May I come in? Oh, of course. Be at ease, you don't have to kneel. I came here unofficially. I stood up after being told. I saw the Demon Lord up front. It's the first time I've seen the Demon Lord Rookie so close. As expected of a Demon Lord, she's full of dignity. I don't know what expression she has behind the mask, but somehow, I feel like she's taller than me. The mask and the jet black robes are probably magic items. My instinct as an alchemist whispered that they were powerful. I'm curious, but it seems dangerous to touch it. Her blonde hair is sticking out of the hood. She's a woman, but I feel the pressure that transcends gender from her voice. That's why I reflexively kneeled. First of all, let me thank you, Thor Regues. said the demon lord clearly. I'm grateful that Mabel is able to use magic now. She is very important to me. Thank you for solving her troubles. Thank you, Thor Regues. I am unworthy of those words, Her Majesty Demon Lord. I answered with my head slightly bowed. Originally, I was also an aristocrat. I have learned before how to deal with such situations. I have been indebted to Mabel-san since I came to the demon territory. I'm happy if my alchemy could help Mabel-san. It was the truth. I was abandoned by the Empire, and I was forced to ride in a carriage and came here. I am really grateful to Mabel for warmly welcoming me. You are really strange. How so? During my father, the previous demon lord's reign, welcomed a messenger who came from the Empire. He was so scared that he couldn't speak properly. Well, he soon returned without saying anything. There are different kinds of people in the world. You really are calm. Interesting, but... The demon lord looked at me with interest. It's also questionable. I wonder if you're planning something. So you saw through me. Are you really planning something? Actually, I'm thinking of making this. I showed the mail order catalog page to the demon lord. Assembly will be completed in 2 hours. It's a simple warehouse that won't break even if 50 sheeps are put in it. Can I make it? I feel uncomfortable when the bedroom and the workshop are the same. You really are weird. Demon Lord Ruki sighed. Can I ask you one thing, Alchemist Thor? Yes, Your Majesty Demon Lord. Why are your eyes shining? I'm glad I was officially recognized as an alchemist by the top of a country. What is your purpose? Demon Lord Ruki asked. You are here as a messenger of the Empire. The role of the messenger is to interact and communicate. However, you have repaired Mabel's pendant and improved her condition. Why do you do that? What is your purpose? Tell me. Even if you ask me, that I won't know how to answer. After all, I was abandoned by the Empire and brought here. The Duke and the soldiers who brought me treated me as a sacrifice to the demon territory. But it's difficult to explain it. I don't want to be mess up and change my treatment. So, I told a white lie. My purpose is to surpass the heroes. I said the demon lord was speechless. Beyond the heroes. Ah yes. To be precise, it's about making magic items that transcend the hero's world. Foolishness. Heroes have a great number of skills, and their world is far more advanced than this world. Beyond that hero's world. Fortunately, there are materials available here. I showed her the mail order catalog. The shape and abilities of magic items in the hero's world are described in this. I don't think I can make it exactly the same, but I could make something similar. Maybe Your Majesty Demon Lord knows about the source of the hero's power. Maybe it's the one in the book called indispensable electricity. But if the source of the hero's power is this indispensable electricity thing, it cannot be used in this world. So that means I should still use magic power. What do you think, Your Majesty? Oh, I'm sorry, I got sidetracked. Why do I want to make magic items that go beyond the hero's world? Heroes are godly to me, and I can't understand them at all. But if I make an item from their world and actually use it, I may be able to understand the hero better. Surpassing the hero also means to understand the heroes. Thor Regues. Suddenly, the demon lord muttered in a heavy tone. She's staring at me from the other side of the mask. This is bad. I talk too much. When it comes to alchemy, it's a bad habit of mine to get hooked right away. The other side is Demon Lord Ruki Evergard, who stands at the top of the demons. She isn't someone I can talk so casually to. My demon territory was once defeated by the heroes from another world. Don't you know that? Said the demon lord. Thor Regues, you want to surpass that hero? Yes, that's right. I see. Demon Lord Ruki takes a deep breath and then said, interesting. You're interesting. A person from the Empire wants to make items that surpass the heroes in the demon territory. Really intriguing. Try it, Thor Regues. Is that okay? I can't be a demon lord without being open-minded. Very well, let's fulfill that ambition. The demon lord proclaimed with pride. I'm glad that she wasn't angry. Moreover, she accepted my reason easily. Mabel said, the demon lord is a laid-back person, and it seems to be true. You said that you wanted to build a warehouse, right? You have my permission to try it. Can you allow that too? You're just creating a workshop. It doesn't matter much. Thank you, so this is the material I prepared. Wait. What's wrong, Your Majesty? Right now. Are you going to make it now? Didn't you say that? I did say it, but I did say it, but. I took out the materials, I prepared for the scenario right now. I softened the shield and armor in the warehouse and made them into lumps of metal before this. The simple warehouse is made of metal. These metal lumps can be used as the material. The size of the warehouse is about 2 meters in height, 3 meters wide, and 4 meters deep. But I don't have to match the size that. The heroes used a storage box with an infinite capacity. The size of the warehouse itself is meaningless. What is important is the internal space. The dark magic power that means nothing or emptiness that controls the space. The essence of the warehouse is not the wall. It's the empty space inside. Because it is empty, things can enter and be placed there. The stronger the dark magic power, the wider the inside of the warehouse should be. The necessary dark magic power has already been acquired from Demon Lord Ruki, who has the most dark magic power in this demon territory. With the magic power overflowing from her body, it should be possible to create a wide storage space. Now that I have the permission of the Demon Lord, let's start doing alchemy. Chapter 11, Completing Warehouse and Storage Space, with Item Management Function. Demon Lord Ruki was stunned to see Thor start working immediately. Certainly, she permitted the creation of the simple warehouse, but she didn't think he would start making it right away. Are you seriously planning to make it right now? Thor argues. Demon Lord shhhh. Mabel. When this happens, Thor-sama won't stop. Besides, he won't make bad things. I trust you a lot, Mabel. I know. Mabel smiled. Thor-sama noticed that I was cold and suddenly made foot bath for me. Is that the reason he made that? Yes. It wasn't for improving magic power circulation. Demon Lord Ruki listened attentively. The foot bath is a rare item among rare items. Improving the circulation of magic power in the body, such an item is worth at least a mansion. And the reason he made it was, I was worried about Mabel being cold. What is that alchemist thinking about? Thor-sama is a kind person. Mabel closed her eyes and muttered secretly. I trust Thor-sama also, because he was the first messenger from the Empire that was a good person. Yuumu, it's exactly like what Mabel says. Demon Lord Ruki nodded. And it seems that Thor Regus is only interested in making items. He hasn't talked since he started making it. Such a great concentration. That's right, Thor-sama's passion for magic items is amazing. He's being immersed in it like a child. Yes, Thor-sama, who is concentrating on making items, is awe-inspiring and cool. Thor's work continued, while the Demon Lords Ruki and Mabel watched over him. And Thor's perspective. I imagined the simple warehouse that was being listed in the mail order catalog. Front view, side view, aerial view, and angled view. Combine them together to make a 3D object in my head. However, the size should be smaller than the dimensions written in the book. My materials are limited after all, and as simple as possible. Front view created, side view created, 3-dimension drawing created. Expanding the 3D diagram. When I announced that, a translucent simple warehouse emerged in the air. With only a photo as a basis, I wonder how accurately I can copy the simple warehouse of the hero's world. I imagine an actual warehouse while thinking of the photo, the roughness of the wall, stiffness, color, weight, temperature. All right, the image has solidified. Next is the size. Shape comprehension completed. Set the size. The book depicted a warehouse that is several meters long and wide, but a smaller version of that will do. Placing it in the warehouse would make it a hindrance, and making it would require a lot of materials too. What matters is the space inside that I will make later anyways. Specify size, height, width, depth, all at 1.2 meters. The image of the simple warehouse floating in the air changed. It was a size that people had to bend over to get in. Determine the material creation start. I move the image of simple warehouse floating in the air to the metal lumps I prepared before. The translucent image overlaps with the metal. The metal lumps are the materials for the simple warehouse. Create a space by imbuing dark magic power inside and stabilize and strengthen the materials with earth magic power. The lump of metal changed its shape according to the image. It slowly became a warehouse. Execute creation alchemy, create simple warehouse. Gadon. A metallic simple warehouse appeared in front of me. I made it. Simple warehouse, different world style. Attribute earth wind dark, rarity 5. Because of the dark magic power, there is a separate dimension inside. Because of the wind magic power, there is breathable air in the separate dimension. Because of earth magic power, the separate dimension is stabilized and isolated. A simple warehouse is a warehouse that has a separate dimension for storing items inside. Stored food, water, etc. can be stored without deterioration. Important rare items are automatically stored and sorted. If the warehouse is placed in the demon territory, it will automatically absorb the dark magic power, so no magic stones are required. Physical destruction resistance. 5. It can only be destroyed by high-level magic. However, even high-level magic has no effect on the items stored inside the separate dimension. Service life, 100 years. Is this a simple warehouse in the hero's world? The result was a box 1.2 meters wide. There's a large door on the front so that you can enter it. However, although it was completed, it is still far from an item in the hero's world. The function of draining rainwater was on the mail order catalog. There was also a hole for locking, but I couldn't copy such small details. I don't have enough materials, and I don't have the technique to do it. I had no choice but to trim the details and play it simple. As expected, the items in the hero's world are amazing. But it's rewarding. The aim is a complete copy of items from the other world. The purpose is to make an item that will make the Empire prostrate before me. Thor reviews. You're amazing. It's amazing, Thor-sama. I forgot about the existence of Demon Lord Ruki and Mabel in the room. I was so excited about alchemy, those two slipped out of my mind. Since I received permission, I created a simple warehouse as a workshop. I said, I am grateful that Your Majesty has given me an opportunity to create a new room, to me, a person from a foreign country. Thank you. No ordinary people can't make rooms. On top of that, Demon Lord Ruki stares at the 1.2 meters high warehouse. Is it possible to make something this small into a workshop? I have thought about that. What? Your Majesty, do you know that the hero used things such as storage box or item box? I know. It's a storage space with infinite capacity, right? I've added the same ability to this. I just made it, so I'm not sure if it works properly though. Are you serious? Demon Lord Ruki said with a tight face. Is there an alchemist in the Empire who can manipulate space? I don't know about that. Probably not. The Empire has a weak dark magic power. My own magic power alone wasn't enough to make it. Let's put the talk about the Empire aside. Let's go check the inside first. I'll talk about it later. Let's check if the storage space is properly created. I made it with a lot of effort, so I want to check the inside as soon as possible. I think it's rude to do it in front of Your Majesty. Is it okay to enter? Yuumu, I'll allow it. Thank you. Can I go with you too, Thor-sama? Mabel came forward. Cleaning Thor-sama's room is my job. It's a simple warehouse. Well, I think I'll be cleaning this simple warehouse. It's fine, please. The size of the entrance to the warehouse is 1.2 meters. I will have to bend down to go inside. As expected, I can't stick my rear end towards the Demon Lord, so I decided to change the direction of the warehouse. The door is okay, I can open and close it smoothly. Then, I'm going in. I'm going too. Demon Lord Sama. Mabel and I informed Demon Lord Ruki before entering the simple warehouse. In a different world, styled simple warehouse. It's insanely wide. There's so much space in that small box. Next door, Mabel has her eyes wide open. The inside of the warehouse was a huge space. It was about the size of the Duke's mansion. I'm surprised too. I didn't think it was so spacious. If this is the case, I can put in as many items as you like, or rather, I can live normally here. Wow, awesome. Thor-sama, I can dash to the edge and back. Mabel turns her skirt over and runs around in the warehouse. She spins around, runs around the walls in a frenzy. It's amazing. There isn't an item like this in the treasury of Demon Castle. It's a copy of an item from the hero's world. The amazing thing is the people in that world. Geez, that world is extraordinary. Well, it can't be helped because it's the hero's world. You mentioned it earlier. Your purpose is to surpass the heroes. Mabel looked at me curiously. But the person that laid the foundation for the Dulgarian Empire, where Thor-sama came from, were the heroes, right? Yes, that's right. So that means that Thor-sama wants to surpass the Empire. Then that also means I want to be the best alchemist in the Empire. Something like that. Mabel's sharp. As she says, the Empire's foundation was laid by the heroes summoned from another world. That's why I wanted to go beyond the world of heroes. That way, I can be better than the Empire that banished me. But in the end, that too. It's just self-satisfaction. Hey, it's been over 100 years since the hero summons stopped. I'm curious about what the world would look like if the heroes were still summoned and continued to bring technology to this world. The hero bringing technology. Yes, maybe this world would be as convenient as the world of heroes. But if the hero summoning continued, the demon territory might have been destroyed. I didn't mean it that way. I understand. Thor-sama is kind. What's going on? Mabel, are you okay? Thor-sama fixed my item and even went as far as to make an item for my cold sensitivity. That's why I understand that Thor-sama is a nice person. Mabel-san, I will never forget my gratitude to Thor-sama. I stored the pendant and the foot bath in a box and sealed it with a ribbon. I am cherishing it properly. No, please use it. Aside from the pendant, the foot bath is supposed to be a practical product. I want people to use it and give me feedback so I can brush it up. Earlier, I said that I wanted to give back the favor, but it's actually a little different. Suddenly, Mabel grabbed my hand. With her big eyes, she stares at my face. I would like to help Thor-sama to live comfortably in this demon territory. I have a feeling that the items made by Thor-sama will make people happy, so I want to help out Thor-sama with his alchemy. Thank you. Then, Mabel-san, please help me decide on what to make next. Okay. So, the next item I want to make is this. So fast, you don't have to make it in such a hurry. No, it's better to make this while you're feeling like. What's going on inside? Mabel, Thor, please reply. Your Majesty. Sorry, we're both safe. Mabel and I hurriedly replied. We didn't notice Her Majesty's voice before. Since the warehouse is a separate space, it's hard to hear the sounds from outside. It's fine if you're safe. I was worried because no matter how I knocked or shook the warehouse, there was no response. Did you knock or shake the warehouse? I didn't feel it at all. Is there any extra space in the warehouse? Does Your Majesty also want to enter? Isn't it natural? The guest created another dimension in my castle. As the owner of the castle, I need to check whether it's safe or not. But it's rude to invite Your Majesty to the warehouse I made without prior preparations. Thor, did you make something dangerous? No, I didn't. If so, is there any problem even if I enter? There isn't anything interesting here, though. I looked around in the warehouse. There are no dangerous goods. Rather, I haven't put anything in it. Is it really okay to invite the Demon Lord in here? Okay, please enter, Your Majesty. Demon Lord Ruki entered the warehouse and looked around in surprise. It's amazing that there is such a space in a small warehouse, Alchemist Thor reviews. I am honored to buy the complimented, Your Majesty. I see, the inside is vaguely bright. The area it's about the arena in the demon territory. It seems that it's possible to have familiars fight each other here. The masked demon lord looks around with interest, and then detected an important item with a rarity of SS. It will be automatically stored in the space. Suddenly, I heard a voice from the simple warehouse. Cognitive obstruction robe, defense of all attributes has been stored. Cognitive obstruction mask, strengthening of all attributes has been stored. A black robe and a silver mask appeared before me. It was the accessories worn by the Demon Lord Ruki. What? There was a beautiful blonde girl in front of me. She's wearing a jet black dress with a ribbon and a piece of jewelry in front of her chest. She opens her big eyes and stares at me. The color of her eyes is blackish red. I feel like I'm going to be sucked in when I look at them. It feels like it's filled with darkness, yet it is beautiful. Its appearance was like a work of art created by God. The girl's body is thin and shorter than mine. Still, she doesn't feel weak. Rather, I feel that she's overflowing with vitality. This is the true identity of the Demon King Ruki. How beautiful! I instinctively understood my lack of power. No matter how powerful creation alchemy is, it is no match for the beauty created by nature. Demon Lord Ruki, who is the ultimate in beauty, is like an item from the hero's world. There are still many things I don't know about in this world. I have to study more. While I was thinking about that, what happened? The scream of Demon Lord Ruki echoed in the warehouse. Chapter 12, Listening to the Demon Lord's Story. I understand the situation. I'll forgive you, said Demon Lord Ruki. I was currently sitting in Seiza. Seiza is from the hero's world. It's a way of sitting that means reflection. In front of me, Demon Lord Ruki, who has her true face exposed, sighed many times. It was my fault that the mask and robe of Demon Lord Ruki were taken. I forgot that the different world-style simple warehouse has an automatic item organization function. It was an ability to automatically collect and organize rare items when they were found. It's a necessary function for a simple warehouse that stores a large number of items. But because of that, even the mask and robe of Demon Lord Ruki, who came inside, were automatically collected. After that, it was a chaotic uproar. Demon Lord Ruki was crouching while holding her face with both hands, and Mabel was running around in a hurry. I explained the situation, apologized, and the two finally settled down. Then, when they heard about the situation, Demon Lord Ruki forgave me. I understand that you didn't do it on purpose. I forgive you, so please be at ease. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. What have I done? I was carried away by the sweetness of the item. The hero from another world wielded transcendental power to fight the first demon lord and drove the demons to the north. They definitely changed the world. If it's an item from the world of heroes, it shouldn't be strange if it has an unexpected effect. Well, you don't have to be that depressed. It's okay, Thor argues. The troubled demon lord Ruki said. The mask and robe remain on the floor. It seems that she gave up hiding her identity. Next to me, Mabel is also sitting in Seiza. She knew the true face of Demon Lord Ruki. The other people that know her true face are Chancellor Kelv, the maid who takes care of her and her family. Demon Lord Ruki told me why she was hiding his identity. The reason was because the Demon Lord must have a powerful dark magic power and be a mysterious existence that everyone fears. That was it. To the south of the demon territory is the military power, Dulgaria Empire. Even though they have signed a non-aggression treaty, no one knows how long it will last. As long as the Empire is a threat, the Demon Lord cannot be known as a weak girl. That's why Demon Lord Ruki wears a mask and a robe with a cognitive obstruction function on it. How do you feel? Demon Lord Ruki said, looking sideways. Are you disappointed that a little girl is the Demon Lord? Well, it can't be helped, since this little girl was wearing a cognitive obstruction robe and mask, hiding her identity and sneaking around calling herself the Demon Lord. Ruki-sama, that kind of thing. I don't care, Mabel. He's already seen my true face. Thor argues, this little unreliable figure is the true Demon Lord. Demon Lord Ruki said so and looked at me. Certainly, it was a small figure. She's 15 years old, but she was petite. She's short and her limbs are thin. If I hugged her, she might break. If the Demon Lord has such a figure, the Empire wouldn't take us seriously. Demon Lord Ruki continued her the story. Her father, the predecessor Demon Lord, died when she was young. Her daughter Ruki was placed on the Demon Lord's throne at an early age. She can use powerful dark magic, but for some reason, her body grows slowly. She didn't grow tall and didn't gain weight, and she was missing the highs and lows of her body. She can use powerful magic, but she is not physically strong. Of course, in another 2 or 3 years, she would be able to withstand the physical strengthening magic. That way, Ruki will be strong, both magically and physically. Until then, as a measure against the Empire who believes only in strength, she was supposed to wear the mask and robe. Demon Lord Ruki talked about such things. In the old days, when a Demon Lord died, the next Demon Lord was supposed to be decided by a tournament. But because of the threat of the Dulgarian Empire, it was not a good idea to raise disputes within the demon territory. So it has become a hereditary system. Ruki-sama has the magic power that is suitable for a Demon Lord. It's just that her body grows slowly. I don't need useless consolation, Mabel. Demon Lord Ruki said in self-deprivation. And the person that pushed for me to hide my identity the most was Chancellor Kelv. He probably thinks that he can't unite the demon territory with this poor figure. Ruki-sama. How is it? Thor argues. Demon Lord Ruki puts her hand on her chest and looked at me. What do you think of this figure of me? Her thin hands were shaking slightly. I want to hear the opinions of people from outside. Please talk without reserve. What did you think when you saw this figure of Demon Lord Ruki Everguard? I think I saw a godly beauty. I said, The moment I saw your majesty's figure, my sense of value was shaken. As an alchemist, I thought that magic items with excellent functions were beautiful. The one is called functional beauty. But when I saw your majesty, I realized my mistake. Your majesty and Mabel, before the beauty created by the nature of the demon territory, my functional beauty cannot be compared. As an alchemist, I am ashamed of my lack of ability. What? The beauty of your majesty, demon lord, and the functional beauty of the items in the hero's world. I would like to study both of them in the demon territory. Why, what are you talking about? I just said what came to my mind. Saw saying some good things. Tears were welling up in the red eyes of Demon Lord Ruki. She has both hands in a fist. What do you understand for someone as perfect as you and has godly alchemy powers? I had to hide my identity and deceive. I'm sorry, I was deceiving you guys too. Actually, I'm not a guest, but a hostage from the Empire, something like a living sacrifice. I said. Demon Lord Ruki and Mabel looked shocked. By the way, I seem to be a shame of the Regue's Duke's house. My father told me to die. It can't be helped, the Empire is all about strength. I don't have the ability to fight and I can't use attack magic. My existence has no value. WWWH. But I think I was lucky to come to the demon territory because I was able to work as an alchemist. I was able to understand the happiness of making your favorite items and the joy of using them in the demon territory. Wait a minute, Thor-sama. Suddenly Mabel screamed. She held my hand and brought her face closer. Is this story true? Thor-sama was sent here as a hostage, sacrifice. It's true. If you think it's a lie, contact the Empire. No, I won't go that far, but I don't understand. What? If it's true that Thor was sent to this demon tea territory as a hostage, why did you confess it? It would be advantageous to make us think that you are a messenger from the Empire, won't it? Then, with the power of the Empire as a backing, you should have been able to pass unreasonable demands. No, of course, I know that Thor-sama is a person who wouldn't do that, but. Mabel shakes her head as if she cannot understand it. From the messenger's point of view, you can claim that the Empire is backing you. If you let everyone think so, you should be safe. But if you come here as a hostage, you'll lose your backing. Yes, that's right, so can you keep it a secret? Okay. If word spread that I was a hostage or sacrifice sent here, the treatment of the demon territory would treat me differently, wouldn't it? My relationship with the Empire might worsen, so keep it a secret, all right? Instead, I promise I won't tell anyone your majesty's secret. Ah. Mabel held her mouth, nodding many times while staring at me. Demon Lord Ruki behind her also looked like she heard something incredible. They both seemed to understand what I mean. I don't have a hobby of revealing someone else's secret. But I don't know if Demon Lord Ruki will believe me with just that. So I decided to reveal my secrets and weaknesses to her, like an exchange. I will keep the secret of Demon Lord Ruki, so she would keep my secret as well. Under that condition, I wondered if Demon Lord Ruki would believe me. Well, probably. Demon Lord Ruki was a petite girl. She wasn't confident in herself, so she hid her true self with a mask and a robe. I felt like I was back in the Empire. Can you keep it a secret that I was a hostage sent from the Empire, Your Majesty? If you keep it secret, that's right. It goes without saying that I will keep Your Majesty's secret. But as someone serving directly under Your Majesty, I promise to put in more effort and make more and more magic items. Fufufu kyukuko. It can't be helped. Your Majesty knows my secret. Of course, making magic items is both my hobby and my job. How about it? Can you keep my secret? Demon Lord Ruki suddenly laughed with her hands on her stomach. It was a high-pitched laughter like a child. The demon kept laughing, tears came out from her reddish eyes. Ha 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 ha, Thor Regue's, you ha 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 ha, what a stupid thing. You reveal yourself. In exchange for keeping it a secret, you said I will keep Your Majesty's secret is ha ha ha. Haha, what are you thinking? Your Majesty, you're laughing too much, how outrageous. The outrageous thing is you. Stupid. Demon Lord Ruki looked at me while wiping her tears. It's outrageous to strip off my mask and robe, but it's also outrageous to reveal your own identity. It's outrageous. Do you believe me? You say that now. With that said, the Demon Lord Ruki slowly approaches me. Then she stretched out and stabbed my forehead with her index finger. I believe you. You believed in me and revealed your secret. If I doubted you, I wouldn't be too qualified to stand on top of others, right? I think your majesty, Demon Lord, is a great ruler. Again, with that sort of thing. Demon Lord Ruki grinned and looked at Mabel. Mabel, you understand, right? The thing we just talked about cannot leave this room. Thor Regius came from the Empire as a guest. He is also an alchemist who is my direct subordinate. Spread it throughout the castle thoroughly. Yes, your majesty. Then Thor Regius. Yes, your majesty. Let me remind you again, my identity and your identity cannot leave the room, right? Yes, what about that? I feel like I just heard some strange words. Demon Lord Ruki grinned. That means this place is an exception. So that's it. In other words, in this different world-style simple warehouse, it's okay to lay our identities bare. It serves like a barrier, isolated from the outside world. It's a perfect place for Demon Lord Ruki to take off her mask and relax. I understand, this place is an exception. Lamu. In exchange, I'll always be Thor's ally. With that said, Demon Lord Ruki held my hand. When I knelt involuntarily, her golden hair swayed and she laughs. I thought that it was like a master-slave contract. I laugh so much that I feel sick. Mabel, could you brew me some tea? Yes, I'll prepare soon. Oh, that's right, Thor-sama. Mabel clapped her hands as if she came up with a good idea. Can I bring a chair, a table, and a tea set into this storage space? Yeah, there's a lot of space. Thank you. Is it a tea set that you want for safekeeping? No, I thought it would be nice to have a tea party here. Mabel gripped the apron in her maid outfit and hesitated. In this place, your majesty and Thor-sama can talk about themselves without hiding, right? If so, I wish I could make a corner of this place for that. Of course, I won't get in the way of Thor-sama. That's right, it would be fun if we could do that. I was troubled. I can't refuse it if I get such pleading eyes. Well, I certainly want a place where I can talk about myself without hesitation, and if I'm with Mabel and Demon Lord Ruki, there's no problem. It's fine. Please make this storage space a place for a tea party. Thank you. Lamu. Thank you, my alchemist Thor. Mabel and Demon Lord Ruki held my hand and laughed. Well, magic items are meaningless unless they are used. If the two can utilize this storage space, I would be happy. If I need my own space, I can always create another one. A cute tablecloth is also good. We just need a teapot to boil water. Will Thor stay in this workshop? If so, he should make a furnace. That's right. Let's borrow the fire from there. I want a cushion and a bed. Mabel, do you have a spare? There should be one. I will arrange it soon. I think both of you are getting a little too excited. That. Your Majesty, Mabel-san. What's wrong, Thor Regius? What happened, Thor-sama? Oh, it's fine if you call me just Ruki. Of course, only in here. Please call me Mabel too. That's fine, but... Are you thinking of making this workshop a hideaway for the two of you to relax? I tried to asking them that, but... If you want another storage space, do you want me to make one for your Majesty and Mabel-san? What do you say? I just want to have fun with Thor. That's right. I just want your Majesty and Thor-sama to relax and eat delicious food in this place. Yeah, it wouldn't make sense without Thor and Mabel. What I want is not items, but to spend time together. I give up. I raised a white flag to Ruki and Mabel, who had a very good smile. The tea party at this place will be named the Demon Sea Castle's Supreme Tea Party, and it will influence the demon territory greatly in the future. But it was a story that no one knew yet. Chapter 13, Demon Lord Ruki and Chancellor Kelv worries about Thor. That night, in the throne room of the demon castle, Thor Dono made a storage box. The scream of Chancellor Kelv echoed in the room. Ruki, the masked demon lord, rebuked him. Don't suddenly yell, Kelv. You surprised me. The one that is surprised is me. Doesn't your Majesty know about the storage box used by the heroes? I know. It's a skill to store a large number of items. It seems that it was called by various names such as storage box, item box, and storage space. Yes, that was one of the reasons why different world heroes were so strong. Kelv remembered the oral tradition that was handed down from the previous chancellors. Of course, there was also some information about the hero's storage box. The hero summoned from another world was able to retrieve a large number of items in the air from a small bag. For the demons who were fighting them, it was a scary threat. When they thought that he was fighting barehanded, a big sword suddenly came out, And when they thought that he was injured, he took out a lot of potions from a small bag. It was too unpredictable. If you see a hero, 100 items will appear. That is a saying that is passed down in the demon territory. In the first place, Storage Box was such a rare ability that even some heroes did not have it. I know. My father said that, if all the heroes had it, the demons might have been destroyed. And this terrifying thing was created by Thordono. Chancellor Kelv's face turned pale. This is a grave situation, Your Majesty. Thordono must be prevented from the monopoly of Storage Box. I think it's okay, Kelv. Why? He said that he would make one for Mabel and me too. Bang! Chancellor Kelv slammed his forehead against the pillar. What's wrong? Kelv. He will make it for Her Majesty Demon Lord and Mabel, the hero's Storage Box. The concept of rare items in this world is breaking. What will happen to the demon territory from now on? Well, calm down, Kelv. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. No, I'm sorry to surprise you. Thor asked me to talk to Kelv. To me. Thor said, as the alchemist of the Demon Lord, I want to be reasonable and straightforward. Demon Lord said clearly, and Thor promised to be on our side. It's quite a heavy statement, so I don't think that he will lie about it. Yes, I also think Thordono is worthy of our trust. To pull his thoughts together, Chancellor Kelv shook his head. He obediently submitted his own foot bath too. That's right, he's that kind of guy. Demon Lord Ruki swung her legs while sitting on the throne. The problem is that I've never seen such a person. I really can't take my eyes off him. He's really a problem, yeah. Your Majesty. What, Kelvs? What happened when you were with Thordono? And nothing. Oddly enough, Your Majesty seems to be in a good mood. I naturally talked to Thor for a bit. Naturally talked. That's right. We talked to each other and I decided to believe in Thor. That's all. Understood. Chancellor Kelv corrected his posture and bowed. I have pledged allegiance to Your Majesty. If Your Majesty decides to believe in Thordono, I won't question your decision. Kelv always helps me. I'm happy that you said that. By the way, Your Majesty. What? About Thordono marrying Mabel. What? Again, you're still not on board. But I think the best way to keep Thordono tied to this demon territory is a political marriage. It's too dangerous to let go of that kind of talent. Anyone is fine, it doesn't have to be Mabel. After that, if you keep the baby with the mother, it will be a good hostage to Thordono. I don't want to suspect him, but it's just insurance. Hostage? I know I'm reluctant to do it too. Oh, I'm reluctant too. Rather, I think it shouldn't be done. Demon Lord Ruki shakes her head. She knew that Thor was not a messenger, but a hostage sent to the demon territory. There's no way he should have a political marriage that takes away the child as a hostage. That's something she would never do as Thor's friend. I can't forgive a political marriage that ignores Thor's will. If he says he wants to marry someone in the demon territory, then that's a different story, but I will never allow the strategy to take hostages. I apologize if you feel offended, Your Majesty. Chancellor Kelv withdraws obediently, but this is also for Your Majesty's own good. I know, Kelv. Thank you. Chancellor Kelv bowed to Demon Lord Ruki. Yumo. It's no good to lose your composure, Kelv, suddenly mentioning marrying Thor. By the way, Your Majesty. What is it this time? Why did you turn your head away when you just talked to me? The weather outside looks great. Can you please talk to me while looking at me? If possible, could you remove your mask? Don't probe into a maiden's heart. She unintentionally yelled. It was a strange feeling. Under her mask, her cheeks felt hot. It was after hearing the words of Chancellor Kelv about the political marriage between Thor and Mabel. Demon Lord Ruki involuntarily imagined that. She was sitting alone next to Thor and Mabel, who were married and drinking tea. It was supposed to be a tea party for three, but she felt really lonely. Demon Lord Ruki wondered why. I'm sorry, it seems that I lost my composure. No, I was impolite too. I know Kelv is thinking of the country. Take care of Thor. If he obstructs the interests of the demon territory, let me know immediately. Thank you. By the way, Kelv. Yes, Your Majesty. Do you think that Thor will do anything that undermines the interests of the demon territory? I think that he won't. Just as I thought. It seems that we agree. Because that person only thinks about making magic items. He really is hopeless. That is why I want to see him stand beside me. It wasn't the demon lords, but the feeling of the demon girl, Ruki herself. It's already pretty late, I'll be resting soon. Thank you for your hard work, Your Majesty. Kelv must have been tired because many things happened today. Yeah, there were indeed many things. Nodding again, Demon Lord Ruki and Chancellor Kelv. The two thought of the cause of the various things they were thinking about Thor. Chancellor Kelv thought, we have welcomed a ridiculous person from the Empire. Demon Lord Ruki thought, I have met a person who I can't take my eyes off of. They left the throne room and walked to their respective rooms. By the way, what does Mabel think of Thor? Aside from the political, we need to confirm Mabel's intentions too. The two thought of the same thing again. It's already late at night. Mabel should be resting in the castle's servants' quarters. Let's ask her tomorrow. With Demon Lord Ruki thinking as a maiden and Chancellor Kelv thinking practically, a night in the demon castle passed. Chapter 14, The First Night in the Demon Territory. About the same time, Thor's perspective. After I promised a tea party with Demon Lord Ruki and Mabel, Mabel brought a table, chairs, and a tea set to the room. The tables and chairs were pretty big. I was worried about whether it would fit through the door of the simple warehouse. But as expected of an item from the hero's world, it sucked in the table and chairs that were bigger than the entrance. After that, we prepared for a tea party in the simple warehouse. The table was covered with cherry-colored tablecloths, and the chairs were topped with cushions. Mabel brought tea leaves and put them in the storage space she made beside the table. After sighing with satisfaction, she loosened the breast part of the sweaty maid outfit. I noticed my gaze and I turned bright red. I am sorry, I was just in a daze. And no, it's fine. I feel like Mabel is gradually getting more relaxed when she's with me. It was my first time I saw Ruki-sama looking so happy. Suddenly, Mabel muttered. Ruki has been raised as a successor of the Demon Lord since she was little. Because the predecessor Demon Lord was a strong person, he was strict on Ruki-sama. He could fight on an equal footing with dozens of monsters, and he wanted Ruki-sama to have the same power too. It's similar to my house. I have been trained by my father since I was little, but I think it was more like abuse. My dad didn't hide his annoyance to me, who had no fighting skills. He continued an unreasonable training, saying that he would not allow me to stop until I attained power equal to him. I kept swinging the wooden sword until I couldn't move, and I was made to have mock battles with professional swordsmen. That's why I left the Duke's house on my own will. But Ruki must be different from me, who has no combat power. Her Majesty has powerful dark magic power, right? Of course, in magic, no one is a match for Ruki-sama. Then why does she still hide her true appearance? Because some people in the demon territory believe in physical strength. For those people, the Demon Lord's appearance will still look weak. I guess those kinds of people are everywhere. But I think everyone will change in the future. Mabel thought a little and said, if we look at history, the humans only won because they used a summoning ritual. In reality, everyone knows that power alone cannot do anything. On the contrary, in the Empire, power is everything. Sometimes, things don't go as planned. We sighed at the same time for some reason. I'll need to be careful of the people who believe only in strength and physical power. Fufu, that's right. By the way, the Chancellor is different, isn't he? Kelv-sama is on Ruki's side. The one who you should be careful is Flame General Rizinga. What kind of person is he? His height is 2.5 meters. He has a muscular body build. His hair is as red as flames, and when he gets angry, he blows fire from his mouth. I want to see how he blows fire, but I'm scared. The Rizinga clan is the descendants of Flame Giant Ifrit. The Flame General is a famous figure that is part of the military factions. Speaking of Flame Giant Ifrit, is it the same one as the one where the Demon Lord entrusted him with the fort of Mount Flame and fought a fierce battle with the heroes? The 7-day Battle of Mount Flame. That's right, Rizinga is a descendant of that flame giant who protected the fort. So is that why he values strength so much? Yes, it was because he admired his ancestor. I should stay away from him. I agree too. Mabel mumbled. It looked like she was trying to say something, but decided not to say it. But not all of Rizinga's clan attach great importance to strength. Some are kind, way too kind. Mabel shook her head and said so. She continued as if she thought of something. That's right. More importantly, I have to show Thor-sama around the demon castle. She clapped her hands and said, that was the plan. Just to confirm, are we doing it tomorrow? Yes. I will live in the demon territory from now on. First of all, I want to be able to walk around the castle without being lost. After that, Mabel and I left the warehouse. While I was working on this and that, the sun was setting already. Thank you for everything, Mabel-san. Thor-sama. Yes. As I said before, please call me Mabel without using san. Did you say that before? Yes, and I don't need any honorifics. Mabel smiled mischievously. I have been ordered to treat Thor-sama as a guest. I don't know if it's the same in the Empire, but in the demon territory, the guests have the same rank as the Chancellor and the ministers. In other words, Thor-sama is in a position far above me. Even if you say that. In addition, Thor-sama is an alchemist that is a direct subordinate to Her Majesty, aren't you? But Mabel-san has taken care of me. Plop. When I noticed, Mabel put her white finger on my lips. Then she put it on her lips. You don't even need to use honorifics. Please speak casually. Okay, nice to meet you, Mabel. Yes, Thor-sama. We looked at each other and laughed. Today is my first day in the demon territory. However, I feel like I have been here for a long time already. This was not the case in the imperial capital. The aristocrats were always competing for who is stronger. Even the civilians and civil officers were competing for who was more distinguished and who could be more intimidating. It was after coming to the demon territory that I noticed it was such a tiring thing. Thor-sama, please stay here all the time, Mabel said after kneeling on the floor. She held my hand and said, if you stay, Mabel Refrain vows to serve you with all my might. And Mabel, well then, good night, Thor-sama. Mabel stood up, bowed, and left the room. I was surprised. It was the first time I received such an oath. In the Empire, that's a way to swear allegiance, but what about the demon territory? Let's check it out later. Today is still the first day since I came to the demon territory. Various things happened. I found a book from another world and made magic items. I'm satisfied. I'm glad I came to the demon territory. Mabel said, please stay here all the time, but I have no other choice too. I'm not going back to the Empire anymore. Or rather, there is no place for me in the Empire. So let's make this demon territory a more convenient place. As the alchemist Thor Regues who serves Demon Lord Ruki, to surpass the world of heroes. With that in mind, I fell asleep. Chapter 15, Intermission. Events in the Empire 2. When Thor arrived at the demon territory, in the Dulgarian Empire. This is the guest house in the royal capital. The aristocrats were enjoying the evening party here. Many famous aristocrats are gathered, and out of all the aristocrats, Duke Barga Regaz receives the most attention. Oh, Duke Barga Regaz is here. As expected of the number one aristocrat in the empire. Rumor has it that he offered his son as a hostage to the demon territory for the sake of the empire. What loyalty! As the Duke walked through the party, he heard the whispers of the aristocrats. The strength of Duke Regues ranks high among the imperial aristocrats. Using water attribute magic, he would stop the enemy's movement. After that, he would use his sword to kill them. Its destructive power was recognized by all aristocrats here. Oh dear, did I get too strong? It's such a hassle to get so much attention. The Duke shrugged. Next to him, the butler smiles to curry favor. It can't be helped. To expand the territory of the empire, Duke Sama's power is needed. It is from now on that Duke Sama's house will rise to glory. Well, that disgrace is gone now. My house's future is looking good. Why yes. What's wrong? You're stuttering. And no, Duke Sama. The butler timidly asked. It's about Thor's alchemy skill. The Duke shot a glance at the butler. Don't mention him. He went to the demon territory as an aristocrat and became a hostage. He helped the empire as an aristocrat. That's it. Never mention that name again. You spoiled my happy mood. Bring me something to drink. Yes. With a bow, the butler ran to the place where the drinks were. The Duke looked around. The aristocrats were looking at him, but he decided to ignore it. Today is an important day. He needed to prepare to welcome a guest. Her Imperial Highness Princess Liana will attend today's party, and the Duke is supposed to be the first person to welcome her. Oh, Her Highness is here. After a while, the door of the hall opened, and a princess in a dress appears. Cherry-colored hair and blue eyes, she was Liana, the third princess of the empire. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a powerful light magic power. The princess looked around the hall and her eyes landed on Duke Barga-Regue's. There are people who are not suitable for this place in here. Get rid of them. She waved her hand as if she was looking at something filthy. Understood. The guards grabbed the Duke's arm. Duke Regue's. This is the order of Princess Liana. Please leave immediately. What are you talking about? Don't you know that I'm Barga-Regue's? I know, please come this way. Let go of me. The Duke shook off the guard's hand and started walking towards Princess Liana. Please wait a moment, Your Royal Highness. Why should I leave? What crime have I committed? Duke Regue's, I don't want to talk to you. What in the world are you angry about? So it is possible for you to say such a thing. Princess Liana looked at the Duke. Her blue eyes seemed to be burning in anger. You put me and my friends in danger. How dare you say such a thing? Danger? I asked your house to repair the magic sword, right? Why, yes. The Duke thought back. If I recall correctly, I feel like I received such a request from the palace. Weapon management is a butler's job, so I should have entrusted it to him. I received a magic sword from the Duke's house that said that it was definitely repaired. However, the magic sword couldn't withstand my magic power, and from the part that supposedly was fixed, it started cracking until the blade crumbled into pieces. What? On top of that, I was also fighting a monster. The words of the princess make the surrounding aristocrats buzz. The aristocrats all have combat skills and have also experienced battles with monsters. They also know what would happen if a weapon broke in battle. I was almost killed by a demon beast. It was thanks to my companion, who protected me, that I survived. The princess looked down painfully. I looked it up later and found out why the magic sword broke. The place that was chipped before was fixed by only attaching an ordinary piece of metal. That part blocked the flow of my magic power, and as a result, the sword itself crumbled. It was Duke Regue's who repaired it, isn't it? Please wait a moment. The Duke's face turned pure white. He could clearly hear the voices of the aristocrats around him. Oh my, Duke Regue's did such a sloppy repair. So it was a magic sword repair. I know that it's difficult, but he should have just said that he couldn't do it. Does he know how dangerous it is to break a sword during battle? The Duke couldn't believe what was happening right now. He thought that he was hallucinating. My Duke's family eliminated that nuisance. From now on, I was supposed to run up the path of glory. Being blamed by the princess and being pointed at by the aristocrats, it was the worst. It was the alchemist's decision to do a sloppy job. The Duke shouted, alchemists are just like blacksmiths that are a little strange. With that good-for-nothing skill, they probably thought that they could deceive everyone. The one that should be punished should be the alchemist, is it not? I thought so too, so I went to the workshop, but what I received were these documents. Princess Liana nodded at the maid. The maid handed a piece of parchment to the princess. The princess spread it out and showed it to all aristocrats. Here's the documentary evidence. It's difficult to completely repair the magic sword. Therefore, Duke Regue's asks the workshop to repair it on the surface. All responsibility is taken by Duke Regue's. There is the seal of the Duke's house and the signature of the Duke's butler. Please take a look, everyone. What? The venue stirred. Furthermore, the princess continues. The alchemist at the workshop said that the magic sword had been correctly repaired halfway through. But because a small chip was left, the sword still broke. The princess nodded, and the maid presented her a sword broken into pieces. As she said, most of the sword was broken. All that remained was the handle and a part of the blade. It's strange. All that remained except for the handle was the part that was repaired correctly before. I managed to catch the monster's claws with it. Otherwise, I would have been a goner. So, Your Highness didn't use the magic sword for ceremonies. Recently, my light magic power has become stronger. While doing ceremonies, it was also decided for me to subdue monsters. Didn't you receive the information? You will. Anyways, I would like to meet the one who correctly repaired the magic sword and saved my life. It seems that some alchemists are still useful. I want to use that person as my tool. Could you tell me the person's name and whereabouts? The Duke had a headache. He didn't know who correctly repaired the sword. Even in the case that he knew the alchemist who restored the magic sword correctly, Thor was in the demon territory already. He might be in jail, or maybe he's dead already, who knows? It's impossible to call him back anyways. Well, The first person that repaired that sword was probably a wandering alchemist. I don't know where he is now. Is that so? It is regrettable that his whereabouts are unknown. The princess sighed. In any case, I don't want to see your face. Get out. Refrain from appearing in front of the imperial family for a while. Why, Your Highness? The talk ends here. Princess Liana didn't even look at the Duke again and walked past him. I'm sorry to disturb the party. Everyone, let's continue. When the princess clapped her hands, the music that stopped began to play again. The aristocrats resumed the conversation as if the Duke did not exist. The guards pulled the absent-minded Duke out of the building. He was taken out of the guest house and left alone outside. That was it. The guards also started doing their work, assuming that there was no such thing as the Duke there. Duke Sama. When he came to his senses, the butler, with a deep blue face, stood next to him. Why you? What did you do? The Duke shouted. You only repaired the appearance of the magic sword. On top of that, you left such an obvious evidence behind. Are you joking? Isn't it your fault that I'm in such a shameful position? I'm sorry, but the thing about... Shut up, I don't want to see your face. For a while your punishment would be imprisonment in jail, then I'll decide how to deal with you. No way. Oh, the carriage and the escort soldiers are here, just in time. The Duke's carriage came and pulled over. Take this guy. Don't let him show up in front of me for a while. The Duke told his soldiers. The soldiers nodded and dragged the butler away. Duke Sama, please forgive me. The Duke boarded the carriage, while the butler's voice got further and further. This accident caused my Ryu's house's honor to fall to the ground. But it's okay, I have a way to recover. To collect accomplishments. This way, it would show that your existence is a great advantage to the Empire. I have a strategy for that. I have no plans to bring new benefits to the Empire, but if I take advantage of the demons and demihumans, I can regain my fame. No, I should be able to reach even higher heights. While muttering that, the Duke headed back to the mansion. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 16, Getting Guided Around the Demon Castle. Thor's perspective. The morning of the second day after coming to the demon territory. Good morning, Thor-sama, are you awake? When I was absent-mindedly staring at the ceiling on my bed, I heard a knock and Mabel's voice. By the way, I was planning to have her show me around the demon castle today. Good morning, I'm awake already. Please take care of me today too. Yes, please take care of me too. Then I will prepare breakfast immediately. After a short while, Mabel brought me breakfast. Today's Mabel's silver hair is tied up behind her. Her apron was freshly washed, and her facial expression was somewhat enthusiastic. When I asked what happened, today I thought I'd show Thor-sama about the inside of the castle. I woke up early. I had my hair straightened in the morning, and I was smoothing out the wrinkles on my apron. That was what happened. I shouldn't fuss too much about it. By the way, the breakfast menu is hard-baked bread, omelet, and salad. In addition, I had freshly brewed tea. The bread is a little hard, but the sweet nuts are kneaded into it like yesterday. The omelet is rich and creamy too. The tea was prepared by Mabel in front of me, so it had a very nice scent. I told Mabel, let's eat together, but she shook her head apologetically. It seems that she had already eaten in the cafeteria. By the way, people of various races live in Demon Castle, and it seems that the breakfast menu is different depending on the race and person. Thor-sama's menu is the same as Demon Lord Ruki's. I spurted the tea out of my mouth. No matter how high the position of a guest is, eating the same food as the Demon Lord is too much. Is it not to your taste? And no, it's delicious enough. It's okay if it's a little simpler. I can't do that. Why not? Thor-sama is a guest of demon territory. Also, you are an alchemist who is a direct subordinate of Her Majesty. As the one serving you, I must serve you something adequate. I'm happy with ordinary food. It was the same when I lived in the imperial capital too. What was the breakfast in the imperial capital? I ate bread I bought 3 days ago by dipping it in soup little by little. If that's the case, you should get the necessary nutrients here then. Mabel puffed her cheeks out. In addition, the chef was also enthusiastic. He said that he wanted customers from the human world to eat his dishes. He wanted to hear their impressions and learn about human cooking. He seems to be a good chef. I want to meet that person. Yes, then we will go meet him when we tour the castle. It looks like most of the people in the demon territory are enthusiastic about studying. Because the demon territory has the experience of being defeated by humans and heroes from another world. Mabel thought a little and then said so. The current slogan of demon territory is the right person in the right place. Let's do what we can. Then, I guess I'll need to study hard in the demon territory too. Before that, can you give me another cup of tea? Yes, Thor-sama. While talking about this and that, I enjoyed the meal. Mabel's story was interesting, and she listened to me with interest. After the meal, we drank tea and continued the chat. Then, after spending a relaxing time, I was guided by Mabel to look around the demon castle. First of all, I think it's better to remember the location of the entrance. From here, you can go to all the places in the castle. Mabel guided me to the entrance, just behind the main gate of the demon castle. It's a stone hall with large statues along the walls. Minotaurs that seemed to be gatekeepers stood at the entrance of the castle with spears. Mabel told me that if I get lost, I should go ask them. Thor-sama's room is on the 3rd floor of the west wing. Our maid's room is on the 1st floor of the same west wing. Holding my hand, Mabel said so. The special characteristics of an elf, her pointy ears, were slightly red. My guide today has a formal job as a maid, so maybe she's a bit nervous. Even so, Mabel enthusiastically continued to explain the castle. Mabel, what about that big staircase? I pointed to a wide stair in front of the entrance. It's a very nice structure. Maybe it's connected to where the demon Lord Sama is. That's right. It's connected to the throne room and the demon Lord Sama's room and office. Then, it's better to get permission before climbing it. That's right, but... Mabel leaned closer and whispered into my ear. I think Her Majesty herself would be happy if Thor-sama visits. However, it is better to get permission before going. I got it. She might be receiving visitors or working rig tea now. And what is that statue beside the stairs? That is the statue of the first demon Lord Sama. Mabel approaches the central stairs and kneeled in front of the statue. I followed her actions. Next to the wide central staircase was a statue resembling a woman. The height is less than 2 meters. There are large horns behind her ears, and her body is wearing armor and a cloak. The body of the statue is made of stone, but the sword she's holding seems to be made of metal. It reflected the light of the room and shines dully. The first demon Lord Sama is holding a magic sword made of an ore that fell from heaven. It is said that the first demon Lord Sama used it to fight heroes. But what's over there? It is a replica of the magic sword that only resembles its shape. I whispered to Mabel. Mabel nodded and said, Thor-sama, how did you see through it with only a glance? I knew because I didn't feel the magic power from that sword. Thanks to the skill creation alchemy, I somehow knew that the sword of the statue was just an imitation for decoration use. It is said that the magic sword broke in the battle against the heroes and went missing. Mabel teaches me while looking up at the statue. There are also other versions of the story like the hero took it away, or the demon lord threw it away because the ability of the sword was broken. Currently, the whereabouts of the sword is unknown. It is an unfortunate thing. Yeah, it's regrettable. It is a treasure of the demon territory. I wanted to show it to Thor-sama by all means. I wanted to try to fix it though. Mabel and I looked at each other. Then Mabel pondered a bit. It's a sword made of ores that fell from heaven. It might be possible to Thor-sama, but... Well, there's nothing I can do about the missing one. Please tell me if you find it. Demon Lord Sama will be pleased. I know. Suddenly, I imagined Demon Lord Ruki without her mask happily laughing while holding the magic sword. Yeah, let's find an opportunity to look for it later. Or rather, I could perhaps make a sword that is better than the original. I can make use of the dark magic power of Demon Lord Ruki to increase its power. Also, she has a short reach because she's small, so to prevent her from being in danger, maybe something like a whip sword or something that shoots dark magic. Yeah, that should fit Her Majesty perfectly. Thor-sama is so kind. I can tell by looking at your face. Did you imagine Her Majesty being happy? Mabel grabbed my hand. If there is anything I can do, please tell me. I will spare no effort in cooperation. No, I just wanted to make various things with alchemy. Either way, please don't hesitate, because we are friends who share secrets. Softly, Mabel whispered into my ear. Somehow, I felt a bit embarrassed. I felt something soft touching my arm. When I looked over, I saw Mabel's chest firmly planted there. I wanted to shake her off, but she firmly held on to me. Unconsciously, my cheeks started to feel hot. I accidentally listened to the surroundings. Mabel-sama is hugging the guest, and she's making such a happy face. What happened between the guest and Mabel-sama? The Minotaurs and others were glancing over here. After realizing that, Mabel let go of me. Looking at my slightly sweaty hands, I blushed again. I coughed to gloss over it. Tea then, I will continue to guide you. Please do. Mabel, we will head to the kitchen and bathhouse next. While saying that, Mabel started to walk. What is that, the guest from the Empire? He looks quite frail. A loud voice resounded in the entrance. I felt like I could hear his footsteps from here. From the stairs on the east side, a giant person was coming down. The first thing I saw was his thick legs. Every time he stepped down a step of the stairs, his pants would creak as if it was about to tear. What I saw next was a tan bronze-colored torso. His bare upper body is covered with thick muscles, and something like a heat haze is rising up. Finally, I saw a face with a beard. The height of the man is about 2.5 meters. His hair is bright red and sways like a flame. I remembered the description I heard from Mabel. No way is this person. Flame General Risinga. Guessed you know my name. The red-haired man showed his teeth and laughed. I am one of the generals who serve Her Majesty, Flame General Risinga. I heard that a guest from the Empire came, so I came here to see what kind of person he was. Thank you, I appreciate your consideration. I thanked General Risinga in the manner of an aristocrat. My name is Thor Regius, an alchemist from the Dulgarian Empire. Please take good care of me in the future. I know your name, but it wasn't worth seeing your face. My daughter would be disappointed too. Daughter. Next to General Risinga, there was a person wearing armor all over her body. A helmet on her head and a full plate armor on her body. Her feet are also covered with metal armor. I can't see the color of her skin, let alone her face. This is my daughter. Her name is Agnes. Nice to meet you. I heard a quiet voice. The person in armor is about the same height as me. She's hiding behind General Risinga. While patting the shoulder of the person in armor, General Risinga said, "Look closely, Agnes. I thought that if he came from the military empire, he would be a powerful warrior, but he's a boy who feels like a civil officer. Father, this doesn't seem to be useful in combat. Is it?" "That's right, I'm not for combat." I said, that's a shame, cuckoo. General Risinga laughed while holding his throat. If you were an imperial warrior, I was planning for you to have a match with my daughter. It would have been fun to see how strong my daughter is compared to the guest from a great military nation. Father, that's too rude. Control your emotions, Agnes. Your flames are leaking out. It was exactly as Risinga said. The person in armor, Agnes' helmet, was spouting flames. Holding the flames down with his hand, Flame General Risinga continues to speak. Guest, what did you say your name was? I'm Thor Regius. I see then, Thor. Please tell me some of the names of the strong in the Empire. I am in charge of the mountainous area in the southern part of the Demon Territory. There are many opportunities to meet people from the Empire. If there is a strong person, I definitely want to have a match with them. Risinga-sama. Suddenly, Mabel screamed next to me. She clasped the skirt of her maid outfit and stared at General Risinga. Thor-sama is a guest and is an alchemist that reports directly to Her Majesty. It would be rude to call his name without any suffixes. Besides, you shouldn't try to find information about the Empire in such a place. I see, Guest-sama. Are you dissatisfied? I respect Her Majesty's idea of learning from the human world. General Risinga looked at me and Mabel and nodded. But I still think we should learn from the strength and fighting power of the Empire, because my daughter Agnes can only exert her power on the battlefield. Demon Lord Ruki-sama wants a peaceful world, and so you treat someone that has no fighting power as a guest. There is something called a limit to things. Risinga, who slowly descended the stairs, stood in front of me, big. His arms are also thick, and it looked like I could be blown away with a single stroke. Thor Regius, what can you do? How are you going to help the Demon Lord when you can't fight? I can use alchemy and strengthen the armor of your daughter. Looking back at General Risinga's crimson eyes, I replied, that's because I was interested in that armor from a while ago. According to Mabel, General Risinga has flamed giant Ifrit's blood. If so, her daughter should be the same. The armor she wears has fire resistance. Flame giants are good at controlling magic power of fire and flames. The person who draws the blood has fire resistance throughout the body, but the armor with flame resistance seems to be cramped. It's like wearing clothes to seal yourself. Is the attribute of the armor earth? To make an item flame resistant, in theory, you should add the earth attribute. The water attribute is good for extinguishing fires, but not for enduring. If the water attribute is too strong, water vapor will spurt out, and if it is too weak, the attribute will lose to the fire and disappear. The earth attribute is stable and consistent. There are iron and rocks on the ground that only melt at high temperatures. By adding the characteristics of those objects, you can grant fire resistance. Most likely the strength of the fire resistance of the armor is increased by stacking two different earth attribute objects. Seeing Agnes move lightly, it may be that the weight of it is reduced by adding wind attribute to it. Interesting, I definitely want to strengthen it further. The armor seems to be not able to withstand the heat, and the joints of it seem to be loose. I'm an alchemist. If you want, I can strengthen the armor. An armor with a double earth attribute is a fairly rare item. I don't want to see it break. I definitely want to investigate and repair it. I intend to help Demon Lord Sama in that way. How about it? It's none of your business, human alchemist. But General Risinga stares at me with his crimson eyes. Only a strong warrior can touch my daughter. There is no reason for a weak alchemist to touch my daughter's clothing. Father saying that sort of thing. We're going back, Agnes. It was a waste of time. After saying that, Risinga goes up the stairs. Agnes stopped halfway while following her father. She looked at me and bowed deeply. When I bowed back, Agnes followed her father and ran up the stairs. Ha! When the two were out of sight, the gatekeeper Minotaur sighed. Thordono is amazing. Not stepping back while in front of that Risinga, I'm surprised. As expected of a person from the Empire. Wrong, it was because I was too focused on the armor, that I didn't have the time to think about the general. Weren't you scared, Thor-sama? Mabel was staring at my face. That Risinga-sama has a strength that is in the top 5 of the demon castle. How much courage do you have to argue openly in front of him? I was merely drawn into that armor. It wasn't courageous or anything. Into the armor. And I'm weak. I can be killed by people who are stronger than me above a certain level. I've seen a lot of strong opponents in the Empire. I had no fighting skills. There were a lot of people who could kill me in one blow. While facing such opponents, my feeling of fear seems to be numb. Well then, I will continue to guide you to the demon castle. Mabel nodded with a smile, as if to dispel the tense air. There is still something I would like Thor-sama to see. First, let's go to the balcony and see the view of the demon territory. After that, it's the kitchen. It's about time for the preparation for lunch to begin. Maybe you can snack on some things. I understand, thank you, Mabel. I'm wondering what kind of cooking utensils are used in the Demon Lord's territory. Besides, while listening to the story of the people in the kitchen, some inspirations for new magic items may come to mind. Actually, I'm curious about General Risinga and Agnes, but I don't think it's something I can talk about here. Let's ask when the tour is over and we return to my room. Mabel will probably tell me lots of things. Then, let's go to the kitchen. Yes, Thor-sama. In this way, Mabel and I resumed the Demon Castle guided tour. Chapter 17, Listening to the Troubles of the Girl, Agnes 1. This is the end of our Demon Castle guided tour. Thank you for your hard work, Thor-sama. A few hours later, we came back to my room. Thanks to Mabel, I was able to go around most of the rooms in the castle. We enjoyed the view of the demon territory on the balcony and visited the kitchen managed by the dwarven chef. We had leftover steamed potatoes there, and he showed me various cooking utensils. In the library, I was able to read the history book of the demon territory. We stopped by the office of Demon Lord Ruki and said hello. I also met with Chancellor Kelv. I was guided to a bathhouse that can only be used by the Demon Lord, the higher-ranking demons, and the guests of the Demon Castle, only a tour because the bath was not heated yet. And we returned to my room. For the time being, it turned out that there are various races in the demon territory. As an alchemist under the direct control of Her Majesty, it seems necessary to create items that match the characteristics of the race. I still have to study this area further. It was helpful in many ways, Thank you, Mabel. You're welcome. If you have any questions, please ask away. That said, Mabel laughed. Thor-sama is probably going to use the bathhouse the most in the future. That's right, I like the bath, so I'm thinking of using it once in a while. Yes, basically, you can use that place freely. However, please be careful when there is an occupied sign at the entrance. There is a large rest area right after you enter, so be careful of meeting random people. Thank you, I'll be careful. And about the General and Agnes. General Risinga and his daughter Agnes. I feel like I was being glared at by the General, but I'm still interested in that armor. I think it's better to talk to Thor-sama about it. Actually, Mabel was interrupted by a knocking sound. Excuse me, Thor-Rigaz-sama. Is Mabel refrain here? It's the chief maid. Excuse me, Thor-sama. When Mabel opened the door, a maid with a horn on her forehead stood in the hallway. What can I help you with? Chief Maid-sama. Her Majesty the Demon Lord is calling Mabel. Something about, isn't it better to prepare 3 matching teacups? Moo. Mabel smiled and looked at Thor. It's probably about the tea party. It seems that she wants to talk to Mabel about whether or not to have matching teacups. It's okay, you can go, Mabel. By the way, I think matching teacups are good. I understand. Thor-sama. Mabel picks up the skirt of her maid outfit and bows. Then, with the chief maid, she walked away to the office of the Demon Lord Ruki. Then I'm going to organizing the warehouse. I thought so, but I'm tired because of walking around the castle today. I'm probably tired because I'm in an unfamiliar place. I'm sweating a lot too. I want to change my clothes and relax. Should I take a bath? I remembered the bathhouse that I was guided to. It seems that I can use that place freely. It's a place used by the Demon Lord and higher-ranked demons, but Demon Lord Ruki has a private bathroom, and high-ranked demons, for example, General Risinga, can just bath in the river. So according to Mabel, few people use it. Let's go check it out. If I see the occupied sign, I can just come back. Besides, I was finally taught the way around Demon Castle. Let's review it before I forget. I started changing clothes and preparing towels. The bathhouse is on the first floor of Demon Castle. The double door has a vacant sign on it. There's a bulletin board next to the door, which shows the time when you can take a bath and the names of the people who mainly use it. I can use the bath from 6 p.m. Before that, only the shower is available. There are a few users from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock, and after 8 o'clock, Chancellor Kelv uses it. When I open the door, there should be a resting room inside, and beyond that is the change room. The men's bath is on the left, and the women's bath is on the right. However, if Her Majesty Demon Lord is using it, both men's and women's baths cannot be used. This is probably to hide the identity of the Demon Lord. After that, being drunk in the bath is prohibited. For races with scale-like skin, to not hurt the person beside you, please keep an appropriate distance from them. Mermaids are prohibited from submerging in the water for more than 20 minutes. As to not make everyone worried, prohibition of mixed bathing with familiars, various detailed rules are written. It's a little past 6 o'clock now. The bathhouse should be open now. There is also no occupied sign on the doors. After thinking for a moment, I opened the bathhouse's door. When I opened the door, there was a large resting area as expected. There was a couch and a water fountain for rehydration near the wall. There are 2 doors behind it. It seems to be the entrance to the dressing rooms for men and women. There are no signs of people in the resting area. I sighed with relief. Because I was nervous, I wondered if my sweat was dripping on the floor, so I looked around and found armor on the floor. It was an armor with fire resistance and resembles the one worn by General Risinga's daughter, Agnes. If I look closely, 2 earth attributes are really added to this armor. It seems that strong flame resistance is realized by stacking earth attributes. The material is soft so that it can move easily. It's a pretty valuable item, but the joints on the armor are loose. Perhaps they were exposed to unbearable flames continuously. I want to repair it, but the owner of this armor is the daughter of General Risinga. I can't justify my reason for touching it, and it's not just armor. Next to the armor is a helmet, and behind it are a pair of armor for the hand and foot. Where is the owner of these things? I'm certain that there was a vacant sign on the bathhouse door. Besides, the dressing room is behind a door, and this is a resting area. It's not a place to take off your armor. Thinking about that, I looked around. I noticed a small door in the corner of the resting area. Above the open door is a sign with Salamander's boiler room written. The hot water in the bath seems to be leaking out of the room. Speaking of Salamander, he was a subordinate of Ifrit. It wouldn't be strange for Agnes-san to visit. And looking at General Risinga, I feel like people would be angry if I pass by without a greeting. I'll use the bath, so I should at least say a word. With that in mind, when I approached the door that was still open. Hey. It's not okay to be mischievous. Mao. I heard a high-spirited voice. 3 salamanders are flying around in the dimly lit room. The size of salamander is around 1 meter. It was a lizard with bat-like wings on its back. Clad with crimson flames, every time it breathes, flames erupt from their mouth and nose. At the center of the salamanders was a girl with red hair. While her flame-like hair sways, she moves around as if she was dancing. Every time she reaches out, a flame erupts from her fingertip. The flame is sucked into a boiler. With a sizzling noise, steam rises up from the tank. A metal tube extends from the tank. From the direction the tube is going, it's probably connected to the bath. I see, the bath is boiled like that. It's a good reference. If the flames are too strong, Salamander, who is in charge of controlling the stove, pats her cheeks. The girl laughs, "I'm sorry, I'm not good at controlling," and keeps a distance from the stove. The salamanders perch on her shoulder and screams with satisfaction. The flame that floats from the girl's hair and the flame that overflows from the wings of Salamander are intertwined and becomes one. Maybe because she's happy, the girl hugs Salamander. Salamander is buried in between her chest, and he turns his head around as if embarrassed. I just noticed that she was naked. Of course she is. Both the girl and the salamander are clad in flames. There is no clothing that can withstand the flames of a flame, giant's descendants, and the flame spirits. The figure of the girl in flames was so natural that I didn't notice before that she was naked. It's a bad habit of mine to be absorbed in beautiful things, including people and items. Thinking so, I hurriedly moved away. But it was too late. Salamander was already aware of my existence. So when I moved, the salamanders also moved. They looked at me in unison and growled at me. The girl who saw their action also looked this way and made eye contact with me. Crimson eyes, eyes of the same color as General Risinga. The skin of the girl Agnes is dyed in a cherry blossom color, then to scarlet and then to deep crimson. An orange scale-like thing emerged from her skin. Her crimson hair rose like a flame swaying, and a flame emerges. Flames shot out from the girl, Agnes. Guru. Immediately after, the salamanders hurled themselves at the door. Just before the flame goes out of the boiling room, an iron door slams shut. Still, the flame leaked a little so. Launch ultra-small simple warehouse. Store flames. I took out a palm-sized simple warehouse from my pocket. When I opened the warehouse door with my fingernail, with a swish, the flames were sucked in. The inhaled flame continued to burn in the simple warehouse for a while, but there was nothing for it to burn in the large, empty space, and it soon disappeared. Yeah, it's unexpectedly useful. After making the simple warehouse, I also made a small version just in case. Of course, the performance is the same as that of a large, simple warehouse. Even though it is small, there is still a large storage space inside, enough to inhale the flames. What have I done? Shooting a flame at the guest of Her Majesty. What should I do? I heard a tearful voice from the other side of the door. I have to call a recovery magician right away, But what do I say to my father if he found out that Agnes was playing with salamanders? These kids will be punished. It's fine. I was prepared for something like this, so I'm safe. I knocked on the door and then called out. And I'm sorry. I was just fascinated and forgot to say something. And no. Why don't we talk after getting dressed for the time being? Yes, that I Agnes. A confused voice came from the other side of the door. The clothes are only the armor there. Only the armor. Agnes can't control the flame well. If it doesn't have flame resistance, it will burn immediately even if I wear it. So that's it. During the day, when I said, I want to fix the armor, I feel like I understand why General Risinga was angry. Because Agnes has the blood of Ifrit, she has the ability to fire flames. However, it seems that she cannot control the flame well by herself. That's why she can't wear ordinary clothes, because it burns out quickly. Agnes can only wear flame-resistant armor. If so, I would have to strip her naked in order to fix her armor. That's why General Risinga got angry too. It's like saying, "Please let me mess with your daughter's underwear," at the first meeting. "I'm going out. Call me when you're done wearing the armor." "Yes." "Iguraru." I got a faint reply and Salamander's growl from the other side of the door. After confirming that, I went out into the hallway. Chapter 18, listening to the troubles of the girl, Agnes too. It's our second time meeting each other, isn't it? I'm Agnes Frazed. I'm Thor Regue's. It's awkward. In front of me, there's a girl who is wearing whole body armor, Agnes. The lizards with wings, salamanders, have gathered around. It looks like they're trying to protect her. Agnes and I are facing each other across the table. I don't know what kind of expression Agnes is making now because she's wearing a helmet. The only thing I can see is her yellow eyes peeking out from the gap of the helmet. Looking back at her eyes, Agnes hurriedly diverted her gaze. I did the same. I think it's better to not create tension. I'm sorry a while ago. First of all, I decided to apologize. I heard that there were salamanders on bath heating duty, so I was curious and took a peek. I didn't know that Agnes-san was helping them. I'm sorry. It hits differ. Pardon. It's different. The one at fault was Agnes. Agnes began to spoke disconnectedly. During this time, people rarely come. Agnes was helping these kids. It wasn't Thor Regue-sama's fault. No. I noticed Agnes-san's armor on the floor before, so I knew you were here. Nayu, it was I who didn't put the occupied sign. But you didn't take a bath, right? You just boiled the bathwater. Even so, the door should be closed. So being seen naked was Agnes' fault and that. But it was my miss to deliberately look. I showed you something unsightly. It wasn't unsightly at all. Rather reconfirmed the natural model beauty. Why is it that I keep seeing such beautiful things once I come to the demon territory? Yuozo. Flames rised from the gap of her helmet. It seems that she remembered the event earlier. An apology battle is dangerous. Let's change the topic. The person who has the blood of flame giant Ifrit is amazing. The armor has flame resistance, with 2 earth attributes layered on top of each other. Moreover, it is flexible and can be worn directly over the skin. I secretly used appraisal on the armor, and I found that the armor was light and soft. Even with such armor, it still can't withstand the fire of Agnes-san. The joints and parts of it are starting to loosen too. I think it's amazing to have such a powerful flame power. But Agnes can't control the flames. You said that before. Yes. Agnes sighed. She then removed her helmet and exposed her face in front of me. Topaz-colored eyes, white skin, and long hair that flickers as a flame appears. Please stay like that, don't avert your eyes. Oh yes. Ajay. Agnes' eyes are staring straight at me. As I was told, I also look back at Agnes' eyes. She had beautiful eyes. The color of her eyes fluctuates, changing from yellow to red and from red to yellow. They looked like real topazes or rubies. I read about the flame giant Ifrit in a book. He must have been a beautiful creature. If a flame cannot be prevented by stacking 2 earth attributes, it is more powerful than the ones from a volcano. What is the fire magic power that produces it? How does the person herself prevent themselves from getting a fever in the first place? How does it feel to wear armor naked? I thought about that while looking at Agnes' face. Yuodo. From Agnes' neck to chin to cheeks, cheeks to the forehead became bright red. Then, with a bang, flames flew out of Agnes' hair. Guru. Plop. The salamanders standing by Agnes put the fire-resistant helmet back on her. After a while, the flames subsided and Agnes sighed. As you can see, so. Sure enough, when you get nervous or excited, flames erupt from your body. Why yes. But I'm sorry that I caused flames to erupt in the boiler room. You were controlling it great before. Ew. Agnes covered up her face with her hands. I was training to manipulate flames with the help of these children before. These kids are old friends. I'm not nervous when I'm with them. Guru. The salamanders nodded. In other words, it seems to be like this. Agnes has the blood of flame giant Ifrit and has a strong flame power. But she can't control it herself. When her emotions are overwhelmed, flames come out on their own. So to keep the flames in check, she wears fire resistance armor. She took off her armor and stayed with the salamanders because they weren't affected by the fire. This is because Salamander is a fire spirit and a follower of Ifrit. With their help, Agnes seems to have been training to control her flames. Father said, Agnes has a lot of fire magic power, but it's not a bad thing, it's just because Ifrit's blood in you is strong. It's not Agnes' fault. Agnes muttered, looking down. But Agnes doesn't really like this magic power. I used to wear my favorite clothes before I awakened my fire magic power, but now, everything I wear burns. There have also been cases where my flames erupted and hurt others. Okay, I'll think about a solution. Agnes looked at me with the helmet on. I can't see her face, but I think she's shocked. Thor-sama will do something about Agnes' fire magic power. Yes, I'll try to do my best. Why, Thor-sama is a guest of the demon territory. I am also an alchemist hired by Her Majesty. I nodded back to the girl, Agnes. So, General Risinga is a subordinate of Her Majesty the Demon Lord, and Agnes is his daughter, isn't it? Why, yes, that's right, but that means the General and Agnes are like my boss, right? B-boss. It's a little different. And General Risinga told me, how do you intend to help the Demon Lord? I am not really sure he said that, but I need to convince her. That means, prove how useful you are to the demon territory, right? Is it really like that? That's it. I see. All right, Agnes seems to be convinced. Then there is no problem. Let's go back to the room immediately and check the mail order catalog. Items from the hero's world may be able to solve Agnes' problems. The heroes defeated dragons and phoenix who are on par with the flame giant. If so, there must be an item that can seal flames. Agnes Frazadsan, can you let me to solve your flame problem? Thor Rigyu-sama. Agnes seemed to be confused for a while. Eventually, she nodded. Please do. Then, I'm going to make a magic item. Please use this as a substitute until it's completed. I handed the ultra-small, simple warehouse to Agnes. This is a simplified version of the storage box that the hero used. If your flames erupt, suck it in with this. You can use it just by holding it in your hand and thinking of storing the thing that you want to store. No, this precious thing. I can always make another one. Please tell me your impressions after using it. The lid is difficult to open, the design is not good, the color is pink, yellow is better. Oh, there was also a two-tone color and stripes. I brush up my items with these opinions. Thank you, Thor Rigyu-sama. Agnes hugged the ultra-small, simple warehouse. And I'm sorry that my father said some pretty rude stuff to you during the day. I think that it can't be helped. How so? Because I said I wanted to tinker with Agnes' only clothes. Thor-sama. Gyuraru, Guru, Gyuraru. Agnes stands up and the salamanders scream. Perhaps she remembered the event in the boiler room. Flames came out from the gap of Agnes' armor. Now, open the door of the simple warehouse and say, store flame. Yes, store flame. Shirun. The flame that was sticking out of the gap in the armor was sucked into the box. Wow, it's amazing. Can I really take this? It's fine, and the storage box is only a temporary measure. Even if it's temporary, it's enough. Really? Yes. Those who have the blood of the flame giant, as they grow up, they gradually get better at controlling the flames. There have been people like Agnes before. By about 20 years old, I'll be able to do it properly. Agnes has 5 more years. Agnes nodded. 5 years left, which means Agnes is 15 years old. Until then, she can't wear her favorite clothes and could only play with Salamander. I need a more practical solution. Thor-sama. An item that could suppress the flames of Agnes-san, the hero should have done it. The heroes are the foundation of the empire. If I can't do it, then that means it's the empire's victory. It's wrong, Thor-sama. And nothing. I shook my head. Anyways, I'll think of a better way. You're such a mysterious person, Thor-sama. Agnes shook her head. To Agnes, who you just met, why do you do that? Because I am the alchemist of Her Majesty, Demon Lord. As I thought earlier, there are various races in the demon territory. The gatekeeper is Minotaur, the chef is a dwarf, and the general a descendant of the flame giant. As an alchemist under the direct control of the Demon Lord, I have to solve the problems of various races. Solving Agnes' problem is part of my job. That's why. When she heard my explanation, Agnes looked at me mysteriously, but, okay, I'll leave it to you, Thor Rigyu-sama. Thank you. But don't overdo it. Agnes doesn't want to bother people. It's not annoying. Making magic items is also my desire. A desire. I want to surpass the hero's world. I said, that's why I want to make the place I live, a place where I can live calmly and leisurely. For that purpose, I want to hone my alchemy skills. Now that I am in the demon territory, if possible, I would like to live in a calm and leisurely manner. That's it. Hearing my words, Agnes had a mysterious look. We decided to meet here at the same time tomorrow, as we split up. Chapter 19. Making a magic power converter from another world. After returning to my room, I started reading the mail order catalog. This book is a treasure trove of items in the hero's world. It wouldn't be strange if there were items to suppress the flames. What are you looking at, Thor-sama? Hey. When I noticed, Mabel stood at the entrance of the room. The door was left open. It seems that you came in a hurry, but what are you looking for? I'm thinking of making an item that suppresses flames. I see, it's a measure against Risinga. Mabel picked up a tray of tea and nodded. I can tell by looking at the situation earlier. It's no wonder that Thor-sama is wary of Risinga-sama. Yeah, well, something like that. I decided to go with the flow. It felt unpleasant to talk about seeing Agnes naked. But don't worry, I'm able to use magic, so I'll protect Thor-sama. Thank you, Mabel. I bowed slightly. By the way, what kind of person is General Risinga? Apart from his attitude toward me, he has a daughter complex. I can see that. Of course, he's also a powerful fighter. There is even a legend that he cut through a group of 100 enemies with his flame spear. Huh. But wasn't the demon territory not at war with the human world? There are occasional conflicts in the demon lord's territory. Maybe Her Majesty is hiding her identity with a mask to prevent someone like General Risinga from looking down on her. That's right. Risinga is a person who values strength. Agnes-san is kind, though. How did you know? Mabel looks into my face mysteriously. Maybe Thor-sama talked to Agnes. A little. More than that, is Mabel on good terms with Agnes-san? Yes, I've been working at Demon Castle since I was little, so I had many opportunities to meet with her. I used to play with her too. For some reason, Mabel was stroking her wrist on her right arm. Did you know, Thor-sama, there are many good healers in Demon Castle. They can also heal scars left by being burned. With that said, she extended her hand in front of me. Pure white skin and thin fingers. Far from being burned, there were no scratches. Hey, it's healing pretty well, right? It was a small burn, so it healed quickly. So, Agnes didn't need to be worried. Did Agnes burn Mabel a long time ago? Yes, when I was young, during the time when I was Her Majesty's playmate. Mabel looked down painfully. After that, Mabel told me about her childhood. Mabel, who was the playmate of the Demon Lord Ruki, seems to have become friends with Agnes, who had come to the Demon Castle. However, Agnes awakened her fire magic power and their relationship was over. She couldn't control her fire magic power, which was too strong, and Agnes' flames went wild. She then made a small burn on Mabel's right arm. The burns healed quickly, but Agnes was shocked to have hurt her friend. It was then that she began to wear fire resistance armor. Maybe because of guilt, she distanced herself from Mabel. So it was like that. All right, let's start alchemy right away to create a magic item that allows Agnes to control her fire magic power. That way, Mabel and Agnes would be able to get along with each other as they used to. Besides, the item that seals flames would make a nice trump card for General Risinga. An item that can stop the general who cut through 100 soldiers. I'm getting excited. An useful item, maybe this one would do. I opened a page at the end of the mail order catalog. What was on it was a small pendant. The pendant head was a disc-shaped object with a mysterious beast. It's a mysterious pendant. What kind of item is it, Thor-sama? This is a health promotion pendant that gathers feng shui. Feng shui. Yeah, the concept of magic power in the hero's world seems to be different from here. I read the explanation. Health promotion pendant. Circulates the qi in your body and improves your health. Are you feeling sick? That is due to something called qi deviation. When only one type of qi becomes too strong, your body would feel hot and carry a tinge of heat. In such a case, please use this pendant. It takes your qi deviation, adjusts it, and circulates it inside your body. Qi is the source of everything. Life uses it to operate. This pendant is a tool to stabilize it. I see the flow of qi. Is it something like magical power in the other world? Magic power is flowing in me and Mabel's body. In the case of Mabel, it didn't flow well. Then I should think that this chi in this catalog is the same as magic power. Besides, there is a legend of the hero. Raise your spirit Kai 1 and release extreme magic, they declared. You can accomplish everything if you have the spirit Kai. I heard that they gathered their spirit sky and used body-strengthening magic. If it can be used to release extreme magic, it seems that chi means magic power. I see. They were selling magic items in the other world that let you convert and circulate magic power. That also explains the strength of the heroes. By the way, the mail order catalog says, the products on this page has nothing to do with us. I somehow understand the reason. Perhaps there was a secret magic society and this item may have been used there. It's a dangerous item. You can't sell it unless you're a specialist. And this health promotion pendant solves chi deviation. In other words, it seems that it can balance out magic power. With this, it may be possible to suppress the flames of Agnes. Her flame is caused by the fire magic power being too strong. If I convert the fire magic power and change it into another magical power, she should be fine. Yeah, this seems doable. Thor-sama, Mabel, can you help me? This pendant may be able to suppress Agnes' flames. This item was for Agnes. Oh shit, I intended to keep it a secret that I met Agnes. Oh well, I only have to keep the part that I encountered her in the bathhouse a secret. I'm sorry, I couldn't say it for some reason. It's really for Agnes-san. Is that so? I was completely convinced that it was a measure against Risinga. Mabel said so and laughed. But surely, if it is an item in the world where there were heroes, it may be possible to control the flames of Agnes. I don't know if I can copy it well though. You can do it if it is Thor-sama. Mabel bowed to me. If that's the case, please lend me a hand. Okay, let's get started. This work requires a detailed check. I have to look at the sample and make sure that I don't make a mistake. The photo of health promotion pendant was inserted hugely, so I can understand the shape well. It seems that I can copy it with creative alchemy. However, it's a really special item, so I still have to make it carefully. I can't read this book. Mabel looked amazed as she stared at the picture of the health promotion pendant. Does such a small pendant have the power to suppress flames? Yeah, because it has the power to convert magic power. I pointed to the design under the pendant. Here it talks about chi of the hero's world, or rather, magic power. The magic power of the hero's world. In that world, it seems that magic power was divided into 5 types: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. It's different from this world, isn't it? In this world we have light, dark, earth, water, fire, wind. Another difference is that in the world of heroes, magic power rotates in a circle. This pendant also seems to be able to convert magic power in a circle and stimulate one's potential. Unfortunately, the system that converts magical power is only roughly written. Wood burns and turns into fire, fire burns out and changes into ash or earth, and the earth ages and becomes metal. There is only fragmented information. But this can't be helped. There is no way for a magic association in another world to write important information about this openly. Perhaps magic conversion was a secret technique in the hero's world. Besides, it doesn't matter if you don't have any knowledge. The conversion of magical power is done by engraving beasts on it. As expected, of an item from the hero's world, nothing is missed. The description says, for health promotion pendants, azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and a kirin is placed in the center. I read the mail order catalog out loud, so Mabel could understand. It seems that this will improve health and stimulate the potential of some people. It's an absurd item. Yeah, I think it would be possible to suppress Agnes' fire magic power with this. Let's try it. I activated the skill Creative Alchemy. I looked at the mail order catalog page and remembered the shape of the pendant. I created an image in the air. Create a 3D drawing. A figure of health promotion pendant emerges in the air. I used the leftover material of the simple warehouse as the material. The size of the pendant is about the size of my palm. As to not hurt Agnes' skin, I made the chain soft. The difficult thing is the carved divine beasts. Azure dragon, this is probably a dragon. White tiger, this is also okay, because tigers are also in this world. Vermilion bird, I can just model it after the phoenix. black tortoise, and the kirin. This can only be drawn by tracing the picture. It should be okay if you do it correctly. I solidified the image carefully. This is so that magical power is converted properly. Agni's overpowering fire magic power can now be replaced by other magic powers. Shape grasp completed. I reconfirm the diagram. The appearance of the 5 divine beasts are drawn properly. Let's proceed as it is. Forge the health promotion pendant with the metal lumps and make a magic power conversion mechanism inside. Can I do it? I'm a little worried. I understand the fire attribute, earth attribute, and water attribute. However, there are no wood attributes or metal attributes in this world. Acquired 5 attribute manipulation. I heard a voice in my head. You have gained knowledge about the magic power of another world. You can now handle the wood, metal attributes in addition to the fire, water, wind, and earth attributes. Would you like to add the additional attributes? Creation Alchemy seems to be able to handle the wood, fire, earth, metal, water attributes of the other world. It's amazing. As expected, it is the ultimate alchemy skill. Then I have nothing to hesitate about. Proceed with adding the attributes. I declared. Create a health promotion pendant by adding the attributes of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. The image of the health promotion pendant was combined with the metal lumps on the floor. The metal lumps' shape changed. Eventually, a round disc-shaped pendant with a silver chain was completed. On the surface of the pendant, there are 5 divine beasts. Mabel, make sure it's exactly like what you see in the book, especially the 5 divine beasts. Yes. Mabel grabs the mail order catalog and looked at the pendant. Dragon-like, tiger-like, turtle-like bird and the shaggy beast, it's fine. Thor Sama's work is exactly like the one in the book. Okay, finish creation alchemy. Create health promotion pendant. Clang, a silver pendant fell on the floor. It's done. Health promotion pendant attributes. Wood, fire, metal, water, rareness 9. A pendant created based on the concept of magic power in the hero's world. The magic power of the wearer is divided into 5 equal parts and converted into 5 types of magic power. For example, if the fire magic power is 100, it is converted into 20 of wood, fire, earth, metal, water attributes. All converted magic power is used to strengthen the wearer and maintain good health. The wood magic power gives the wearer supple vitality. The fire magic power gives the wearer active energy. The earth magic power gives the wearer a stable power. The metal magic power gives the wearer a strong power. The water magic power gives the wearer a flexible force. The stronger the wearer's magic power, the more strengthening and health effects can be obtained. Physical destruction resistance. Unknown when attacked, it converts and absorbs it into magic power, so it is unknown if it can be destroyed. Service life, about 100 years. I hope this can suppress Agni's flames. May I ask something, Thor Sama? What's wrong, Mabel? The pendant has 5 divine beasts on it, and by pouring magic power into the pendant, your magic power will rotate, and you would become healthy, right? Yeah. Then, what if you make those 5 divine beast statues and place them around the demon territory? That's right. This pendant rotates magic power and makes the user healthy. If I apply it to the whole country, can I try doing that? You need the permission of Her Majesty and all the high-ranking officials of the demon territory first. It looks difficult. For the time being, the pendant was completed. Let's experiment whether the magic power is converted. If anyone can use it, it may become a piece of standard equipment in the demon territory. Let's talk to Demon Lord Ruki later. With that in mind, I picked up a freshly made pendant. Chapter 20, Agnes thinks about Alchemist Thor. Agnes' perspective. Where were you, Agnes? When Agnes returned to the area given to the general's family in the castle, his father Risenga was waiting for her. The day after tomorrow, we will return back to our territory. You were supposed to be preparing for the trip. I'm sorry, father. Agnes bowed while wearing her armor. Because I have little time left to be in this castle, I was looking around. I see. If it's like that, then it's fine. I'm sorry for making you concerned. No, I'm not blaming you. Yeah. Risenga cleared his throat. And, I'm sorry for you. The reason that you can't control your flames is because of Ifrit's blood that came out strongly in you. Manipulating the flames with their emotion is the nature of the flame giant. I'm sorry that I can't do anything about this. I know, Father. The report to Her Majesty is finished. The development of the mine will start soon. We have also received permission for joint operations with the Empire. The territory where Agnes is from is a mountainous region to the south. We have to get along with the Empire. That's right. That's why I went to see the face of the guest who came from the Empire, but good gracious, that's not an imperial aristocrat. Father, I heard that he doesn't have combat skills. He seemed to be weak. I imagined a hero who could cross swords with me because he was an imperial aristocrat. Father, Agnes was staring at his father and screamed involuntarily. I think Thor Ragyu-sama is a good person. Did you talk to him? Yes. I met and talked. He gave me this. Agnes showed her father the ultra-small, simple warehouse she received from Thor. He was concerned about Agnes, who couldn't control the flames, and this seems to be able to absorb flames. He gave me a valuable item. Don't say bad things about him. Excessive things. Father, even if there is something like this, you still can't wear anything but the armor. But this was for Agnes. Please understand Agnes. General Risinga took Agnes' hand and wrapped it in his hands. I'm thinking of you more than anything else. This mind development is also for you. That's why I'm exchanging letters with the Margrave of the Empire. I know that you're thinking about Agnes. If the negotiations with the Empire are successful, the development of a mine will take place in our territory. To do so, we must subdue the disturbing beasts. That's where you come in. You can show everyone that your fire magic power is useful and not a bad thing. Father, your flames will easily subdue the monsters that nest around the mine. The empires will be surprised. The name of General Risinga's daughter Agnes will spread throughout the continent. I know, Father. I understand that he is trying his best to help me. Agnes' flames can only be used to hurt someone. The only way to use it is to subdue the disturbing monsters. Actually, there should be a gentler way of life. Agnes didn't know what to do. It was the same when I was little. For the first time, my fire magic power awakened. At that time, Agnes' flames went wild and burned my dear friend. She forgave me, but Agnes hasn't been able to see her eyes since then. It was then that I began to wear the heirloom fire resistance armor so that at least no one would be hurt. There is nothing else to wear, and if I wear it, no one will be hurt. My father has obtained permission from Chancellor Kelv to walk around in fire resistance armor. That's why everyone knows that they will get burned when they approach Agnes. Still, he tried to talk to Agnes. Some people are kind. Suddenly, the alchemist Thor I met today came to my mind. He wasn't afraid of Agnes' flames. He even told me that he would listen and come up with a solution. He's really a mysterious person. You can also see that Mabel is on his side. Gentle people will get along with each other, but Agnes can't be in it. Flames can only hurt someone. It's painful. Agnes, as father's child, I am aware of the situation. Agnes looked at her father and said so. I will do what I can, but I won't tarnish the name of Flame General. Yuamo. It's fine if you understand. To change the mood, Risinga coughed. The day after tomorrow, we will leave for the territory. Until then, you can do whatever you want. Yes, father. Agnes nodded and returned to her room and removed her armor. She only takes off her armor when she is in her room. Her room is made of non-flammable material to make her more comfortable. The walls and furniture are made of stone. All tableware and jugs are made of metal. Only the bed has been added fire resistance, which has been passed down to Agnes' house for generations. Without this, Agnes would have had to sleep on the floor. Phew. Agnes sighed. She then put the ultra-small simple warehouse at the bedside and lied down. Thor Ragyu-sama. He was a strange person. He wasn't wary of Agnes at all. He told me that the flames I emitted were beautiful. Thor-sama said, I want those who are in the demon territory to live leisurely and calmly. Is Agnes also included? Thump thump, when I think of Thor's face, my heart beats faster. The flames that erupt are sucked into the ultra-small simple warehouse. What should I do? Agnes sighed. Ultra-small simple warehouse absorbs flames, but when I see this, I think of Thor. My heartbeat becomes faster and flames erupt again. It's a never-ending cycle, but today, that feeling feels pleasant. The day after tomorrow, Agnes has to go back to the territory. Agnes murmured. Thor said he would come up with a way to control my flames, but that wouldn't be possible. I don't have much time. If I go to the bathhouse tomorrow, I have to say goodbye. Thor has helped Agnes more than enough. This ultra-small, simple warehouse is enough, yeah. Just the words he gave, Agnes is enough. So it's okay. There is no way he can get rid of Agnes' flames in a day. When we meet tomorrow, I have to thank Thor Regu-sama. Thank you for thinking about Agnes. With that in mind, Agnes closed her eyes. Chapter 21, Converting Agnes' Magic Power. The evening of the next day, when we went to the rest area in the bathhouse, Agnes was waiting for us. I have been waiting for you, Thor Regu-sama. Thank you for coming, Agnes-san. Dua. After staring at each other, we both looked at the boiler room. My face became hot. Agnes was probably blushing too, because there's a faint flame coming out of the gap of her helmet. Did something happen in the boiler room? Thor-sama, Agnes-sama. Hey, Mabel. I'm sorry. I asked Thor-sama, and I followed him. Mabel grabbed the hem of her skirt and bowed. I wanted to help you as a maid of Thor-sama. I see. Agnes mumbled, I know the circumstances. The two were estranged because Agnes burned Mabel. Although Mabel's burn is now healed perfectly, Agnes is still worried about injuring her friends. Thor Regu-sama. I'm here to say goodbye today. Goodbye. Yes, Agnes will return to the territory with my father tomorrow. Agnes bowed. You told me that you would make an item to suppress my flames, but I'm sorry. I'm happy, but I think that there is not enough time. No, I already have it. It's completed. Agnes' item that suppresses flames. I took out the health promotion pendant from my pocket. This converts fire magic power into magical powers of other attributes. When you wear it, instead of weakening the fire magic power, it will convert it into magic powers that are flexible as wood, as firm as the earth, as hard as metal, and probably for water your skin would become soft. Yay! Agnes shouts. Quickly with both hands she covers her mouth. In a hurry, she stifles her voice. This is to prevent the flames from coming out. The link between emotions and fire, I wonder how stressful it is. I don't know, but I would like to solve it. This is why I had Mabel come. I brought clothes for Agnes. Mabel took out a maid outfit from her bag. I want Agnes to wear this instead of your armor. Oh, that's impossible. Agnes shook her head. Mabel's maid outfit, I'll burn it. Maybe I'll burn Mabel again. For that reason, Thor-sama made an item for you. In contrast, Mabel proudly holds up her maid outfit. There are no problems with the items Thor-sama makes. It's okay. But I also want to see Agnes-san use this pendant. I said, if you keep wearing armor, you won't know how to use it, but you can't have it worn over naked. No, if you do it privately that's fine, but from the alchemist's point of view, I can't let that happen. Thor Regu-sama. So, put on the pendant and try on the maid outfit. I said so and offered the pendant. Agnes like Mabel cute maid clothes. Agnes' voice was trembling. It's a natural reaction. She knows her fire constitution very well. She must have burned many things before. It's hard for her to believe with just, if you wear this pendant, you're going to be fine. It's scary. Agnes held her own hand. I like cute clothes, I want to wear them. But I'm scared of burning Mabel's maid clothes. If the flames come out, I'm scared of disappointing Thor-sama. Agnes looked down. Mabel and I were quietly waiting for her answer. But. Suddenly, Agnes stepped forward towards me. If I don't challenge it here and go back to the territory, I'll definitely regret it. I'm much more scared of that, so. It's okay. If anything happens, I'll readjust the pendant quickly. Thor-sama. Because I'm an alchemist of the demon territory, I'll remake the magic item as many times as Agnes wants. That's my job and what I want to do. Okay, Thor-sama. With that said, Agnes reached out her hand. I put the health promotion pendant on her palm. Thor-sama's pendant, please let me use it. Yes, then Mabel. I understand, Thor-sama. When I said that, Mabel approached with the maid outfit with a nice smile. I will help you change your clothes, Agnes-sama. No, it's okay, Mabel. You have to wear clothes properly, because Thor-sama wants to see it right. I understand. But I'll keep the door open, so that Mabel can escape immediately when the flames come out. Okay, but I think I should be fine without that. Mabel smiled and then looked at me. Then, Thor-sama. Excuse us. I'm looking the other way. Agnes and Mabel entered the boiler room. The salamanders cry, Gururun, Gururu. They also seem to be worried about Agnes. When I turned my back to the boiler room, I heard the sound of armor falling on the floor. After that, I heard Mabel's voice. I'm putting on the pendant. I wonder if Agnes is naked. I want to look back, but I can't stimulate Agnes right now. Let's wait for them to finish changing clothes. Mabel's voice can be heard over my back. The pendant looks great, and Agnes Sama's skin is beautiful. Next is the maid clothes. I'm sorry for letting you use secondhand stuff. Is your chest tight? When I was a kid, you were about the same as me. I guess we both grew up. I want to look back, but I'll be patient. Yeah, patience. I hear Agnes replying to Mabel's voice. They seem to be having fun. There are no signs of flames erupting. Without a doubt, the health promotion pendant I made is working. And after a few minutes, sorry to keep you waiting, Thor Regaz Sama. I heard a small voice behind me. Looking back, I saw Agnes wearing a maid outfit standing. I am nervous. It's been a while since I've been wearing clothes other than armor. Agnes restlessly held down her skirt and fixed the ribbon. Each time, her fluffy red hair sways. She stares Mabel and I, and then her arms and legs. She pinches the hem of her clothes and pulls on her sleeves. She seemed to think that it's unbelievable that she's wearing clothes. Is it not strange to you, Thor-sama? No, or rather, it's so cute. Phew. Agnes' face turned bright red when I said my honest impression. Mabel prepared a maid outfit that was exactly like hers. It came with a white apron and a headdress. The red ribbon is probably for matching the images of fire. Of course, the health promotion pendant is shining on her chest. It's nice to wear matching things with Mabel. It looks like we're sisters. As expected of Thor-sama, you understand, right? Mabel came to my side with a gentle smile. Then, with her face close to my ear. But please keep it a secret that she called me sister. Agnes and I have different statuses. If Raizenga-sama finds out, he'll get angry. Okay, so is the pendant working? Of course. It's okay. Mabel looks at Agnes with her gentle sister-like eyes. Agnes seems to be embarrassed, but there are no signs of flames erupting. Instead, the pendant on her chest emits a light. Agnes' fire magic power is converted into the magic power of wood, metal, earth, and water. The converted magic power displays each of its characteristics. Specifically, it has the effect of making Agnes healthy and strengthening both physically and mentally. Fire attribute magic power, plus 100% energy. Converting the extra fire magic power to other attributes. The fire magic power has been converted to earth magic power. Earth attribute, plus 100% steadiness. The extra earth magic power has been converted into metal magic power. Metal attribute, plus 100% firmness. Converted the extra gold magic power into water magic power. Water attribute effect, plus 100% flexibility. Converted the extra water magic power into wood magic power. Wood attribute effect, plus 100% life force. I heard a voice from the pendant. In the hero's world, magic power seems to rotate in a circle. Similarly, this pendant continues to transform Agnes' fire magic power into other attributes of magic power. All the magic powers are used to strengthen and make her healthy. Therefore, there are no flames to erupt. Instead, Agnes is getting stronger and healthier. Wow, my body is light. My skin is shiny. Agnes turns over the skirt of her maid outfit and spins around. The salamanders are flying around her. To confirm, Agnes jumps up from the floor. Her body gently floated up to the ceiling. Agnes is using all her fire magic power to strengthen her body. I explained. That's why your explosiveness and jumping power are also getting better. It will take some time to adjust to it, but you shouldn't be able to accidentally burn things anymore. From now on, slowly get used to your new life. And no, Agnes is not wearing underwear right now. As Agnes' body falls, the air-filled skirt flips over. Agnes quickly tried to hold it down. But that didn't make it on time. I'm sorry. I don't care much, so it's fine. When Agnes said so, the health promotion pendant shone. Fire attribute magic power. Plus 150% energy. Converting the extra fire magic power to other attributes. The magic power of fire has been converted to earth magic power. Earth attribute, plus 150% steadiness. The extra earth magic power has been converted into metal magic power. Metal attribute, plus 150% firmness. Converted the extra gold magic power into water magic power. Water attribute effect, plus 150% flexibility. Converted the extra water magic power into wood magic power. Wood attribute effect, plus 150% life force. Ooh, so I power up when I get embarrassed. I'm sorry, it was a side effect. No, I showed you something unsightly again. No, it's not unsightly, or more like I didn't see anything. Yeah. Anyway, the item was successful. The health promotion pendant worked safely. There are no more flames coming out from Agni's body. She changed clothes with Mabel, and we saw things in various ways. If the flames don't come out after those, it's probably okay. Agnes, is your body okay? Yes, there's no problem. Agnes, dressed as a maid, laughed happily. I've used a lot of body-strengthening magic before, so controlling it should be fine. Besides, this pendant is very gentle. It feels like my whole body gently powered up. I'm relieved. It seems that she can control her body movements properly, and the fire magic power is also under control. Now Agnes can wear his favorite clothes without worrying about her flames. It's okay for her to be with her friends and go anywhere she likes. In the hero's world, items like this are sold as an everyday product. I wonder if some of the heroes summoned to this world used the health promotion pendant. Speaking of which, there were many cases in history where heroes yelled, "You son of a bitch, you hurt my companions," and they awakened transcended powers. The person might have turned his emotions into magic power and further strengthened his body with this item. The hero's world is really amazing. Thank you, Thor-sama. Mabel, you fulfilled one of my wishes. Mabel bowed deeply and laughed. Then she rushed towards Agnes. Mabel. Mabel hugged Agnes tightly. Mabel. And no, Agnes will erupt when my emotions are not steady. It's okay, Agnes-sama. Mabel whispered into Agnes' ear. You've always been scared that your flames can hurt someone, right? Yeah. I'm sorry, it was probably me who gave you that trauma. And no. Agnes was surprised at her own magic power and got excited about it. The bad one is Agnes, I'm sorry, Mabel. During that time, Agnes-sama apologized many times. With that said, Mabel stroked Agnes' hair. Agnes opened his eyes astonishingly, but she let her continue. But if I wasn't surprised by the burns and cried, Agnes might have been calmer and faced your fire magic. You might not have to wear the armor. And no, it's not Mabel's fault. It's not Mabel's vow. But that's over already. Agnes won't hurt anyone anymore. You can stick to anyone you want. And Mabel. Yeah. Ooh's Mabel. Tears spilled out from Agnes' eyes. She's crying like a child. Of course, flames aren't erupting from her body. The health promotion pendant continues to properly convert the magical power of fire into another magical power. The message that indicates it keeps ringing. It might be strange, but Agnes was laughing while crying. Then next is Thor-sama, please. With that said, Mabel let go of Agnes. Thor-sama, please give Agnes a hug. Me too. Because it's an important occasion. Mabel. Why even, Thor-sama? You can finally touch with people, so I thought you'd take this opportunity. But. Doesn't Agnes want to jayu and hug Thor-sama? To Mabel's question, Agnes shakes her head vigorously. Then that's fine, isn't it? But Thor-sama may not like it. Thor-sama, do you hate hugging Agnes? I don't hate it. I immediately replied without thinking. No, this question was unfair in the first place. I can't say I don't like it when asked face to face. Besides, I have a responsibility as the creator of the health promotion pendant to check if it's okay to hug someone other than Mabel. I convinced myself and headed towards Agnes. Looks like Agnes has resolved herself too as she spread her arms out. Gururu, the salamanders are flying left and right and nodding as if to tell me to accept Agnes' resolve. I put my hands on Agnes' shoulder. By the way, Agnes isn't wearing underwear right now. It seems like it's awkward to hug someone in this state. But Agnes' face is just around the corner. She's holding her breath because she's tense and nervous. It's not good to stop here. Yeah, then I tried to hug Agnes. Agnes, where have you gone? Agnes. Outside the bathhouse, General Risinga's voice echoed in the hallway. Chapter 22, Persuading General Risinga. So this is the bathhouse. Maybe the salamanders in charge of the boiler room will know where Agnes is. Bam! The sliding door of the hallway opened. At the entrance, I saw a huge body that seemed bigger than the doorway. It was Flame General Risinga. Oh, So you were here, my daughter, Agnes. Risinga bent down and passed through the doorway. His yellowish eyes looked toward Agnes. Agnes, with her eyes closed, was waiting to be hugged by me. Then General Risinga looked at me, who was about to hug her, with my hand on her shoulder. Bastard. General Risinga's hair stood up. What are you doing? What are you doing to my daughter? The floor shook. General Risinga stepped on the floor and came straight at us. Please wait, Risinga-sama. Before him, Mabel blocked his path. General Risinga raised his shoulders. Out of the way. Mabel. I won't move, Thor-sama is my master. It was also for Ag. The appearance of a maid won't stop me. General Risinga kicked the floor and his huge body jumped to the side. Fast. So this is the Flame General's movement skills. Mabel didn't react in time. General Risinga avoided Mabel and came in front of me using swift footwork. Sharp light comes out from his eyes as he stares at me. Come on. I'll take you to my territory, where you'll atone for your sin of laying your hands on Agnes. Please let me explain before that, General Risinga. I don't have anything to say to you. Do you not notice anything when you see Agnes-san now? Moo. General Risinga looked towards Agnes. And, it's not armor but normal clothes. I am an alchemist, so, after listening to Agnes-san, I thought about countermeasures. I started to explain. Agnes-san couldn't control her flames because her fire magic power was too strong. By converting that magic power. Bastard, did you trick Agnes into dressing up? Yes. You tricked her by saying the cloth was fireproof and made Agnes wear a maid outfit. You planned to let the clothing gradually burn and strip Agnes naked. You bastard thought about such a thing? Pervert. Listen to me talk first. Shut up, never mind that and come here. If you don't obey, my patience is limited. See. General Risinga shouts. Flames spawn from his bristling hair and illuminate the face of the angry general. This is the flame of the Flame General. You should just obey quietly. Store flame. When I declared, the flames emitted by General Risinga were extinguished. It was sucked into the ultra-small, simple warehouse. Agnes carried that warehouse with her around, and thank God she left it on the table when she went to change. What, my flames? Bastard, what are you? I'm an alchemist hired by Her Majesty. Looking back at General Risinga's eyes, I said, it's my job to solve the problems of the people who live in this demon territory and make it a comfortable place to live in. I wanted to help Agnes-san, so I asked Mabel to help me and thought of a countermeasure. That's it. You will be, but... The general's words were cut off. Then the general shook his head and stared at me again. Anyway, come on. We can talk after. He reached for me, but that hand never reached me. Please stop with this unreasonableness, father. Agnes' hand was holding General Risinga's arm. She has been holding it since a while ago. The general was so excited that he didn't notice it. Agnes had already sealed off her father's movements when the general came in front of me. Apologize, father. Agnes' thin fingers are digging into General Risinga's bronze-colored arm. The general tries to shake Agnes' hand, but it doesn't work. Agnes is staring at General Risinga with an angry face, but there are no flames on her body. Instead, the health promotion pendant on her chest kept emitting light. Fire attribute magic power, plus 250% energy. Converting the extra fire magic power to other attributes. The magic power of fire has been converted to earth magic power. Earth attribute, plus 250% steadiness. The extra earth magic power has been converted into metal magic power. Metal attribute, plus 250% firmness. Converted the extra gold magic power into water magic power. Water attribute effect, plus 250% flexibility. Converted the extra water magic power into wood magic power. Wood attribute effect, plus 250% life force. What? I can't move. Agnes, you had this kind of power. Thor-sama did his best for Agnes. Hey. It's thanks to Thor-sama that Agnes is able to wear normal clothes. Why doesn't father listen to me? Agnes was very angry. With her thin arms, she completely controls the movement of General Risinga. Amazing. Let go, I'm thinking about what's best for you, Gunu. Risinga puts all his energy into his whole body. Cracks appear on the floor. But Agnes didn't waver. With her free hand, she grabs the other arm of General Risinga. The general tries to shake her off, but Agnes holds him down completely. What? Why do you have this kind of power? Agnes is angry. I'm using my overflowing magic power. You're angry, but what happened to the flames? If you feel emotional, the flames should come out. Thanks to Thor-sama, Agnes has grown. Agnes' eyes change from red to yellow, and from yellow to red. It's the same reaction when she was emitting flames from her body. In other words, Agnes is now emitting a powerful fire magic power, and all of that is poured into the health promotion pendant. Agnes has several times more energy, stability, firmness, flexibility, and life force than usual. The energy and life force are enough to block the movement of General Risinga. No matter how hard the general pushes her body, does not sway because of the steadiness and firmness. Also, the flexibility gives her flexible muscle strength. Agnes, who makes full use of all of them, is demonstrating tremendous power. My flames could only hurt people, but I received this power from Thor-sama. With this power, I can protect my loved ones. Fire attribute magic power, plus 400% energy, converting the extra fire magic power to other attributes. The magic power of fire has been converted to earth magic power. Earth attribute, plus 400% steadiness. The extra earth magic power has been converted into metal magic power. Metal attribute, plus 400% firmness. Converted the extra gold magic power into water magic power. Water attribute effect, plus 400% flexibility. Converted the extra water magic power into wood magic power. Wood attribute effect, plus 400% life force. The health promotion pendant continues to be activated. General Risinga is no longer able to move. So this is the power of items in the hero's world. No, I think the amazing thing is Thor-sama. But what is even more amazing was Agnes. She grabbed General Risinga's arms and blocked his movement. Father has always been worried about Agnes. I'm sorry. Enmo, it's natural for parent to worry about their beloved daughter. But I also want you to listen to Agnes, because Thor-sama is a very important person to Agnes. Agnes muttered as she stared at her father. In the name of the primordial flame, I will serve Thor Rigaz-sama. Agnes, those words are. That's why please apologize to Thor-sama and listen to his reason. Agnes lifts General Risinga's giant 2-meter body with ease. Right above me. You know Mabel's. Yes, Thor-sama. Did you know that there is a story about a hero who lifted a dragon in the Legend of the Heroes? I know, he sneaked under the dragon's belly and lifted it. I thought that it was exaggerated, but it might be true. That's right. Next time, I should check the records of Demon Castle. I'm counting on you, El. Mabel and I were watching over the parent and child duo. Anyways, if the general doesn't calm down, I can't talk to him. Agnes is sweating on her forehead as she lifts up General Risinga's giant body. General Risinga, whose arms are being held down, is immobilized. Do something. Salamanders. The panicked general calls out to his subordinate, Salamander. In response to that voice, the salamanders flew out from the boiler room. But, Guru, Guraru. Pache. The salamanders simply slapped Risinga's limbs with their wings and tail. Why you guys? Are you saying I'm at fault? Come on now. General Risinga looked like he was about to cry. The Flame General, who is also famous throughout the demon territory, was lifted by his daughter Agnes and was turned away by a salamander. I feel sorry for him. Can you hear me? General Risinga. I looked up at the general and asked. Maybe my first impression was bad because I made a magic item for Agnes without General's permission. But at least let's talk about it first. Father, please. Risinga-sama. Guru. Me, Agnes, Mabel, and the salamanders appealed to the general. It was my bad, I'm sorry. I'll listen to him. I'll also properly apologize to Thor Riguz-dono. I promise in the name of General Risinga. Thank you, General. That's why, let me down Agnes. General Risinga said so in tears. Thor Riguz and Mabel are fine, but the salamanders were also here. I showed a shameful figure. In this way, General Risinga surrendered. For the time being, we decided to talk calmly. Chapter 23, Proposing User Support. That's why Thor Riguz-sama made a flame-suppressing item for Agnes. Agnes explained the situation to General Risinga. She happened to meet me in the bathroom. Of course, Agnes dancing around naked was not mentioned. After meeting her, she told me about her fire magic power. With the approval of my proposal from Agnil, I decided to use alchemy to make an item that suppresses flames. With the completed health promotion pendant, Agni's condition became better. Agnes, restraining her emotions, continued to explain to the stunned General Risinga, who sat down on the floor. Thor Ragu-sama did his best for Agnes, and this is the health promotion pendant, an item that suppresses flames by converting Agnes' fire magic power into other magic powers. Agnes showed her father the pendant that was glowing. That's why Agnes now wears the same clothing as Mabel, and Thor-sama didn't try to do anything strange to me. Do you understand, father? How? Something like that. General Risinga trembled. It's a natural reaction, since it was unexpected. Did you really suppress the flames of Agnes? As you can see, I'm fine, father. Agnes wrapped the health promotion pendant with her hands. Thanks to this item, Agnes can get dressed. I've always dreamed of wearing cute clothes. But father, what did you do to Thor-sama who fulfilled my dream? I'm sorry. General Risinga slammed his forehead on the floor in Indojza. Without knowing what a rude thing I did Agnes' benefactor, I'm ashamed of myself. I'm sorry. General Risinga slams his forehead on the floor in quick succession. Thor Ragu-dono, please feel free to punish me. That was the only word that came out. This is because General Risinga's attitude changed suddenly after Agni's explanation. From standing to kneeling at first, he was standing and listening, but before I knew it, he was in a seiza. Eventually, it became a dojza. I didn't think that someone other than me would think of Agnes that much. I'm so sorry. The general muttered with his forehead pressed against the floor. Thor Ragu-dono is a good person. To even compare such a person to myself, the flame general couldn't even see through the true nature of such a person. It seems like my eyes have clouded over time. General Risinga suddenly looked up. He stretched his arms and stuck out his thumb. Okay, let's poke these useless eyes out. Agni-san stopped the general. Yes. General Risinga tried to stab his thumb into his eyes, but Agnes held it down. When Agnes' thin fingers grabbed him, General Risinga's arms came to an abrupt halt. Guga Nunu, let go, Agnes. As a warrior, I have to apologize for my blunder. Didn't I tell you to listen? Father. General Risinga opened his eyes to Agni's words. Then, slowly, the power was reduced in General Risinga's arm. You don't have to go that far. I said, please don't poke your eyes, you're overreacting. I still plan on living in the demon territory after this. If you do that every time I see General, I would remember it. Please don't give me a weird trauma. Yuamo. And the general didn't know that Agni-san's flames had been suppressed. If Agni-san was dressed normally, it's natural to doubt me. I knew that General Risinga had a daughter complex, but I didn't think it was this bad. The general really cares about Agnes. I understand that very well. He went so far as to poke his own eye. If he became blind, he wouldn't be able to do his job as a general. He's a much better parent than the one who made their own son into a sacrifice. I see. Is the parent and child relationship in the demon territory like this? It's fine if you treat me normally. You don't have to poke your eyes out. Okay, I'll obey Thordono's words. General Risinga sat down and bowed to me. But I'll report to Her Majesty Demon Lord about my blunder, including what Thor Ragu-dono did for Agnes. Otherwise, this matter won't be settled. Okay, that's fine. After all, no one was injured. The flames that the general tried to scare me with were sucked up into the ultra-small simple warehouse, and the general's movements were restricted by Agnes. But I still want to talk with you. I said, I understand that General Risinga, a warrior, hates civilians who have no fighting power. It's different. There is another reason why I look down on Thor Ragu-dono. Another reason. When I heard that a guest was coming from the Empire, I was going to make the guest fight with Agnes to show everyone in the demon territory the power of my daughter's flames. The general spoke dejectedly. He painfully looked at the armor on the floor. Agnes has powerful flames because of her ancestors' blood. There's not much that can be done about JT. Yes, I know. But because of that, Agnes couldn't control her flames. She began wearing the armor. I felt sorry for making my daughter live inconveniently. At the very least, I wanted to convince her of the benefits of having the ability to erupt flames. That's why you tried to have her fight me. That's right. General Risinga awkwardly turned his gaze. I've heard that everyone in the Empire was a powerful warrior. If Agnes had a match with them, Agnes' name will rise. I hoped Agnes would build confidence even if she doesn't win. But it wasn't a warrior, but an alchemist that came. That's right, I was disappointed. Sorry for saying something rude. I see. Because Agnes' fire magic power was too strong, she couldn't wear clothing, nor could she approach other people. So General Risinga tried to let Agnes fight a strong warrior to build confidence by teaching her that her fire magic power was not bad, but useful. And everyone in the demon territory will acknowledge the power of Agnes. So when he heard that a guest was coming from the Amipir, he expected a powerful warrior. But it was an alchemist who had no ability to fight. He was really disappointed. Because of that, General Risinga treated me harshly. No, that is also an excuse. This is my fault. General Risinga said, "Please, Thordono, let me apologize to you. Please tell me anything you want as a remuneration for the item you made for Agnes." A remuneration. By the way, I didn't think about it. I was focused on the health promotion pendant, so I finished it all at once. But if I can get paid, then could you give me some alchemy material? There is a mine in General's territory, right? If you have precious metals, minerals, or rare stones, would you please share them with me? Of course. But it's hard to choose the ones that are useful, and General and Agnes wouldn't know too, if possible. Could you take me to your territory? I understand, you could always tell. Of course. It doesn't matter if it's after the development of the mine begins. I heard that some volcanoes have minerals with a composition different from that on the ground. Also, did you know that there's something called meteoric irons? It's an ore that could be obtained from a meteorite, a stone that falls from the sky, but strangely, there are none of them in the mountains. Thor-sama. Mabel tugged on my sleeves. I understand your feelings, but that's a different topic, right? Yeah. General Risinga was flabbergasted. Both Mabel and Agnes have troubled faces. To sum it up, if I could get remuneration, provide me with alchemy material. Also, please give me the right to go to General's territory and look for the materials. Of course, I will get permission when I go. I told the General again. How about that as the remuneration and the apology from General? I will accept all your demands. General Risinga stood up and bowed deeply toward me. Thanks to Thor Regusdonos for his kindness in the name of Risinga Frazed, I will never forget that he made an item for my daughter. I pledge loyalty to Thor Regusdono, second to Her Majesty Demon Lord. Thank you. He didn't have to go that far, but I guess being a warrior, the general has a line of speech for pledging loyalty. Mabel, I'm sorry. You were trying to protect Thor Regusdono. I should have listened more to Agnes' childhood friend. Indeed. Mabel puts her hand on her waist and stares at the general. Actually, I have been preparing a magic from a while ago. You were trying to abduct my dear master. If Agnes hadn't stopped General, I was seriously going to launch a magic attack. I'm sorry. And if General took Thor-sama away, as it was, worst-case scenario, a civil war might erupt. You should be aware that Thor-sama is an important guest for Her Majesty. Okay, I'll apologize to Her Majesty later, but Mabel. Yes. I have a request for you. The general looked at Mabel and Agnes and said, Mabel, refrain. Would you like to get along with Agnes like you used to? As a friend, call her by her name without worrying about your status. Of course. Mabel took Agnes' hand and laughed. I've always wanted to hold hands with Agnes like I used to. And Mabel. Agnes is looking at Mabel with tears. General Risinga looked happy. And you don't need to use honorifics for Agnes. Don't worry about the difference in status. I'm going to relinquish my position as general. Yeah, if that happens, I'll be able to spend more time with Agnes. Good. I should ask Her Majesty Demon Lord after I report about this event. Please stop. If you do that, the demon territory will be in an uproar. I said, geez. It turned into a big deal without Demon Lord Ruki noticing. It's going to be hard to explain to her later. I'm heading to meet Her Majesty Demon Lord now to talk about the truth, including my blunders. I'm also telling her about the thing made for Agnes by Thordono. That's right. Please tell her about the effects of the health promotion pendant too. Of course, Thor Regusdono. It is natural to be proud of. No, there may be other people who have the same problems as Agnes-san. Agnes' erupting flames are due to the overpowering fire magic power. When it comes to that, there may be other people with similar symptoms. The health promotion pendant can convert magic power into magic powers other than wind, light, and dark. It should be useful for those who are suffering from an overpowering magical power. Excellent. Magic items that I made by alchemy will become popular. I feel blessed as an alchemist to have this position. That's why, please tell Her Majesty and the Chancellor about the effects of the health promotion pendant. I understand. And Agnes-san. I look towards Agnes. Let me touch the pendant for a moment. I'll make the final adjustments. Yes, please. Agnes took out the pendant from the chest of the maid outfit. Touching it, I activated Creation Alchemy. I made some adjustments and returned the pendant to Agnes. Now, there won't be a notification. It would be annoying if you hear the voice every time it converts your magic power. Thank you very much, Thor-sama. How can I return this kindness? And this is a spare. Just in case. Thank you for everything. Agnes closed her eyes and hugged the second pendant. From now on, Agnes Frazed vows to do his best for Thor Rigyu-sama, no matter what happens. In the name of the primordial flame. I heard that earlier, but what does that phrase mean? It's a secret. Agnes held her mouth with the pendant. I felt that it was dangerous, so I stopped probing about it. That's all I can do. If you have any problems, feel free to tell me. The pendant is attached with an user support. User support. It's something from the hero's world. It was written in the mail order catalog. If you have any troubles in using it, please contact user support. In addition, refunds are okay within 2 weeks after the item arrives. If you can't feel the effect, it seems that they are accepting refunds. I decided to imitate it in order to get closer to the world of heroes. Just making an item isn't enough yet. I'm still not a match for the world of the heroes. The world of the heroes, the dream to surpass the empire, still has a long way to go. If you can't feel the effect within 2 weeks, no, I already feel the effect is enough. When refunding, I will never do that. For user support, Agnes will go and meet Thor Rigyu-sama in person. With that said, Agnes took my hand. Agnes will tell you how happy Agnes was, and then I'll fulfill whatever dream you have. Is that what user support means? Isn't the person who made the product supposed to support the person who received it? User support doesn't mean that the person who receives the product takes care of the creator. Because Agnes is happy to fulfill the wishes of Thor Rigyu-sama. Agnes looks straight into my eyes. Please let Agnes, who uses this pendant, support Thor-sama. With a big smile, she declared that. Chapter 24, Mabel and Agnes talk about secrets. After a while, it was time for the bathhouse to open, so we decided to disperse. I returned to my room, and General Risinga decided to go to the Demon Lord Ruki to report about this matter. Mabel, can we talk for a bit? Agnes stopped Mabel from returning. Then they said that they were going to have a chat. Mabel's perspective. Agnes and I headed to the balcony of the castle. The sun is already setting and the lines of the mountain ridge are dyed red. There are no signs of people around. It was just the right place for talking about secrets. Thank you very much for this time. Coming with Thor-sama and lending me your maid clothes. Thanks to you, I was able to calm down and try on this pendant. Yes, Agnes-sama. I will wash the maid clothes and return them later. And when I return to the territory, I will prepare a thank you item for Thor-sama and Mabel. And then, you don't have to be in a rush. I gently smiled in the setting sun. I won't be leaving. I'm always in this castle, because I'm always beside Thor-sama. Mabel, you're so lucky. Yes, I am grateful to be the attendant of Thor-sama. I closed my eyes and joined my hands and prayed. I can't believe it's only been a few days since Thor-sama came to the demon territory, but I feel so natural being beside Thor-sama. Mabel, but Her Majesty didn't say that there could only be one attendant. If Agnes wants to do the same job, why don't you talk to Her Majesty? I don't think it's possible for me yet. Agnes turned bright red and shook her head. I just started to wear normal clothing. I think it's better for me to get used to my new life. I also want to study various things and be able to properly use the user support. Agnes-sama is splendid. Otherwise, I might be a bother to Thor-sama and Mabel, right? Agnes laughed as her hair fluttered in the evening breeze. Once I can support Thor-sama properly, then I might have the same role as Mabel. I look forward to working with you, senpai. I understand. At that time, we will be senpai and kuhai. I held Agni's hand and nodded. I'm looking forward to it, Agni-sama. Yes. I'm sorry. I said something arbitrarily without knowing that Agnes was thinking so much. You don't have to apologize. Agnes looked at the childhood friend in front of her, with a troubled face. Mabel is always like that. Having the habit of giving priority to other people instead of yourself. Is that so? That's right. When I was a kid, when Agnes burned Mabel, you were crying but trembling, you said that it was fine. That was a failure. I should have smiled while saying that. Emu. Agnes took my hand, but I'm glad I made friends with Mabel again. Me too, Agni-sama. I smiled gently as I stroked Agni's hair. But when there are other people, it might be better to think a little more about the wording. General Risinga forgave me, but for the time being, we still have different positions and statuses. I know. That's why, only when we're with Thor-sama, can we speak freely to each other. Okay, only when there is only 3 of us, right? Yeah, and then this. Agnes took a black stone out of her maid's pocket. It was a small stone. Smaller than the pinky's fingernail. With the stone in both hands, Agnes said, "This is a stone that Agnes found earlier in my father's territory. I want you to give it to Thor-sama. Is it an alchemy material?" Thor Ryu's-sama said earlier that he wanted something that could be used as a material for alchemy. It may be too small to use, but... Agnes continued, staring at the small black stone. This is a mysterious stone that doesn't melt even at high temperatures. That's why I was holding on to it. I wonder if Thor-sama would be interested in this. Okay, but shouldn't Agnes hand it over yourself? I shook my head. I think that would make Thor happy too, right? Well, that is. Agnes' cheeks turned bright red, and she held the chest of the maid outfit with her white palm. Seeing her skin gradually turning red, the health promotion pendant must be working well. She nodded and waited for Agnes' words. In the end, it's embarrassing to meet each other. From the time I met him until today, Thor-sama has seen various things. That is, perhaps is it that? Mabel covered her hot cheeks. Is it because you jumped without your underwear on? But that was just a moment, and you don't have to worry about it too much. Was that not it? That is. Please tell me, Agni-sama. I will use it as a reference when serving Thor-sama. Use it as reference. I also owe Thor-sama debt. This Mabel will show what Agnes did before. If Thor-sama wants it, I'll offer it to him. What else did Agnes do? Izura. You seem embarrassed. The health promotion pendant is also shining. You must be thinking about something similar to that jump. Ma Mabel, don't deduce it. But I'm the attendant of Thor-sama. I am the senpai of Agni-sama. If that makes Thor-sama happy, I am resolved to do the same thing as Agni-sama. Wait Mabel, wait a moment. The flustered Mabel and Agnes. Mabel nods as if she's ready, and Agnes holds her bright red face. Then suddenly, Mabel looked up and said, "By the way, Thor-sama and Agni-sama met in the bathroom yesterday. Perhaps something happened there. Maybe the salamander in the water heater might know something." I surrender. Mabel's deduction skill is too overpowered. I will teach you. In this way, Agnes talked about yesterday, how she was practicing how to control fire magic with salamanders at the water heater without wearing clothes. We also talked about how Thor-sama reacted. In the end, Mabel and Agnes made a promise that this will be kept a secret except for Thor. Mabel came up with a new event to serve Thor, but that was another story. Chapter 25. Demon Lord Ruki and Chancellor Kelv receives a report from General Risinga. To seek an audience with me, what a turn of events, Risinga frazed. Demon Lord Ruki said, "This is the throne room of the demon castle." Demon Lord Ruki sat on the throne, and next to her was Chancellor Kelv. In front of her was the kneeling flame General Risinga. It was rare for him to ask an audience himself. Because Risinga attaches great importance to physical strength, he despised the young Demon Lord Ruki. Thinking about that, when Demon Lord Ruki looked at him, this flame General Risinga once again pledges allegiance to the Demon Lord Ruki Everguard. General Risinga bowed down to the floor and declared, "My loyalty is forever your majesty's. If I make a mistake, I will offer this life and soul. In front of my master, I swear in the name of the primordial flame." What are you talking about, Risinga? In the name of the primordial flame. Next to Demon Lord Ruki, Chancellor Kelv screamed. Risinga frazed, "Do you know the meaning of your words?" "What do you mean, Kelv?" In the name of the primordial flame is a way to establish an absolute vow for the people who carry the blood of Ifrit. Chancellor Kelv began to explain. It is said that the primordial flame is the source of flame giant Ifrit's flames and his vitality. So to swear in the name of the primordial flame has a significant meaning to them. When a person that carries the blood of the flame giant breaks that vow, the flames in them would make them not complain nor resist if someone took their life. The only time this vow was made was when the flame giant swore allegiance to the first demon Lord Sama. In the name of the primordial flame, it is said that he literally followed first demon Lord Sama until his flames of life burned out. What a thing. It's no wonder your majesty doesn't know about it. This is only the second time this vow has been sworn officially. Rizinga, why did you suddenly do something like that? Demon Lord Ruki was surprised behind the mask. She was thankful and proud to have the general's absolute loyalty, but she had no idea why it suddenly happened. I'm happy with your loyalty, but can you tell me why? I have done something rude to my benefactor because of my foolishness. A rude thing. Yes. He forgave me, but he was an alchemist that was under your majesty. Then, I naturally have to apologize to his majesty. Wait. Demon Lord Ruki repeated the words of Flame General Rizinga in her head. He said, my benefactor is an alchemist who reports to your majesty the demon lord. That means, Thor, what happened between you and him? Yes, Thor Regusdono cured Agni's erupting flames. What? But I thought Thor was trying to trick Agnes into doing something wrong. Rizinga sighed. And then I foolishly tried to scare Thordono with my flames, capture him, and bring him back to my territory. To be honest, I was overwhelmed by my anger at that time, but Agnes corrected my mistake. Did Agnes stop you? Yes. Agnes used her erupting magic power and displayed terrifying physical strength. Then she blocked my movements with one arm, completely restrained me with both arms, and lifted me overhead. I was totally surprised. Elite. I am grateful to Agnes for stopping me from hurting my benefactor. It was my first time seeing Agnes this angry. Rizinga continued to talk about his gratitude to Thor, and Agnes' growth and prettiness. Demon Lord Ruki didn't know how to reply. Her head was blank because of the unexpected development. She thought that Thor had done something again. However, the fact that he improved Agni's magical power far exceeded the expectations of the demon Lord Ruki. Rizinga's daughter, Agnes has Ifrit's blood flowing strongly within her. Unable to control her fire magic power, which was too strong, she was suffering from erupting flames. Therefore, Ruki, the demon lord, also helped out. She allowed her to wear armor in the castle and provided an exclusive compartment for her. He healed Agni's erupting flames. Moreover, Agnes is said to be able to strengthen her body with her fire magic power. In Rizinga's words, she blocked his movement with one hand, restrained him with both hands, and lifted him overhead. Such a thing cannot be done by normal physical strengthening magic. Physical strengthening magic only raises one aspect, such as power and agility. The rate of increase is at most 1.5 to 2 times. However, in order for the girl Agnes to block the movement of Rizinga, she needed to be strengthened 4 times or even 5 times. In addition, not only strength, but all physical abilities must be strengthened overall. That's something that could rival the hero's strengthening magic. To be honest, I was skeptical of the current policy of learning from humans of the demon territory. General Rizinga continued to talk. But after meeting Thor Regus, I understood that your majesty's policy was correct. It was wonderful that his majesty used Thor Regus heavily, so with a sense of gratitude, I decided to pledge allegiance to your majesty. I see. My loyalty is already with your majesty. Please punish me for my blunder. Bang! Rizinga slammed his forehead on the floor. Suppressing erupting flames caused by the strong blood of flame, giant Ifrit, and converting the fire magic power into physical strengthening, giving you enough power to block the movement of the general? No. Impossible, impossible. Looking to the side, Chancellor Kelv was banging his head against the pillar. It seems that high-ranking officials of the demon territory have developed a hobby of head-butting buildings since the arrival of Thor. I understand how much of a sin it is to be rude to the guest of your majesty. I am already prepared to resign from my post of general. Your majesty, Please be unreserved. Eventually, Flame General Risinga looked up at Demon Lord Ruki. The punishment of Risinga. Demon Lord Ruki grasped the armrest of the throne. Risinga tried to kidnap Thor without knowing the whole story. This is certainly unforgivable. As a demon lord, Risinga should be punished. However, Risinga had pledged allegiance to Demon Lord Ruki in the name of the primordial flame. It was the most serious vow the first demon lord received from Ifrit. The fact that the Demon Lord Ruki received it has great significance. Furthermore, if she disposed of Risinga, who had done so much, the people of the demon territory will also be dissatisfied. If they find out that Thor was the cause of this dispute, some people may blame him. Ruki didn't like it either. What did Thor say? Demon Lord Ruki suddenly asked. What kind of punishment did he want from you? He didn't want to give me any punishment. Well, that might be the case if it was him. But when I kept asking for it, he said that he wanted alchemy materials. Risinga nodded. My territory is in a mountainous area, and the development of a mine is about to begin. When Thor learned about it, he wanted the rare stones in the mountains. Also, he wanted to personally come and find some materials himself. Demon Lord Ruki thought that it sounded like Thor. Because it was him, he probably thought about the demon territory and Agni's position. Adding great punishments to General Risinga would upset the demon territory. Agni's position, who had recently recovered from her flames, would also deteriorate. So Thor didn't want to punish Risinga. Then, with that in mind, we should think about what to do with Risinga as the Demon Lord. Demon Lord Ruki decided. If that is the case, Flame General Risinga, this is an order from Demon Lord Ruki Everguard. Demon Lord Ruki stood up and looked at Risinga. Although there was a misunderstanding, my important guest, Thor Regius was threatened, and you tried to take him to your territory, which is unforgivable. Therefore, I will confiscate a part of your territory. I understand. Risinga replied without any hesitation. That means that part of my territory will be under your majesty's direct control. That's right. Because it is a hassle to govern a large piece of land. The land should be big enough to have a large house built on it. Preferably, there is a path nearby, and there is a place to get water. Something like a place where you would build a villa. Why, yes, with pleasure. Is that so? But your majesty, that wouldn't be a punishment. If your majesty wishes, it's natural for you to have a villa. It's not going to be my villa. Demon Lord Ruki laughed. You should prepare the land near the mine. Specifically, where you could immediately go mine, and materials can be easily collected. Your majesty, perhaps is it? The house is for that guy. A large house that also doubles as a workshop. Yes. He probably understood the intention of the Demon Lord Ruki. Risinga opened his eyes and nodded. I understand. The place would have easy access to the mine, and it would have a house with a large garden so that he can experiment with alchemy. Yes, the cost of building a mansion is your personal expense. Providing land, a budget for building a mansion, a workshop, and managing the building while Thor is absent. That's your punishment. Then the Demon Lord Ruki looked at Risinga. Are you dissatisfied with this punishment, Risinga? No. Rather, I want it. Thordono's house is this demon castle, but sometimes he might want to study somewhere else. Demon Lord Ruki smiled gently under the mask. Thor wants everyone to use the magic items he makes, so it would be nice to have a workshop not only in the demon castle, but in a place where everyone can visit freely. I am happy to accept this punishment. General Risinga slammed his forehead against the floor. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to return the favor to Thordono. My lord, your majesty Ruki Everguard. I don't want you to be too happy. You lost part of your territory, and that became my private property. This is supposed to be a punishment. Demon Lord Ruki smiled while saying so. Anyways, you should treat Thor with the same amount of trouble you caused him, but switch the trouble to nicely. I understand. Flame General Risinga looked up and nodded. That's it. Kelv, do you have any opinions? Conversion of magic power impossible. That's. Hey, the pillars will be damaged. Don't butt your head against it. I was listening to the story. Chancellor Kelv looked toward the Demon Lord Ruki while holding his forehead. I think Her Majesty's judgment is the best. General Risinga is in the process of negotiating with the Empire. If he is given a big punishment, it might be exploited by the Empire. Negotiations with the Empire. Demon Lord Ruki recalled the report she had received before. The mine development is underway in the territory of General Risinga. Therefore, we are currently preparing to subdue the monsters that have built a nest in the mountain. It is necessary to gather soldiers to subdue it, but the location of it is close to the border with the Empire. It would be a problem if the Empire misunderstood that the demon territory has intentions for an invasion. Therefore, Risinga is negotiating with the Margrave of the Empire. Among them, the talk of subduing the monsters jointly with the Empire and the demon territory is progressing. But the Empire is the country that abandoned Thor. Demon Lord Ruki was not sure if that country could be trusted. She was worried about whether or not it's okay to jointly subdue the monsters. Kelv, I left the negotiations with the Margrave of the Empire to Risinga. Yes, we have already exchanged letters several times. In the near future, the Margrave will come to the territory of the General. Is that right, General? Yes, it is exactly like Kelv Dono says. Well, then you should continue to take on that role. Demon Lord Ruki continues. However, you don't have to forcibly proceed with the joint operation with the Empire. The monster subjugation could be managed by our own soldiers one way or another. If you think that the other party is not trustworthy, you can terminate the negotiation. Your Majesty, that is. What Kelvs? If a joint operation with the Empire succeeds, it will be a great achievement that even the first Demon Lord Sama did not do. Your Majesty's fame would also rise. I know, I want to do it if possible. Demon Lord Ruki nods to the dissatisfied Chancellor, but it's just that you don't have to overdo it. Got it? Risinga. I understand. Your Majesty, I've gained the loyalty of General Flame, and my daughter is now able to live in good health. That's enough. I don't need something as little as my reputation. Demon Lord Ruki suddenly touched the mask covering the upper half of his face. The mask continues to hide my face. In the last few days, the features that used to be important have become less necessary after Thor came to the demon territory. With him, I can expose my face and talk with him. While I thought it was fun, before I knew it, I got the loyalty of General Risinga. The mask was meant to be a counter for a warrior who values power like him. I wonder if I will be able to remove this mask in the near future. Agnes took off her armor. It may be time to face everyone with your own face. Demon Lord Ruki thought about that. We got sidetracked. Anyways, I have already decreed my punishment to you. From now on you will have to listen to Thor, and he doesn't want to punish you. Well, he might make some requests about the workshop, so be prepared for it. Thank you, I will accept any request. Lamu. Thank you for your loyalty. Demon Lord Ruki told General Risinga, who was bowing his hand. I will do my best to be a lord who deserves the vow of yours. That's it. Demon Lord Ruki nodded. That was the end of the audience. Flame General Risinga bows and leaves the throne room. When the Minotaurs in the hallway opened the door, the general suddenly turned around. By the way, Your Majesty, let me correct one thing. What? Risinga. About Ifrit's vow, Chancellor Kelvdono said that if you break your vow, it means, I won't complain even if you take my life. But that's not accurate. Was I mistaken? If you first say, I swear in front of my master, it means exactly what Kelv says. If you swear to a specific person without that, it means something different. General Risinga continues with an embarrassed look. For example, if you say it to someone you love, it is referred to as, with this vow, I dedicate my body and soul to you. This feeling will continue to burn with the flames of my life. Huh, interesting. It's an important vow, so we rarely say it. Risinga looked distant and sighed. Really, children really grow fast. I'm happy I'm lonely. Sorry, it's just a parent's complaint. Excuse me. With that said, General Risinga left, leaving Demon Lord Ruki tilting her head, and Chancellor Kelv, who was holding his head as if he had perceived something. Chapter 26, Holding a Tea Party. Thor's Perspective. The next day, Agnes and General Risinga returned to their territory. Before they left, the general said, We will prepare your workshop and residence in our territory. It seems that this happened as an apology and a thank you for this matter. General Risinga nodded and also allowed me to see it beforehand. Agnes also said, I'm looking forward to it. Agnes seemed to be very shy, perhaps because it was her first time to appear in public in normal clothes. By the way, she wore a sky blue dress that Mabel gave her. Agnes doesn't have normal clothes yet, so it seems that Mabel lent them to her. The general said, "When I return to the territory, I will make clothes that look good on Agnes. Please look forward to it." I'm looking forward to seeing Agnes' new clothing when I go see the house. Then I saw off Agnes and the general. I returned to my room and decided to continue my research. This stone from Agnes is a meteoric iron. I'm in the simple warehouse appraising the black stone. Agnes gave me alchemy material through Mabel. It's a black stone about the size of a pinky finger, and it doesn't melt even at high temperatures, and it seems that it was found near the mine. When I appraised it with Creation Alchemy, iron meteorite, a stone that falls from the dark outer space. It has different attributes and compositions from substances on the ground. Attribute: space, 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 dark, dark, earth. This is the first time I have heard of the space attribute. While thinking so, Creation Alchemy reacted. You have awakened the space attribute by successfully appraising the iron meteorite. It is possible to add the space attribute to the created items. Since I came to the demon territory, I can use more and more new attributes. 5 attributes of the different world: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Space attribute from an iron meteorite from the sky. All of them were unknown to me when I was in the Empire. Somehow, I'm getting excited. I have to thank Demon Lord Ruki for the materials and the new workshop later. Let's make more and more new items for her. In the simple warehouse, a hearth and a workbench are installed, delivered by the nice Minotaur-sans. It's arranged by using the item organization function of the simple warehouse. Mabel brought me a small stove and a table. There is a tray with tea utensils on top beside the stove. This is the tea party space for me, Mabel, and Demon Lord Ruki. We are supposed to get together today around 3 p.m. I hope Her Majesty also enjoys it. After that, I left the workshop. I needed other materials to make an item using the iron meteorite, so I went into the warehouse next door to find some. I have to organize this room a little more. The warehouse next to my room is so messy that I can't see the floor. Demon Lord Ruki and Mabel used to say it was junk, but for me, it's a treasure trove. Let's categorize for the time being. Let's separate what I would put in the simple warehouse and what I would leave in this room first. First, the books. Books for the hero's world are valuable. They might be a hint for future items. I should keep it in my room so that it won't get wet or torn. Which one should I clean up first? The most important one is the books describing items from another world, such as the mail order catalog. When I looked for them, I found another similar book. Just in case, let's check the contents. I see, it's interesting. I sat down, I started reading, and 1 hour passed. Oh no, oh no. If I don't clean it up quickly, I won't make it in time to the tea party. We finally got a time when all 3 of us were free. I have to clean up before that. The next book is A Book of This World. It's a record about how the demon territory was created, written by the first demon Lord Sama. The types of demons and demi-humans living in this area, their characteristics, and their living environment were written. Interesting. I sat down again. I started reading, and this time 2.5 hours passed. This won't do. The cleaning isn't going anywhere. I won't read the books anymore. Let's just collect them. While I thought about that, Thor-sama, are you in the room? I heard a knock followed the door of the other room opening. What is it? Ruki-sama, you can't enter without permission. Thor said that it's fine when it was time for the tea party. I can't wait too. From my room, I heard the voices of Mabel and Demon Lord Ruki. It looks like it's time for a tea party. I'll move to that room too. The book I was reading, let's put it in this wooden box. When I opened the wooden box, at the bottom of the wooden box, there was a sword in a sheath. It had a familiar shape. It's the same as the one at the entrance. Is it a magic sword? Taking a closer look at it, it's different. The length is too short. The statue has a big sword that is a little over 1 meter long, but this one is less than 1 meter long. The pattern of the handle and the pattern of the sheath is also different. The statue's magic sword has a complex pattern engraved on it, but this is a simplification of that. Appraisal. I used the appraisal function of Creation Alchemy, looking into the magic sword. Magic sword replica. Ability. Strength up. Attribute, none in particular. I see, this is a replica of the magic sword. Thor, are you in there? Your Majesty, please come in. Just on time, let's ask the Demon Lord Ruki. I also wanted to see your majesty. Can we talk to you for a moment? Yuomo, then please excuse me. The door opened, and the blonde demon lord appears. She looked at me and laughed happily. The current demon lord Ruki is not wearing a mask or a robe. She's wearing a jet black robe with lots of ribbons. Perhaps she noticed my gaze. She turned around in front of me. It suits you well, your majesty demon lord. Just Ruki is fine. Demon lord Ruki blushed and turned to the side. You already know my true face. It's unpleasant to be called your majesty by such a person. No, isn't it the opposite? If so, this is an order. If you think of me as a friend, call this Ruki by my name. Is there such an order? Isn't the demon lord supposed to be a tyrant in the empire? Well, that's about right. So, I can make selfish requests. Demon lord Ruki laughs. I raise both hands and pose for surrender. I understand, Ruki-sama. It's okay to be upfront. By the way, what were you doing in the warehouse? I found something interesting. I presented the sword that was still in the scabbard. This should be a replica of the magic sword. A replica of the magic sword. But the only added effect is a strength increase. I explained how I found the magic sword and its abilities. The length is different from what that statue has, but what is it? What do you think, Thor? The material is just iron, and the effect is just a strength increase, so it's probably a prototype. There was probably a blacksmith who tried to replicate the magic sword. However, I think that it was abandoned because it's inferior to the original. The blade edge is also dulled so that it will not cut. It's a scrapped item. You sure are amazing. That is the correct answer. Ruki laughed bitterly. In my uncle's time, there was a plan to revive the magic sword, so the elves and dwarves worked together to make the magic sword, but a strength increase was the limit. Lamu. It's just as you said. Can I have this sword? Ruki had a puzzled look. Why are you asking that? This is your room, so you can decide what to do with it. With a gentle smile, she nodded as a matter of course. A face that of a 15-year-old girl. I think that this is unfair. If you make that face, I'll want to give you various things. Ruki-sama. What's wrong, Thor? Ruki-sama is very cute. No is the word, cute, rude to Her Majesty. No matter how much I'm called a friend, I still have to keep some etiquette. Ruki is very attractive. If you smile like that, I'll want to do anything for you. What? Ruki opened her eyes wide. What are you saying suddenly? No, I just said what I thought. Why you? I don't think that you should say that right away. Ah, that's right. In the Empire, I was a lowly person, so I didn't have any people to talk to, except for a few. But Your Majesty know, Ruki-sama and Mabel would listen to me right. That's why I'm so happy and blurted that out. You were having a hard time. But if it bothers you, I'll fix it. You don't have to fix it. Speaking frankly is one of your good parts. Being kind is one of Ruki-sama's good parts too. I think that's a good thing. Why oh you? So why are you so angry, Your Majesty? I am not mad. And you said you would call me Ruki. You really. The tea will get cold, Your Majesty, Thor-sama. When I noticed, Mabel was looking at me from the other side of the door. Her elf ears were twitching, and her expression seemed complicated. Sorry, Mabel. Yuomo, then Thor, this sword belongs to you. Ruki gave me the black magic sword placed on the floor. As proof of that, I gift it officially to you. Thank you. Ruki-sama. I looked up at Ruki's face and then. Your Majesty no, Ruki-sama. What's wrong, Thor? Can I turn this replica magic sword into a real magic sword? What? One of my dreams is to make a sword that surpasses the holy sword in the Empire. But I don't have the fighting ability. Even if I make a great sword, it will only be put in a treasury. So that's it. That's why I want to make an awesome magic sword and have Ruki use it. I heard from the general, but you're going to a monster subjugation soon, right? If you can use it even at that time. I'm happy about the thought, thank you, Thor. Ruki puts her hand on my head. Then immediately, with a gentle smile. But you don't have to worry about that. I don't have to worry. You're worried about my physical weakness. Isn't that what you're thinking? Ruki wrapped my cheeks with both her hands. She muttered at a distance where I could feel her breath. But it's okay. Thanks to you, I was able to gain absolute loyalty from General Risinga. If that spreads, those who doubted my strength will change their attitude. Well, I might be able to remove the mask in the near future. Your Majesty, that's why you don't have to be in a hurry to make the magic sword. You should make what you want instead. No, I just want to see Ruki using a magic sword. I think it's really cool. What? But is that so? If Ruki-sama removes the mask, it must be a magic sword that matches it. What about a magic sword that shows its true appearance as soon as the mask is removed? A cognitive obstruction magic sword the same time as Ruki's true appearance. Yeah, that may be good. Wait. Demon Lord Ruki taps and pinches my cheeks. Why oh you? Why are you always like this? But don't you usually give a muffler or glove to a person close to you? Before that, wouldn't you think if it suits that person in advance? And you have to listen to the opinions of the recipients too. You're the only one who relates a muffler to a magic word. Ruki finally released my face. And I don't need a magic sword to subdue the monster this time. Really? I'm leading the soldiers. Unless there is a complete defeat, the demon lord won't swing their sword, right? Indeed. Right. What we need this time is something that can safely attack monsters from a long distance. Moreover, it is desirable that anyone can use it. It is better to have items that support the battle, not weapons. So that's it. Thank you for your good idea. Your Majesty, an attack support item, something that Ruki-sam and the soldiers can safely attack the monster from a long distance. I understand. I'll think about whether such a thing can be done. You, Demon Lord Ruki thought a little, then said, It seems that you're motivated. There is no reason to stop you. I entrust this project to you. I understand, Demon Lord Ruki-sama. I think that there was an item in the book that I just read that could be used in long-range battles. I'll find it later and make it usable for Demon Lord Ruki and the people of the demon territory to safely subdue the monsters. Then, Thor-sama, let's have tea again next time. That's right. Let's go to the room next door. Hey, Thor, stop glancing at the book with the items listed. Ruki puts her hand on her waist and looks at me as if she was fed up. I'm going to talk about something important during tea time. It's also for the paperwork that Risinga asked me to do. Paperwork? Rather, it's a blueprint, a workshop and a house on the territory of Risinga for you. Ruki raises her hand after saying that. Mabel, who is behind her, took out the parchment, the pen, and the ink. Do you make a workshop and a house by incorporating my opinion? Isn't it natural? Thor mentioned it earlier. You should listen to the opinions of the recipients when choosing gifts. Ruki laughed and Mabel winked at me. So, let's talk about the workshop and house that Thor will get in the near future over a cup of tea. Yeah, that's right. But your principal residence is still here. You'll have to travel a lot from now on. I understand, Your Majesty. Didn't you say that you'll call me Ruki? Then we went into the simple warehouse. While drinking tea, we talked about the layout of the house and the workshop to be built on the territory of the general. Thor, you keep talking about the workshop. Shouldn't you pay more attention to your residence? I think that having a place to sleep and wake up would be good. That won't do. The place where you live is important. You have to think about your health too. Even so, I'm not very picky about my living space. The dormitory of the government office, where I lived when I was in the Empire, had only a bed in the room. I also don't want to remember the residence of the Duke's house. Mabel, can you help me think about the living space? Is that okay? Of course. Even over there, I'll be taken care of by you. It's fine if you make it easier for you to work. Okay, leave it to me. You're so sly, Mabel. Let me think about it too. Yes, let's think about it together. Your Majesty. We each decided to come up with an idea for the new home. When everyone finished drinking tea. All right, the workshop should be something like this. We have also finished the living space. Thor-sama. Check it out, Thor. Mabel and Ruki showed me the blueprints for the living space. It was drawn pretty well. There are quite a lot of rooms. It's General Risinga who is building it, but I wonder if the budget is okay. And, was it Mabel who drew the bedroom? Yes. Why are there 2 beds in it? To take care of Thor-sama. And the bathroom that can accommodate 3 people. To take care of Thor-sama, of course. Please elaborate on it a bit more. Thor-sama does alchemy work, so I think it's better to wash your body with other people's hands when you take a bath. For example, there may be small pieces of wood and metal on your body, and if you touch them, they might fall into the items you were making. It makes sense. Oh well, let's give it to the general as it is. If something goes wrong, General Risinga will fix it. Say, Mabel. What happened, Your Majesty? It's good that the bathroom is large, but I feel like the boiler room beside it is oddly wide. What does this mean? That's. For some reason, Mabel's face turned bright red. I think that Thor-sama might want to remodel his home with alchemy, so I tried to leave a margin. I see, as expected of Mabel. Yeah, that might be the case. I might find a boiler room item from the hero's world soon. Then I would also want to remodel the boiler room at home. Did Mabel save some space to make that easier? Thank you, Mabel. No. After thinking that Thor-sama and I will live in this house, I think it's better to have a space wide enough to dance. But it looks like it's going to cost a lot. If General Risinga says it's no good, let's give up. I think it's okay. Thor-sama. With that said, Mabel grins. Agnes-sama will surely put in a good word for this design. She should understand it perfectly. Is that how it is? That's right. For the time being, I decided to submit the designs of my home and workshop to General Risinga as it is. I wonder what the General and Agnes are doing. They should be discussing the monster subjugation with the Empire. I'm a little worried because the Empire might put out unreasonable demands. It's a good idea to make a magic item for long-range battles, just in case the Empire does something. An item that can defeat the monster without alerting the Empire, and without risking the demon territory if there is such an item. It wouldn't matter if the negotiations break. I think there was such a thing in the mail order catalog, because that is an item list of the hero's world. With that in mind, I enjoyed the tea party with Ruki and Mabel. End of Volume 1.